Thanks for being here at this meeting of the Gainesville City Commission for Thursday, July 17th, 2025. I appreciate everyone being here and being ready for what looks like a very productive day ahead of us. We'll term it that way. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have the invocation this morning with Reverend Carl Anderson with Upper Room Ministries.
Good morning and welcome.
Pastor Anderson.
Good morning, Mayor Ward and Board of City Commissioners, Madam City Manager. Good morning to you all. It's a pleasure to be here and offer this opportunity. I do want to say before I pray, thank you all again for sponsoring the 26th annual Stop the Violence Back to School rally, which will be held this year at the MLK Center on July 26th, starting at 9. And we're better together, and we appreciate the efforts that everyone's making to help curb gun violence in our community. And we're looking forward to continuing to work. That's our theme this year. We won't stop until the violence stops. And so we appreciate you again for partnering with us. The staff and everybody has been wonderful in accommodating us there at the MLK Center. I believe it's a God thing for us to be there. We will accommodate a smaller crowd this year, but I believe that it's the right crowd. And so it's a blessing to be here. And we're gonna go move forward and upward. Thank you so much. Well, Heavenly Father God, we thank you for this time of sharing. We thank you, Lord, for blessing us this morning. We thank you for giving us an opportunity to praise your holy name. Now, God, I pray, God, for our city. I pray, God, that you continue, God, oh, God, to move us in the right direction. God, let us be one, God, just as you and your Father is one. God, I pray, God, that you would just touch us, God, right now. God, I pray, God, that you would touch all those in our city who's still struggling and who needs help. God, I pray, God, that we will continue to be there for one another, that we'll be sensitive to each other's needs and respect our diversity. God, I pray, God, that you would continue to give us provision for the vision that you would give, that you're giving the leadership of our city. God, I pray, God, that you would bless this meeting. I pray that everyone will be on one accord, and I pray, God, that it will be for the betterment of our community. God, we ask these blessings in Jesus' name we pray. Thank God. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend Anderson. Appreciate having you here with us. So before we move on, I want to take, while we're in that frame of mind, I want to let folks know who may not be aware about the passing of someone who many of us knew very well, but also not necessarily very well. Someone who was a fixture of staff at the Metropolitan Transportation Planning Organization for decades. Mike Escalante passed away on apparently July 4th. I don't know what arrangements were out there and if we missed them or not, but I will tell you that Mike was singularly focused on the work of the MTPO and really saw that as a life's professional passion. So if you would remember him and his loved ones in your prayers. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have the adoption of the agenda. We have these updates on the screen.
So moved with the suggested updates.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Book.
I think with the motion consider taking 2025-518 relates to the recycling off consent. We could put that just for a very brief discussion. That would be helpful. It's one of the few topics we have a pretty healthy amount of interest in, so it would probably benefit us to make sure that we have that information out there for the public.
And I'm sorry, which item is that?
518, which deals with Bigbelly recycling trash and dual compactor receptacles.
Okay, I'm comfortable with putting that at the end of the agenda if we're willing to pull that. If you're,
Yeah, I think if there's not consent on it, then it should be pulled off the consent agenda. Yeah.
okay, and the seconder is comfortable with that.
Yes, so is at the end of the meeting? Is
Yep.
that what you're saying?
Yep.
Yes, I agree. Yes.
Okay, all right. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? I'm sorry.
There's no public comment.
There's no public comment for consent. Okay.
Oh, well, okay. No. Okay, no worries. We have some, no?
So did you have public comment on the consent agenda? That's okay, yeah. So we don't have public comment. All right. We've already voted.
We are good to
Move
go.
forward. All right, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. It was early public comment, and Mr. Blount has signed up for early public comment, but you did not list an item that you're speaking to. That's okay.
Well, come on up. Let's move on it. And I would remind everyone while he's coming up, we do have a very long agenda today, so you know, I have a propensity to hold forth for longer than I need to. I will try to keep myself in check, and I would remind everyone we all have a long agenda. So.
Since you have a long agenda, it won't make much difference if I go on and on. You're here anyway.
They get lost in the whole thing, right?
Let's see.
Welcome, Mr.
My
Blount.
early public comment is about the MLK Center work, the renovation of that whole area with the MLK Center. I was in that building for an event just shortly after your last discussion and reminded myself, looking around at it, how incredibly fortress-like that building is built. It is a powerful building. It would be hard to take it down, and I thought I had the impression in your previous discussion that you were talking about eliminating and completely replacing that building. Every current space in that building is very functional as it is, and it is a strong, strong building. It is the height of folly to tear it down instead of add on to it. You're talking about moving the pool, and I hope it becomes a salt pool when you replace it, but to a different spot, which means that that area immediately north of MLK building is available for expansion. In fact, the floor of the pool would make a great descending floor for the proscenium of an auditorium and the floor under the stage and a lifting orchestra pit. So you should make the most of what's already there instead of talking about tearing down that powerful building. In fact, that's designated as a storm shelter, I believe. That's a testament to that building being super strong. So be super smart and don't waste money tearing down a perfectly useful space. The gym in there is real serviceable. It gets a lot of use. It should be out of use as briefly as possible for the sake of the young folks who use it in particular. During any changes, with the hallway going north out of the building just past the fitness area could continue on, lengthen that hallway and build an addition with more classroom space, expand the existing kitchen into the classroom next to it, and substitute classroom space in the addition, an auditorium, other things you need, and don't be stupid with our money, please.
Thank you, Mr. Blount. Anybody else?
Speaker, Mr. Mayor,
Okay,
we're on
Commissioner
to our.
Chestnut. Hold on, Commissioner
sorry,
Chestnut.
Go ahead.
Oh, just to Mr. Blunt, I have a motion later this evening that addresses keeping that building as it is and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chestnut. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to business discussion items for the morning. It is 2025-538, submittal of the annual action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. With the recommendation, the City Commission, having heard presentations from Housing and Community Development staff on the 2025-2026 annual action plan for the Community Development Block Grant CDBG program, including outside agency funding recommendations of the Citizen Advisory Committee for Community Development, CACCD, for the same period, the Home Investment Partnership Program and the additional funding allocation for the Home American Rescue Plan program, approve and adopt the 2025-2026 annual action plan and all components for the CDBG Home and Home ARP programs, authorize the city manager or designee to submit the 2025-2026 annual action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, authorize the city manager or designee to execute all necessary documents required for the 2025-2026 annual action plan for the CDBG Home and Home ARP programs, authorize the city manager or designee to take actions as appropriate to allocate the fiscal year 2025-2026 CDBG Home and Home ARP funds, and authorize the city manager or designee to execute subrecipient agreements with those outside agencies designated to receive fiscal year 2025-2026 CDBG and home funds, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome.
Good morning, and thank you again. Good morning, Honorable Mayor Ward, members of the City Commission, Manager Curry, and others on the dais. My name is Vianne Cochran-Ginyard, and I am a Housing and Community Development Supervisor. I'm very pleased to review our department's efforts to compile the city's fiscal year 25-26 annual action plan. As an entitlement jurisdiction, the City of Gainesville is required to generate a concise plan for funding approval by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to assist in the continuation and attainment of community goals and objectives. All information is contained in the 5-year consolidated plan and is confirmed by 5 annual action plans. The initial 23-27 consolidated plan and the first-year annual action plan were approved on August 3rd, 2023, and then an enhancement to the consolidated plan was approved on August 8th, 2024, to allow for broader use of funds in order to facilitate additional community activities and projects. HCD is also responsible for ensuring that all funds that are paid to subrecipients, contractors, and vendors are verified by reconciliation and then submitted to HUD for reimbursement to the City of Gainesville. The consolidated plan is a non-competitive application to HUD for funding, and it combines a collaborative review between citizens, stakeholders, and the city. It outlines how the city will funding will be allocated using resources, goals, objectives, projects, and other planned activities. The city receives community development block grant and home investment partnership programs monies directly from HUD. And funds must be used to primarily benefit low to moderate income persons or households, and at least 70% of the beneficiaries of public services must be of low to moderate income designation. The information that you see before you now is the most recent income guidelines as provided to us by HUD, and it indicates that city staff and also all of our vendors and contractors that utilize CDBG and home funds must qualify clients for public services and housing benefits. Now, the annual action plan is an actual yearly document, and this is why I'm here today, but it must be submitted to HUD to identify progress of activities related to our 5-year consolidated plan. Each time we come before you and each time we prepare an annual action plan, it allows the city an opportunity to identify actual versus projected funding and then adjust those projects and outcomes accordingly. And as a reminder, although HUD says that we will use low moderate income designation, I'm happy to say that the city goes far beyond that and does extremely low, very low, and low income designation, which are between the 30 to 80% income guidelines. That's why we are able to assist a greater number of our marginally income residents. What you see now is the illustration of the process that city staff follows to ensure compliance with federal guidelines. So HUD gives us the CDBG and home allocations. That comes directly to the mayor's office and then is provided to staff. We have a 5-year consolidated plan. We then set aside annually monies for program administration, outside agencies, housing projects, public services, and then we have our CACCD, our Citizens Advisory Committee for Community Development, which assists us with the funding recommendations for public services. We have the annual action plan, which must be submitted to HUD by August 16th of each year. Once that's approved, then we do receive those funds through a grant agreement that is signed by the city manager, and then we proceed with our subrecipient funding allocations. Community Development Block Grant is the most generous of the processes. It allows housing, living environment, and economic opportunities, and then eligible activities related to these services to assist with community needs. Home funds are allocated for the exclusive creation or preservation of affordable housing, and of course those activities are related to homeowner assistance, housing rehabilitation, new construction, agency-specific funding assignments, and then planning and administration. For this year, The annual funding of both programs relies on compliances with the consolidated plan, which is a 5-year plan, and then the strategic objectives that the City Commission has adopted. Now, these plans that you've adopted have been consistent throughout several years: housing, homeless assistance, job training, employment opportunities, nutritional support, assistance to disadvantaged or at-risk youth. This year, our CDBG funding is $1,442,129, and the home allocation is $605,269. In order to meet the priority needs, community housing and public services, the category of activities are listed, and they either use CDBG and home, a combination, or they use strictly CDBG or home, and this is designated in the slide here. The chart illustrates the fiscal year 25-26 funding, and you will notice that funds to utilize overall community support makes up the largest funding percentage, approximately 70%, with funding for housing at approximately 30%. So this combined total is $2,047,398. The Department of Housing and Community Development is very fortunate to have community members appointed by the City Commission, our Citizens Advisory Committee for Community Development, or CACCD, to participate in the selection of nonprofit agencies for allocations under public services and outside agency housing initiatives. This is a competitive process where agency applications are received electronically, then vetted for completeness by HCD staff, and then shared with the committee for their review and funding recommendations for the commission. I'm looking to see if one of my members is here. I don't see her, but what you have is a category of $200,000 for outside agency housing, $200,000 for public services, which is capped at 15%. Now, we normally go slightly under the exact 15% because any amount over that has to be repaid to HUD. So 15% of $1,442,129 is approximately $216,000. We capped that at $200,000 this year. And then, of course, our housing program under home is set at $120,000, and then the CHODO, the Community Housing Development Organization, we only have one in the city of Gainesville, is $90,791. I'm very pleased to say that each year we tend to increase the amount of allocation to outside housing agencies under both the CDBG and the home program. Any difference is then absorbed and used for our in-house city housing programs. On May 22nd of this year, the city received notification of an additional $2,971 in Home American Rescue Plan, or Home ARP, and that will be used to further the rehabilitation and or new construction of affordable housing units. The accessory dwelling unit project will provide short-term rentals for Home ARP demographics as designated by HUD. This particular program came about when President Biden signed the 2021 American Rescue Plan Act. HUD received its own designation of that money, and then those funded with home dollars, which of course included the city of Gainesville, received an allocation. And so they indicated to us that they shortchanged us a bit, so we got that money. But of course, we do need to advertise it, discuss it with our community. And fortunately for us, we don't have a variety of projects. Most of the programmatic money will be used for the accessory dwelling unit project. And so what you have is our first inroad into the ADU, or accessory dwelling unit project, at 738 Northwest 7th Street. We had a groundbreaking ceremony, and we are at the point of having that contractor's agreement finalized. And once that takes place, this unit will be rehabilitated. It is a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house. And then the design plan also indicates to an attached accessory dwelling unit, and then a freestanding accessory dwelling unit. All of these will be for rental, and so you can see that we will have, because we have a total of 5 lots, which includes this lot, we will have 15 units available for rental to very low, extremely low, and low-income clients. Again, short-term rental in order to assist those designated by HUD using McKinney-Vento as affected by homelessness, fleeing, domestic violence, sexual trafficking, those types of things. And of course, all of the related services, and we will work to combine that so that we can ensure that as clients come through this program, that we will be able to assist them to move in and then, of course, move up and out. And then our point is not to become a landlord, but to utilize a master lease program with a certified rental company that is aware and can use the wait list program that we will use in order to get clients in, again, vet them, provide them with the services that they need, provide maintenance on those units, and of course, as clients move out, to turn those units so that they become available for new recipients. A part of the requirement and commitment to planning and execution of our annual action plan is the engagement with citizens, community builders, and community partners. Focused outreach, and we also have broad outreach, allows HCD staff to receive information on concerns and interests from citizens. Activities related to the plan included for this year 4 community engagement sessions, 1 held in each commission district, a 30-day comment period on the annual action plan, which began on June 24th and concludes on July 24th. Hard copies of the draft annual action plan have been placed in all of the public libraries, the clerk's office, and HCD's office, and additionally, the plan may be accessed electronically on our HCD website. And then, of course, we had 2 public meetings to receive feedback on the draft annual action plan. Actually, one of the public hearings is this particular format where citizens have the opportunity to come before the commission at the appropriate time if they have any comments. All meetings were properly advertised in the Gainesville Sun and the Main Street Daily News, shared with community partners, and our communications department, of course, assisted us with all in-house and social media platforms. And so this is just an example of the public notice that talked about the community engagements, and you can see the details: June 26th, June 30th, July 1st, and July 2nd. And I must say that I am very pleased with the assistance that I received from my staff, Ms. Joanna Brigante, Mr. John Wachtel, who was there with me the whole time and provided all of the support we needed. And of course, all of our HCD department, our director, Mr. Corey Harris, and all of our other housing staff. So we work as a team, and so I'm very pleased about that. Thank you. So, in conclusion, the Department of Housing and Community Development is requesting the following. The City Commission, having heard presentation from the Housing and Community Development staff on the 2025-2026 Annual Action Plan for the Community Development Block Grant CDBG program, including outside agency funding recommendations of the Citizens Advisory Committee for Community Development, CACCD, for the same period, the Home Investment Partnerships Program, HOME, and the additional funding allocation for the Home American Rescue Plan, Home ARP program. Approve and adopt the 2025-2026 Annual Action Plan and all components for the CDBG, Home, and Home ARP programs. Authorize the city manager or designee to submit the 2025-2026 Annual Action Plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. Authorize the city manager or designee to execute all necessary documents required for the 2025-2026 Annual Action Plan for the CDBG Home and Home ARP programs. Authorize the city manager or designee to take actions as appropriate to allocate the fiscal year 2025-2026 CDBG, Home, and Home ARP funds. And finally, authorize the city manager or designee to execute subrecipient agreements with those outside agencies designated to receive fiscal year 2025-2026 Home CDBG funds, subject to the city an approval, by the city attorney as to form and legality. And at this time, I'll be happy to receive any comments or answer any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you for the presentation, for all the good work you all have done to get us to this point. It is truly hard work to do this, and I appreciate everything that you all have done. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Ginyard, for this presentation. I want to just start out with one question for now, and that has to do with the public services allotments. So let me just ask it like this. Do we have any organizations that have kind of repeatedly received money on our list?
Yes, we do.
Okay. How do we go about making these decisions? I understand that we do have a board in place, and it sounds like they're the decision makers
Yes.
in this process. But can you speak to, because I don't think any members of that board are present, are you able to speak to how they arrive at their decisions and how they advertise these opportunities?
Yes, prior to the CACCD making its decision, we send out a notice of funding availability, which talks about the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, the allocation as it's received. Now, surprisingly, this year, before we got the final allocation, we were required to use an estimated amount because we have to project out 60 days prior to the submission of the annual action plan. That's advertised, and then we have an applicant workshop for all outside agencies that are interested in submitting an application. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Advertised where?
Advertised in the Gainesville Sun.
In the Gainesville
The
Sun.
Main Street Daily News, on the city's social media sites, and also on the HCD website.
Okay, so advertised in traditional media, electronic media.
Yes.
Okay. I'm asking those questions because I'm looking at organizations that we kind of see all the time. And there are organizations that are doing amazing work that I know are not listed here. And I was recently contacted by one who wasn't aware of this. So I want to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to get the word out, to make these resources available to as many organizations as possible.
Yes.
I think you are doing a good job. I mean, the Gainesville Sun, the traditional media is a good way, but I wonder if there is something more that we might be able to do, even if it's specific outreach. I don't want to speak too much or get myself involved in too much of your day-to-day, but I would say that I am very interested in making sure that all organizations as possible, as many as possible, are aware of this opportunity.
Well, I will say that we also have a listserv that we have for community leaders, area organizations,
And this is
neighborhood
sent out through that
organizations,
listserv?
and this is sent out through the listserv, yes.
Thank you very much. Is it possible for us to receive a copy of that?
Yes.
Thank you very
We
much.
can
I'd very
certainly
much
do
be
that.
interested in
Okay.
that.
And
Thank you, Ms.
then
Gilliard.
once the the notice of funding is sent out, we have an optional workshop that all those that are interested in applying can come to. And so we share with them the requirements. We let them know what the deadlines are. We make ourselves available during the whole process. If there are questions about the application, if they don't exactly understand what is being asked, it is done electronically. It is a competitive application. Again, it is an optional workshop. But one of the holdbacks or drawbacks for many not-for-profits is that this is a reimbursement type of situation. So
Okay.
you must be able to spend the money first and then be reimbursed. And the minimum allocation is $10,000. So within the context of your organization's ability, you must be able to spend throughout the year, or as quickly or as slowly as you'd like to, the $10,000, submit the required documentation, which talks about your scope of services, the work that you've completed, and then verify that you have paid the money. We then review that, reconcile it, make sure it's correct, and then authorize our city to go ahead and make payments electronically to the agency.
Thank you very much. That's
You're
really good information to have, Ms. Gilliard. I suppose that in a couple of instances that I'm thinking of right off the top of my head, that reimbursement portion might have been the barrier for a couple of
Yes,
those
I think that
organizations.
is.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Gilliard. I'll conclude for now, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Commissioner Duncan Walker, I had almost identical question, which was just process and how you determine and how you get out the information. So I thank you for that. What I see is basically 18 different solicitations by roughly 15, 18 solicitations by 15 organizations totaling over $1 million, and we're able to give out 400,000.
Yes.
So I think it's good that we basically are providing some money, so at least some funds to 15 different organizations. So I like that. Same thing under the public services funding. I realize there's always going to be a lot more requests than money we have allocated. You have one organization that received, for example, 25% of their what they requested, and I know that's something that they go into. What is the solicitation? What's the specifics? Then you have another one under that same public services. Maybe we could go to that slide. That might be able to the funding recommendations slide. It's very meaningful for people that would be looking and seeing all the organizations that are getting some monies via CDBG. But then you have another organization under public services, which is the middle of the page, that received almost a total allocation that they asked for. I think it's good when we can do that, specific to the Black on Black Crime Task Force. I know they have a community center that's doing a lot of work, so they receive 25%. I'm like Commissioner Duncan Walker. I can't ask you, what's the specific criteria, but that's one that stands out to me as doing work that I see on a regular basis that is receiving a small percentage of what's asked for. We have others like, and this is a good thing, the Bright Community Trust. So, Mr. Well, I know you're here, that while they're getting a small money allocation, we also know we're providing them other in-kind service and things such as property, which clearly is very valuable. Overall, I like the selections. I think it really shows us leveraging a whole lot of other work that we can't do otherwise with a small amount of money. But I think it would be helpful to know a little bit more about the process. That could be sent in email and kind of how we determine.
Well, I will share with you quickly. We ask each committee member to do their own research.
Okay.
They are allowed to and encouraged to visit the agencies. They can call them, they can Teams them, they can go in person, they can tour, have that discussion, and they have the option to visit all or none. But the strength of the application is what we look at. And so during the workshop, we share with the applicants or those that are interested in applying, make sure you tell us everything that you would like someone who knows nothing about your organization to hear and see from your organization within the application. Once that's done, each committee member makes their own decision about what they would like. And then we have a matrix where they come together and that system aggregates all of it. And then, of course, it never fits exactly to what the allocation for this year, 200,000 is. And that's where they have their lively discussion. They go back and forth, they agree to disagree, and then they do finally come to a conclusion so that we can bring the funding recommendation to you.
Yeah, thank you for that context. That's the nature of competitive solicitations that are always going to exceed what we have available. But
Yes.
Even in fiscally constrained times, Madam Manager, we're doing a lot with a small amount of money here to get other organizations to do even more work on behalf of the community. So I appreciate.
And just so that you are aware, we would like to do more than 15%, but by federal guidelines, we are set at only 15%. The only time when that was taken away was during the pandemic, when we spent at least 25% of our annual allocation. And all of the agencies that requested dollars for use that related to supporting during that time were funded.
Well, thank you for all the good
You're
information. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Engel.
I just wanted to speak to that process a little bit. Many years ago, I sat on the Citizens Advisory Board for how we're going to split up these community development block grants. And it is a lot of work, an exhaustive process, and a lot of citizens volunteer their time and really care about these issues and spend a lot of time doing it. So it's it's kind of this behind the scenes thankless work that people don't know happens, but it's really important. They do a good job with it. And I appreciate what you're doing. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. And I will say too that there was a time going back between about 2014 and 2017, that maybe 18, that we would get that work from the advisory board, and then it would come to a commission meeting like this, and it would become a big horse trading session on the dais, and that was not a good way to approach this. I experienced it out in the audience and up here, and it was just not helpful. So listening to what staff has to say, listening to what our very hardworking board has to say, and not using it as a horse trading opportunity is absolutely a more professional and more useful way to do that, and one that does not generally result in members of the committee saying, why am I even bothering to do this? So I appreciate the very thorough work that goes into this. All right, do we have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Khalid Blount.
Welcome, Mr. Blount.
Thank you. I'm glad you're making great use of this year's allocation because changes are coming. You know that the U.S. Congress is supposed to pass, I forget if it's 13 or 14 spending bills to make the total budget every year, which they get done like what, every 3 or 4 years? Very inefficient, Doge. You know, but Doge didn't touch them. So the one of those bills is called THUD, Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development. And the proposed budget for next year has THUD cut by 44%. And that includes 42% cut to rental assistance, 43%, excuse me. Other cuts to public housing, community development, homeless assistance. Under community development, they're talking about eliminating CDBG and home altogether. And we're going to see consequences, increased homelessness, housing instability, strain on local resources with that. So it's going to take careful planning to do that. I hope that the plan you're submitting reflects that your long-range ambition for housing in this town includes mixed income housing across the entire jurisdiction. And I also didn't hear anything about a specific horizon to reevaluate the parameters that you set on your inclusionary zoning plan. We know that the previous voluntary measures yielded almost nothing in over 20 years of offering the voluntary. So I'm glad you finally did the required inclusionary zoning. But Mr. Mayor, you told me, be glad something happened. We're making a start, but a start has to include when do you decide if it's working. It took 20 plus years to realize the voluntary incentives were useless, almost useless, and reevaluate that to do something else. Should it take another 20 years? You should set a specific time horizon to reevaluate the output of the parameters you use so far. And we know right away up front on home ownership, it's going to be a big goose egg because you don't have that component, period. So that's a big step to evaluate right off. But when will you decide you are going to look back at the results of that and make adjustments?
Thank you, Mr. Blount.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We actually are scheduled to come back to talk about inclusionary zoning. We were scheduled to do it 1 year after passing. We were supposed to come back to look at it. So that may not be a huge, deep look into it, Mr. Blount. I just want to make sure that we'll remember that should be coming up in September or so, sometime early fall-ish. But I move staff recommendation on 2025 538.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. I see no further lights. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passed unanimously. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all.
Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2025-183, Project Evaluation for Affordable Housing Grant. With recommendation, the City Commission hear a presentation, award $1,650,000 to support the development and rehabilitation of affordable housing as indicated in attachment 2025-183F and to authorize the city manager or designee to execute any documents necessary to such funding, subject to city attorney approval as to form and legality.
Welcome, Mr. Harris.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, to the commission, city manager, city clerk, city attorney as well. Thank you again for allowing us to be able to put these resources out in the community to incentivize the development and rehabilitation of affordable housing units. I know that affordable housing is key to a number of us as we reflect on what housing means to all of us and being able to provide that same opportunities for those in our community. So I'll jump right into the presentation here. Before I move forward, I believe that there's representatives from many of the developers who applied. Also, we have our AHAC, our Affordable Housing Advisory Chairperson, Mary Hildred, is also here to represent their recommendation as well. So as I go through the presentation, if you have any questions, by all means, please feel free to stop me. $1,650,000 was made available to support the rehabilitation as well as new construction of rentals and homeownership units. Under the $1.65 million, $1 million came from general fund. 650 is a part of your State Housing Initiative Partnership or your SHIP allocation. So one of the strategies that we developed in our last LHAP, our Local Housing Assistance Plan, was to support the development of new construction home ownership as well as new construction rentals, as well as rehabilitation of rental units. And so what we did was we put out one funding application, a notice of funding availability, which combined these two sources, which I think was the most efficient use of our time and efforts. As you can see in here, some of the components for our rental program, 15-year affordability. The goal with home ownership is 10-year affordability. And oftentimes, as I say to the development partners, that the city of Gainesville wants to serve as a piece of the funding stack, to cap that capital stack. And so oftentimes we see ourselves as gap fillers more so than producing total or full units. So that's why you see here $50,000 for home ownership, $25,000 for rental. So the notice of funding availability went out, and the application period was from January 6th through February 10th. Since that time, a lot of work has been done. We established both AHAC evaluation, or the information went to AHAC as well as a staff evaluation committee. So you can kind of see a timeline here, even dating back to December 5th of last year when the City Commission approved the funding for this use. And so you can see there as a timeline that allows us to arrive at this point or at this juncture. The evaluation committee, again, AHAC, met on March 11th and then had a subsequent meeting on April 8th to discuss these application and funding recommendation. The staff evaluation committee was composed of representatives from the Department of Housing and Community Development, as well as the Department of Sustainable Development, and also we had a representative from the Office of Equity and Inclusion on that staff evaluation committee. Yours truly wasn't on that evaluation committee, but again, we had several representatives from our department on that committee. So we developed the evaluation criteria going into the process, and we provided this information to all of the applicants prior to their application. And we've used this in the past. And just some of the things that we try to evaluate is the affordability of affordable units, the affordability period, funding per unit. So although we cap it at $50,000 for home ownership and $25,000 for rental, if a developer or applicant would like to provide a little bit more leverage, so they could provide up to, or they can request up to $25,000 per unit for rental, they want to say $20,000. That actually helps them to score a little bit better on the criteria and the scoring rubric. Also, a development timeline. One of the things that we heard is that we want to see new units come out of the ground in a short period of time, and so That was a part of the location of the project, whether it's close to employment centers, as well as transportation and grocery facilities. Owner-occupied units, we provided a little bonus there. Again, residential mixed income and others. So again, this is the list of the criteria that we use. Moving right along, you have a summary of those that applied under the new home ownership area. Those that applied in the rental section. I'm not going to go through all of these unless you want me to, then I definitely can. And then the rental rehabilitation. So AHAC's recommendation, again, was to award, or actually, I'll ask Ms. Hildreth if you would like to go. Okay, all right, sounds good. So for new home ownership, AHAC recommended funding, as you can see listed on here, 250, 50,000, and 50,000, and then the rental there as well, and then the rehabilitation rental program was their recommendation. The reason why you see asterisks next to the number of units is because we were tasked with reaching out to all the developers when this item was pulled last month to just reach out to see and to ask certain questions of those developers. How quickly is your project shovel ready? How quickly can you spend down those resources? And then how many units can you produce at the level that's recommended? And so we did that. Staff recommendation is as follows. We were also given the task or the charge to come back with a combined recommendation. And here's a combined recommendation. So you have here the home ownership units, at least habitats, right? They were the top 3 rated projects from a combined, and you have that in your backup documentation. And then we went forward with the combined recommendations. There's certain larger projects that, based on the combined and based on our conversation, we didn't recommend for funding because of the longer launch pad to get those projects out of the ground. And it was staff understanding that we want to be able to spend these resources in a short or in a quick amount of, or in a short period of time to bring on new units, to make those units available to the public. And so that's the end of my presentation. And so here is our recommendation for you to hear the presentation, what you've done. Award $1.65 million or $1,650,000 to support the development and rehabilitation of affordable housing consistent with the combined recommendation. And authorize the city manager or designee to execute any documents necessary to such funds subject to city attorney approval as to form in legality.
So moved.
Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you, Corey. So I'm seeing you mentioned somewhat of some of the discrepancies between, the committee recommendation, the AHAC funding recommendation, and then what staff came out with. It looks like the larger multifamily ones have been basically the Oak Park and Oakview Park. I think those have been those are zeroed out in the staff recommendation, right?
Yes, sir. Based on Mr. Mayor and to the commission, yes, based on our conversation with both Oakview and Oak Park, due to the lack of funding necessary currently to move those projects forward, it was staff recommendation that we reallocate those resources to some of the more shovel-ready projects.
Right, and then, but that means that some other projects like East University Cottages, which I think was the lowest, it was not recommended for any funding, at least by staff, and it was one of the lower ranked ones. That's jumped up significantly, and then Cottage Creek has also jumped up significantly, which is another one.
And again, we had available resources when you eliminate those larger projects, so we were able to allocate funding to projects that didn't necessarily score as high. And both the staff and AHAC's recommendation. We know that East University Cottages, they've applied in the past. We've heard from the dais that that we would like to also show some ability to fund that project. We've been told that in the past, and so that was another reason why we went with this recommendation as well.
Okay, so it'd be, from the dais you heard that was an important one.
Yes, so in the past, we've been encouraged to look for other opportunities to fund East University cottages, either with Connect Free or some other funding availability. And so when you look at their ability to be able to, when we spoke to the developer, they're ready, they're saying that if they receive this funding, they're ready to move forward right away.
Okay. Okay. Was that a motion that we made? Was that for us to say that we would like to free up funding for some of these other projects?
So there's been a number of conversations around East University cottages. When we initially came back with the ARPA recommendations, we were told to look for other funding opportunities for those development projects that didn't get funded in that round. And then when we brought back East University cottages up for Connect Free funding, we were told that if there's anything that we could provide to them as well to support that.
Right. I guess in the future, if I like the kind of the process of going through. I like having a committee. I like having staff review it. I like that process. If the commission makes a motion that goes in a specific direction, that's fine. If the conversations that go on up here, of course, I might have opinions. Other folks might have opinions, but I'd like to see. I like going through the process of the reviews and then deciding how that goes in there. And it looks like you guys didn't focus as much on the rehabilitation rental projects as you pointed out, right? That there was, the funding did not really increase much on those as well. Am I reading this correctly?
Correct. Yeah. So if you look, and again, we've been encouraged to bring on new units.
Right. For sure.
And so you can see that the recommendation fleshes out that way. The bulk of the funding is for new rental and new home ownership units. And then rehabilitation has the third amount.
Perfect. All right, thank you. Those are all my questions, Corey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eastman. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just so we're reminding, a big chunk of this is general revenue, so it is a direct, it's not from some weird grant, but in essence, it's something that's more of an annual budget. So I think part of the focus on, getting housing out of the ground is very appropriate, because this isn't some long-term trust fund. It's this, what are we doing this year? So yeah, to the big changes are, there's no, from this combined compared to the AHAC and staff recommendation is none to the Gainesville Housing Authority for Oak Park, none to the Oakview, which is both new units and rehabilitation, kind of a mixed project. The Hawthorne Heights is a rather large project from a national, someone with a lot of experience who can probably get those out of the ground with help and everything. Very large. Just to make sure I'm remembering and understanding everything. The Cottage Creek one was one that scored almost the lowest out of AHAC, and it just at the time I remember thinking they didn't have a lot of experience in doing this, and it didn't look like they had a real plan with any experience to be able to build single, standalone, and make it happen. And so I wondered why that came back up, because staff hadn't made a big recommendation, and now this is quite a bit bigger for Cottage Creek.
And so Cottage Creek is a newer developer, but one of the things that we thought that since we had some additional resources, and as you can look at staff recommendation, they were looking to recommend as many projects as possible from the staff recommendation point of view. And so we want to help in our combined recommendation. We thought it would be good to factor in what staff was recommending, but also build the local capacity of those developers who are looking to get into affordable housing. So again, staff was already recommending some funding for the group, and we thought that would be nice to be able to provide some support. So with this, they would be able to develop at least 2 of their units for affordable housing.
Okay. And so I really appreciate that idea of like local developers, because people talk about national developers or South Florida developers. Well, one of the ways we start local is it's got to be on the small side, right? We really have to help small developers get a little bigger and get, good at the process, and have some success and have that knowledge in their wheelhouse. So I appreciate that. It seems like everyone at different stages agreed that Habitat for Humanity is a model. We know that they're going to pump houses out on the other end, so not a lot of questions. We're getting better experience with the right community trust, so we think they're going to be able to produce. That's great. It's just some of these other big versus some small. But to the point of local developers, Eden Park is still important to me because it is a local developer, right? Bigger it's on the rehabilitation side, so it's still important to me at least. But the Oakview, it's still near and dear to my heart because I used to live in that neighborhood, and also it's in essence outside of, I believe, Bright Community Trust, one of their potential lots. It's the only thing that doesn't have an east address. If we talk about where we put affordable housing at different levels geographically, and that was one of the things on the priority list was just the geographic usefulness, I guess is what I'll say. And I know that in our HAG committee, we talked about that. I'm sure staff did as well, like really, but the Oakview is the only one that is in Northwest, basically the only one that's in Northwest, and helps diversify where we put housing. So it's hard to not see that on here and make that recommendation. I understand that's a project that had, lots of struggles to continue and stay on track, and how we can help versus how they need help. But I'll just say that I wish that was something that could happen because it is such a great location for people to be close to, the job center of the university. It's a block, 4 blocks away from a bus line that takes you to the university. Now 2 bus lines because bus route 13 got extended up there. So anyways, that's what I'll offer for right now. I wish there was a way that it would work for Oakview, but if it doesn't work, then we do need to put this money on the ground and make some of this stuff happen. So that's what I got for now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
Thank
Commissioner
you,
Willis,
Corey.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Willits, for your comments about Oakview. Mr. Harris, I wonder if you could just briefly remind us and the community, under your rehabilitation section there, we see specifically that Eden Park would be the development to benefit from the 325 as it currently stands. But would you tell us the specific projects that the Gainesville Housing Development Management Corporation would do for those $25,000 allotments?
Yeah, so they have 2 rental, and the Gainesville Housing Authority, they're here if you want to bring them up, or I can tell you what we have here.
I'm glad to hear from both of you.
Okay, so I think Malcolm is in the room, so he can definitely come up if I say anything. So they have 2 rental units that they're going to be rehabilitating, and so to keep them affordable and to keep their costs down, they're looking for some additional support from the city to help renovate these single units that they have in their portfolio. Because, it's a housing authority, and again, not to speak for Malcolm, but as the housing authority, they both have, larger units, but they also have these smaller infill type projects as well.
Thank you.
Good morning, Malcolm Kiner, Gainesville Housing Development Management Corporation for this application, Mr. Mayor. So yes, we have, through GHDMC, we have somewhere around 28 units. We own a townhouse community in Alachua, that's 17 townhouses, and then we own infill units throughout the community. So these applications are for 2 single-family homes, or one is a single-family home in the Spring Hill neighborhood. The other is a single-family home more or less in the Duval area. They've been in our portfolio for many years, have had long-term renters in those homes that are part of our Housing Choice Voucher Program. And so these homes recently have had some turnover, and so it's providing us an opportunity to come in and do some much-needed renovations on the homes. And as for what Mr. Harris stated about timeline, we are currently renovating these homes right now. So we are on the ground working on these homes as we speak.
Thank you, Mr. Kiner.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I conclude.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Book.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I heard someone say move. Did you make that motion? Was that seconded already? If not, I'll second it. Okay,
so
well, I'll
we have
put the
motion and
second on there. I do like, Mr. Harris, thank you, the combined recommendation. And I think what's probably important is that we have a couple of applicants here that I think from our history have not really been funded. And so what we're doing is we're expanding the breadth of the amount of applicants that can come forward and do things with housing and stock, whether it's rental or home ownership. And I think that was something we've talked about many times. So I appreciate that very much. I know there's a number of applicants probably here, and you've referenced those. I know I certainly would love to hear from them and want to hear their commitment to the time frame, their commitment to using this money and getting that housing built, whether it's ownership or rental, because in the past we did have a couple of applicants which freed up money because they weren't able to meet the criteria that was provided to get those monies used in ways that benefit our community. Can you, I was doing some math here, but what I couldn't understand is, so how many rental units and how many home ownership units are we talking about in this combined recommendation? Do you have that?
So it's here. So if you look at the housing authorities units, and again, Eden Park, they have a representative here, so they can speak to the exact number of units that they have. But combined, what we're showing is 106. So that would be, again, with the housing authority units, that would be 2 for the housing authority, and then Eden Park would be the 104. But he can speak to the exact number of units impacted by that. And the reason why we have that asterisk there is because when we spoke to Mr. Jennings, we asked him to send us some information back, and I guess that was a miscommunication. So we had to get this information in. So I believe the 104 would be from Mr. Jennings.
No, I understood that. I was speaking about how many are rental. They're all residential.
Oh.
But how many are rental versus how many are home ownership?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So again, the rentals under the rental rehabilitation would be 106. Under the new rentals would be 104. And then the home ownership would be 12.
That's right.
units.
All right.
Oh,
12 home ownership, 210
Yes.
Units in various stages. I get it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate that. And then my only other comment is the criteria is pretty varied with a number of categories. I like the fact you consider property management plan because that's critical to make sure that the people who live there get the property managed in a way that benefits them when they're renting. So I think that's important. And I think on-site amenities are important. Maybe not a pool, but certainly the ability to do your laundry and transportation hubs, things that really help individuals. So I like it. Again, I've seconded it. And thanks for the work of both the committee and the staff.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Eastman, I'll get to you in just a second, but I want to make a comment, then I'll get to you, and then we'll go hear from the public and from any developers who want to speak. Much like Commissioner Willett's comments, actually, before I say that, let me say I appreciate all the amazing work that has gone into this, and it really has been an enormous amount of work. It ought to go without saying, but it doesn't go without saying that not every city in Florida is doing this work. We are spending general fund money to get places for people to live. That has been a priority. We have said it's a priority, and we are living up to that priority. There's nothing quite as gratifying as a groundbreaking and ribbon cutting for places for people to live. It is absolutely the work that we need to be doing here in 2025. So all that said, as Commissioner Willets pointed out, and I think Commissioner Eastman and Commissioner Duncan Walker all pointed to, it's a little difficult to process. And going back to the previous item, I don't want to be horse trading up here. I'm not looking to do that. But I know that great work is being done at Oakview Apartments currently. And the new project that they're still looking to do next door to that, again, is the only west address in everything we're talking about. And we have said that we, as a policy, we don't want to concentrate everything in one part of town. That's the only project that doesn't do that. I'm not looking to try for everybody to do math up here, but I'm assuming that the reason for those calculations is that there's a more complicated capital stack as a part of that. Is that accurate?
yes, sir. So when we spoke to, and I'm definitely glad that you mentioned that.
Please.
So when we spoke to the developer, they're looking to pursue cell funding. So again, they don't have their capital stack yet. So they're going to be applying for cell funding in the fall. As a contingency plan, they're going to go for 4% in bond. Best case scenario, they would be able to start spending down resources in the first quarter of the fiscal year of 2027. So again, best case scenario, they wouldn't start spending down their resources until October of 2026. So that was another reason why staff said, hey, great project. And let me say that all of these projects are worthy projects. And from staff perspective, we viewed it as such. But based on, the timeline and getting these dollars out the door, we felt like a combined recommendation should include those projects that were shovel ready and have that capital stack in place.
Mr. Mayor,
Very good. Yes, ma'am.
if I might, Mr. Harris, is Oakview the same project that we pulled months ago because of the issue with the county? Can you speak to that, and are they in the same position?
Yes, so, I'm sorry, with Oakview, you're right. Remember, we awarded them funding. They're still looking at the county to receive some funding as well. It's contingent upon, their project is contingent upon the counties moving forward, or that's one of the options that they're looking at. And so, that was another reason why.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Harris. Thank you, Madam Manager. Yeah, those are my questions and concerns with all of it. And after we hear from Commissioner Eastman, we'll go out to the public, and I assume we'll hear from everyone, and then we'll come back up here. All right, Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, I mean, I can let the public go into it, but since jumping off of Commissioner Book's point, and in terms of policy up here, it does seem like there was a policy direction, or there was a perception of a policy direction that, like, we wanted shovel-ready projects, things that can go in the ground immediately. And I totally understand why we would be going there. I will say that as a government with money in affordable housing, where we get the most bang for our buck is when you have these complicated multi-stack projects that are going in for, the 9% light tech lotteries. They can get the money, they can not get the money. Sometimes that means money comes back to you. Sometimes it doesn't. But what that means is that for a very small funding gap amount of money, you can get a lot of affordable units that are managed at a low income in, believe in perpetuity, or is it 30 years for light tech? Whatever it is an affordable amount. It is affordable for a very long period of time. If the determination is that we want shovel-ready projects, then what we're going to get is much more expensive one-off projects that are in the ground, which is fine, but this may be the last real pot of affordable housing money that we have. I mean, ARPA's not coming back. This is coming out of our general fund. I'm glad you opened up the conversation a little bit, Mr. Merrick. I don't know exactly where to go with it at this point, except, I wish there was some way that we could do that we could help out with those capital stacks. I think you are leveraging taxpayer money in a much, much better way than you are kind of, doing these one-off, this infill single-family homes, things like that, which are also very important, just not as much of a leverage, just, it doesn't bring you as far. But I'm happy to hear from all of the applicants that brought this in, and then see where we go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Madam Clerk, let's go to,
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Khalid Blount,
welcome, Mr. Blount. And who's next after him, so that we ready?
Joseph Eddy, and then Edward Jennings.
Very good, thank you.
I just have two questions right now. And first of all, I want to say Mr. Harris is doing great work. I really admire his work, and given 10 or 15 years, he's going to maybe even rise to Oscar status. And for those of you who think that's a Hollywood reference, I'm just going to leave you confused. When he said 10 points for the length of affordability, how many years does it have to be affordable to get those whole 10 points? I hope it's 50 or more. And my other question, I forgot it. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Blount.
All right, Mr. Joseph Eddy, followed by Edward Jennings.
Welcome, Mr. Eddy.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, my name is Joe Eddy. I'm president of JE Properties. We own Residence City Oakview, which is previously called Horizon Sunset. Same as I did with the staff, I just want to give you an update of where we are with the status. And, we are not on a 2027 schedule. We're on the county schedule, though. And that's still the case. Just an update on the county. The county did put out a lot of this capital stack is coming from the county and their half-penny funds. The county did put out an application. We applied. They've gone to county commission. They're going to AHAC August 20th. After that, they then will go back to county commission and get approval or not approval. No, they haven't gone to AHAC. This has taken almost over 2.5 years for the county to get their money out. So put that in take it for a grain of salt what they've told us. But that's where our project is. Our project isn't feasible without county funding. That's true. And so I leave it to you guys to handle it however you like. I will say that we're willing to sell our land to the county, put all of our money back into the project. It's 5 acres of excellent land. We have student housing all around us. Where, as you guys mentioned, we're on the west side of Gainesville. But that's just the reality of it. I mean, I think it's, as you said, it's a fantastic project. We've applied to Gainesville Housing and received 39 vouchers. We have deep affordability at the project. It's because of that HAP contract, it's the only project I think probably uses Davis-Bacon wages on the whole project. And again, I'm willing to put it into perpetuity into affordable housing, but we do have a timing, we have a timing issue. It's true. And so, I ask you guys to deal with it however you like. I mean, I'm fine with having some of it, waiting till later. I know you guys, affordable housing is a priority. Who knows if there's money next year or not, but that's just the status of where we stand. So I leave it in your capable hands. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Eddy.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Blount remembered the quick question he needed to.
Sorry.
Thank you. You're kind to old people. In yesterday's meeting of the Alachua County Housing Finance Authority, one of the projects being discussed was the Oak Park building, the senior tower at the top of First Street, just up the road from here. And the staff there couldn't tell me, and I wondered, what is the city putting into that, since that's inside the city, but they're coming to the County Housing Finance Authority? Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Edward Jettings, followed by Frank Wells.
Welcome, Mr. Jennings.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. Give me 15 seconds just to say thank you before my time starts. I got 10,000 steps today, and I got about 5,000 steps this morning at the Duval Nature Park. And I am so moved by what you all have done. I call it the Teresa Scott Park because it was done so we could just have not flooded streets in Duval, and now it's birthed into this new concept. It's an amazing place, and hopefully all of you all will incite and invest members of the community to go there. I am excited to be here some 2.5, 3 years later as part of this conversation about ARPA. I want us to remember, particularly for the new commissioner, how we got here. We got here because you allocated just over $8 million for affordable housing. $825,000 didn't get spent. You sent that over to Grace Communities on a Thursday night, and that was a call you get to make, and you did that. You put another 1.6 million out that you had, instead of going for those who were allocated or who had, applied for the original pot of money. You then put it out for bid. The recall, respectfully to my colleague in the affordable housing business at Oakview, no hate on that project at all. You gave them 1.6. You decided to pull it back. I didn't make that call. You did. So when I hear respectfully colleagues now concerned about how that money is giving them an opportunity, you gave them an opportunity and then you pulled it back and you put this money back out after you then moved it from one pot to another pot. As it relates to Eden Park and what we're trying to do there for the 104 units that we have that we've sustained for some 20 years now, we're getting about $3,000 per unit. It's the best leverage you got in the entire pot. So when we see, again, no challenge to my other colleague in the rehab category that's getting 25 a unit, if we got 25 a unit, we're getting 2.5 million. I'd love to get 2.5 million. That's what's not being advertised. So I hope that when you're making the decisions about what you spend and how you spend it, you look at what your leverage is and what you're getting per unit in regard to that, so you can stretch it out to local developers for the best opportunity. We're going to commit 30 years to that. We put together about a $2.4 million budget. We asked for 1.6 of that. I think Mr. Harris just missed my last email that we asked. We'd hope to get up to $1 million in this round to get more per unit. But we'd hope that you would kick that number up in the rehab category, being the smallest one, from 375 to 500, so we can get more per unit, or at least more equitable in that way. But I do like the idea of single family, multifamily, and rehab being funded. So I want to keep you focused on that kind of effort to the extent that Mr. Harris and others like the idea of single family. It's a great idea, but your need is overrun on the rental side. So if you want to put money in it, put it there and preserve and or have new development on the rental side. So I hope you can at least sustain this recommendation, if not enhance it in the rehab category. Thank you very much for giving me some of your time this morning.
Thank you, sir.
Wells.
Welcome, Mr. Wells.
Good morning. Frank Wells, President of Bright Community Trust. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Madam Manager, it's great to see you again this morning. We had a groundbreaking yesterday morning on one of the lots that you provided to Bright Community Trust last year, and I mentioned at that groundbreaking that a number of you attended, that we were able to get 2 homes on one lot, and that was going to happen a couple of times. In one case, we're going to get a duplex on. In one case, we're going to be able to split the lot and build 2 homes on one lot. So this proposal for funding for the little piece that we are is to build those 2 additional homes. We're really excited about the opportunity. We're excited about all the momentum so far. 4 homes completed, 2 of them sold, 1 scheduled to close next week or as soon as the down payment assistance dollars come through. So we're making great progress, and we're very excited for the partnership with the city. Just wanted to be here and say a quick thank you for all your support, and looking forward to great things ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Corey, can I have clarification on affordability period for Eden Park? Because at least my notes, it says 30 years, but it's under a current affordability time period. So just like, how does that fit in? Is it 30 years after? So get some dates and timelines on that. Because that's a slightly different project than, brand new out of the ground, which we understand is X number of years from today.
So the developer from Eden Park is here,
Okay.
but any agreement that we put in place, if it's proposed 30 years, it will begin at the 30-year affordability period that we put our agreement in place. Now, again, our agreement is for the portion of dollars earmarked from the city of Gainesville. Any agreements that they have with the state, or if they've gone out the national or federal dollars, of course, that would be their requirement there.
Okay, I'm trying to understand how those work together. And I thought I understood, but I doubt myself a little bit.
So again, any money that we put forth would be connected to the dollars that we have. So again, as we're doing our annual evaluation, we'll be doing that for that 30-year period.
Okay.
Okay.
From
whatever date.
today, next
Yeah.
year, when
Yes.
something finishes, when money changes hands. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. See any other lights up here? Going once. Commissioner Eastman, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I mean, not really. I spoke with Oakview Park previously. I don't see any changes that we could make to. I'm not proposing any changes to staff recommendation. I guess I'll support the motion. I don't. If it were me, I probably wouldn't have jiggered it in exactly this way, but I'm comfortable with how we've ended up. Spoken with Oakview Park, with the owners over there. They said the same thing they said up here, which is that they are looking forward to funding in the future, but it's not shovel ready at the moment. And so I'm comfortable going forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. And I will say, I'm supporting the motion. I will vote for it. I do have, y'all get on my calendar if you would, Mr. Eddy. I've got some ideas moving forward with that, as well as all of you. I want to talk about what's possible and what more can be done. Because while it is true that this is the end of the pot of money that we have, I refuse to believe that we can't be creative and find other ways to get things done continually moving forward, no matter the pressures that come on us from above. We will find ways to continue to get places for people to live, because we can't not do that. So we will find ways to continue to put money in the bucket. Commissioner Willetts.
So before we end, I don't know that we fully recognize AHEC Chairwoman Mary Lou Hildreth is here. Yes. I don't think we quite got through that. We know you, but I want to make sure that we recognize that you're here.
Yeah, come on up. Yeah. Welcome, Ms. Hildreth.
Thank you. I didn't know how to do the passport parking, so I'm probably going to get a ticket. I just wanted to say, surprisingly enough, I think that AHAC kind of looked at the top tier ones, while the city staff kind of wanted to spread the wealth. But like, I was just looking at how I scored things. Is I sat at my dining room table for 3 hours with a stack, and there's a lot in there. And I remember Mr. Jennings came to one of our meetings and brought up the fact, like, okay, is it being rehabbed because it hasn't been taken care of for 25 years? Or has the landowner been, maintaining it over the years and just needs maybe a new roof? And I think those kind of nuances you can't see in these applications as exactly, is the money, was the property not, taken care of, and now they need money to fix it, or are they responsible, property owners? And, we're volunteers, I don't, a degree. And it's really, but I think we take it seriously. And we all pretty much had a consensus on ours, and most of my scores pretty much lined up, although Oakview was my highest scoring one. But, we love what we do. And, when I started on this board, it was right after we had to do the IRR once a year instead of every 3 years. And now we've taken on a lot more, and we appreciate being able to give our community voices to the process. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Holdsworth. I appreciate the work that everyone on AHAC puts into this, and it is one of those boards that takes up an enormous amount of your effort, and you all are very advocacy oriented, and you get out into the community and talk with folks about how this stuff works. So I appreciate that. All right, I don't see any for the lights. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passed unanimously. Thank you all for being here, for being part of the process. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2025-516, request for a locally hosted workshop for Alachua County Bicycle-Pedestrian Master Plan. With the recommendation, the City Commission discuss hosting a workshop regarding the Alachua County Bicycle-Pedestrian Master Plan and take any action deemed necessary.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Eastman.
Mr. Person,
Yes,
you want to
Mr.
speak to it?
Would you like to speak to it, Commissioner?
Go ahead and
yeah, go.
intro for us.
Mr. Mayor, Chief Operating Officer Andrew Persons. This letter was sent to the city. Inadvertently, it was meant to go to the smaller municipalities about hosting workshops. As you all know, the city has hosted several workshops related to the bike pedestrian master plan work, and so I just wanted to put that on the record. So we'll continue to work in the process.
Very good. Thank you. All right, Commissioner Eastman.
I was going to say what Mr. Person said. If anyone wants to get involved with the bicycle pedestrian master plan, they can still do online feedback. They can Google Alachua County Bicycle Pedestrian Master Plan. There's an online form they can do, but we have 5 items still before 12 o'clock, and so I'd rather just move on to the next item if we could.
Is there any public comment on this?
I have no public comment.
Does anyone want to make a motion?
This is for discussion.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right, okay. I see no other lights, so Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to our resolutions for the morning. We have resolution 2025-526, resolution for a public transit grant agreement with Florida Department of Transportation with the recommendation the City Commission adopt a resolution required in support of the regional transit system accepting public transit corridor development program funds from the Florida Department of Transportation and authorize the city manager or designee to execute the public transit grant agreement and any related documents with the Florida Department of Transportation, subject to approval as to form and legality by the city attorney.
Mr. Gomez, welcome.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Jesus Gomez from the Transportation Department. This is basically just to accept the grant for $1.5 million per year for 3 years.
Very good. All right, thank you. Do we have any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
We have no public comment.
Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to approve 2025-526, resolution for public transit grant agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation.
Second.
We have a motion in multiple seconds, and this is a roll call, correct?
Correct. Commissioner Engel? Aye. Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Book? Aye. Commissioner Willets? Aye. Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2025-528, resolution for the public transit grant agreement with Florida Department of Transportation Service Development Funding, with the recommendation that the City Commission adopt a resolution required in support of the regional transit system accepting service development program funds from the Florida Department of Transportation and authorize the city manager or designee to execute the public transportation grant agreement and any related documents with the Florida Department of Transportation, subject to approval as to form and legality by the city attorney.
Mr. Gomez.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, this is basically to let us apply for grants. So in case we receive it, to execute that resolution and, the regular agreements for the city manager to sign.
Very good. And is there any public comment on this?
Public comment.
Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, I'd like to move 2025-528, resolution for public transit grant agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation Service Development Funding.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I see no further lights. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel? Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Book? Commissioner Willets? Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passed unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2025-534, authorization to execute grant agreement related to FAA AIP Grant 59 for the Gainesville Regional Airport, with the recommendation the City Commission adopt the resolution and validate the prior authorization for the mayor and city attorney to execute and the city clerk to certify said grant agreement.
Mr. Pixa, did you want to say anything about these, or you?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, this first one here is the one that was previously before you at your last regular meeting that you sort of pre-authorized on an expedited basis because there was a real time crunch.
Right, right.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, thank you for letting me be here, and I appreciate your cooperation. This grant will go toward the next phase of our outbound baggage system, which will increase baggage capacity for the larger aircraft that we're seeing and allow for future growth and additional service. So we appreciate this. There's no local share, so this is all federal, and then the local share being our passenger facility charge collections from our approved PFC plans. So when you buy a ticket, there's a certain portion that goes toward this. But I do want to say thank you for making this happen so that we could meet the FAA's timeline to accept the funds, and we appreciate all of the cooperation from staff to get these projects started, completed, permitted, the whole 9 yards. So they've been exemplary, and we certainly appreciate the partnership. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Willetts.
I move 2025-534, adopt the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
There is no public comment.
I see no other lights, so please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Willetts?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel? Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Commissioner Book? Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously. Madam
Mr.
Clerk.
Mayor, we are on to 2025-537, acceptance of FAA AIP Grant 60 for the Gainesville Regional Airport, with the recommendation the City Commission adopt the resolution and authorize the mayor and city attorney to execute and the city clerk to certify said agreement.
Commissioner Chestnut.
For a motion.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and do the motion now.
Move to adopt resolution 2025-537. Second.
All right, there's a motion in multiple seconds. Is there any public comment on
There
this?
is no public comment.
And does anybody need to make any presentation of any sort on this? Okay. All right, I'll call the roll, please.
Calling the roll. Commissioner Book? Commissioner Willetts? Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel? Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2025-353, Fire Special Assessment Amended Preliminary Rate Resolution, with the recommendation that the City Commission adopt an amended preliminary rate resolution for the sole purposes of changing the public hearing date of the annual rate resolution to September 10th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. See page 7 of the resolution.
Does staff need to make any comment on this, or are we, everybody clear?
Mr. Mayor, this, as the title said, this is just because we had to change the date due to conflict with the county. Everything else is the same as your previous resolution to be advertised accordingly.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Mr. Mayor, I move item 2025-353.
Second.
We have motion and a second. Is there any public comment? on
There
this?
is no public comment.
All right, then please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
Commissioner Book. Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Eastman.
Aye.
Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Chestnut.
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes
Boom, boom,
our
boom, boom.
morning agenda.
All right, we are out of here a half an hour earlier than I expected for lunch, so that's good because we'll need to make up for it on the other end. Thank you all very much, and I will see you back here at 1 o'clock. Welcome to the afternoon session of this meeting of the regular meeting of the Gainesville City Commission for July 17th. Glad to have you all with us this afternoon. Madam Clerk, what's up first?
Mr. Mayor, we have our Gainesville history moment with Manye Vivian Filer.
Welcome. It's good to see you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the Commission and staff and our esteemed city manager. I'm very happy to be here. I'm always glad to be here because I think it's just one more opportunity for us to talk about how we got here, what history brought us here. I'm really thrilled about that. I'm going to start out by telling you that I bring you greetings from Ghana, which is our sister city, Gainesville sister city, which will be meeting next week. So when I was in Ghana, And in the Godfrey, where I was made Queen Mother, I wanted to let you know that I also became an elder there. Now, that might impress you, but it didn't impress my sister. She said all you needed was one more title. So having said that, you're not allowed to say that. But I think it's important as we talk about history, is we talk about how fundamentally involved Gainesville is in historical perspectives, and certainly having the first Queen Mother is one of those perspectives. So having thank you for having me here today, I thought I might talk about some of the history that you may have learned about already, and that has to do with education in Alachua County. As we all know, that Gainesville High School was the white high school built in the late 1800s, and then Union Academy, which then became Lincoln High School, with Professor Aquin Jones came along late 1800s, 1900s. Professor Aquin Jones took over the school at a time when it only went to grades 1 through 11, which meant that if you were in a black school, which we all were, and in Alachua County, and all of the county children came to Gainesville for this school, you could only go through the 11th grade, which meant you couldn't go to college. So he was, over 2 years, instrumental in bringing the 12th grade to the school, and the county finally acknowledged that. Not only was it acknowledged, but then graduates began to leave and go to other schools. What you have to bear in mind, though, is that even though it went through the 12th grade, the equipment, the books, the offerings, the adventures outside of the school were not there. So the 12th grade was there, but they educated 12th grade children, to go to black colleges, HBCU, and HBCUs filled in the blanks that were left from their education as they came from these appropriate schools in terms of what they were offering. I can remember in the 10th grade, my teacher trying to teach biology. With his own money, he had to buy the Bunsen burners. When I took home economics, Mrs. Mabel Dorsey had a little store. There was a little store. She had an account there where she used her own money to buy the things that we had to use. When they integrated schools, and Mrs., I'll think of her name in a minute, she was in the store purchasing school supplies. That was Chestnuts on the corner of Main Street, University Avenue. And as she took her wallet out to pay for her the equipment and things she's buying for her class, another teacher was in there with her, a white teacher. She said, "Why are you spending your money?" She said, "Is there another way?" "Yes, the school board has an account here. All the teachers buy their things here, but black teachers couldn't because they weren't given that opportunity." Now, none of that is in my notes, but I'm going to get to my notes here in a minute. But I think you can read whatever you want about historical facts, but you can't get the wherewithals unless you have the old folk like me coming back to tell you that. And that's why I'm here, because I know you can go places and read things in incomplete history, inaccurate history in some places, but I do want us to learn all we can to do all we can for that. So we know Gainesville High School's first building was on University Avenue. It finally became the Buchholz Middle School. I don't know if you all remember that big red building. Then they built Gainesville High School. And because the Brown versus School of Education was telling them that we had to have integration, they then built the new Lincoln High School out on Waldo Road. But remember now, the demand for integration had come long before that. But I graduated the last class out of the old building in 1956. And so they built a new building there. It wasn't until 1970 that Gainesville, Alachua County, began to abide by the integration of schools. So then in the middle of the year, in the middle of the senior year for these young people, they drenched them out of Lincoln, put them into GHS, and they never had a graduation from their school. To this day, those old people still think about that. So I say that because oftentimes when we talk African American history, everybody that hears it doesn't feel it the way we do. If we're black and we're talking about it, it's visceral. It's way down deep. If you're listening, you may not hear it that way, but the good thing is that when you know, then you can be empathetic. My goal is that we all reach a spot where we can talk about these things so we know we're springing up and from them. I'm an old lady today and I'm teaching. So if you don't mind, I'd like to infiltrate your minds with what was on the other side. I can only read about this and I can only hear what I heard there, but for the people who were in the trenches, from whence did it come? I was in the trenches. I am the product of a one-room schoolhouse. Gainesville still has a replica of a one-room schoolhouse that needs to be saved. But my one-room schoolhouse was in Trenton, Florida. And first, second, and third grade were in the same room with one teacher. When you left that grade, you had to go to a black school. This was all over to finish your education when you came to my era. So why is education important in that way? It is important because today the people that I really want to call to your attention, the main person, is a man who finished school, through black education, but was a brilliant man. He belonged to our church at Mount Olive AME Church, and he was outgoing and flamboyant and all of those things, but he was so caring. He was the first African-American male to graduate from the University of Florida. Can I have this on? There he is. I didn't know it was already up. His name is Neil Butler. Not only did Neil get his bachelor's degree at the University of Florida and his master's degree there, but he also taught there. Now, the first African-American to graduate from the University College of Nursing, I remember her coming to my floor in my Peds when I was an assistant, and how proud I was to see this brilliant young lady coming there, and that's Mrs. Evelyn Mickles. She was their first African-American graduate. She graduated in 1967. I was later with 6-year-old and a 10-year-old, and I Santa Fe Open integrated in 1968, so I worked all night as a nursing assistant, took classes all day at the Bureau's building to get my associate degree so that I could go to the University of Florida, and I graduated in 1970. But Neil not only graduated and did those things, but Mr. Neil went on to become a mayor of Gainesville, Florida. Under Neil's guidance, a lot of great things were done. He added to the police department. There were 3 people there. He brought them up to 20. He had other areas of the city that he poured his energy into, and those divisions grew as well. So as we look back on history, we need to look back from whence we've come. And we've come a long way, but let me tell you, I don't want you to walk out of here today thinking we have achieved integration. When we say we've achieved integration, we stop. And I told the president of the University of Florida, I like telling people things, when I was in a meeting with them, that they have not integrated the University of Florida. We have desegregated a lot of places. Integration is not here yet. The job's not done. I hope when I come back again, I'll have more to share, but I appreciate your listening because I value this. I really do value it because I think when there are ears to listen and old folk like me to teach, we all grow from it. That's why I'm so happy to have audiences wherever they are, and I'm so very willing to share what little bit I know, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for always being willing to come talk with us. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to early public comment. I have one person signed up, Jim Conish, speaking to item 2025-569.
Welcome, Mr. Conish.
Mr. Mayor, Jim Conish. I'm probably going to have to pay about $20,000 in property taxes, and unfortunately, I'll have to pass that along to my tenants. And this is just another reason it's not affordable to live in Gainesville. And building a 14-story building is not going to make it more affordable either, sir. I saw you into EV20 across from the business school preaching voodoo economics. And I found it insulting, having attended the school myself and graduated with high honors. So constantly raising the taxes, the fire assessments, the business taxes, so you can basically pursue failed policies is not a good formula, sir. And The reason those kind of decisions are so disastrous is we have the University of Florida bigger than the city, GRU, and the county times 2. Freeloading on local government altogether. Paying nothing. And not just on campus. We have direct support organizations spreading all over the city, such as UF Health. We have sophisticated private partners in partnership with UF, making large profits, paying the city and the county nothing. School board, nothing. Water management district, nothing. Library, nothing. Paying nothing. And receiving a lot of services, sir. I don't see a light. There's no timer.
You have a little over a minute.
Okay, I'll go with that. I observe the rules.
Thank you.
So now that Chuck Clemens is in charge of intergovernmental relations at UF, before you get thrown out of office, before they transfer ownership of GRU to the authority, and before they dissolve the city of Gainesville altogether, sir, and possibly start holding people responsible for what we see out there in the field, sir, you've been audited. They're not going to forget about this. You need to drop all your opposition to the authority, and you need to get in a mutually beneficial partnership with UF in conjunction with the county and school board, or the city of Gainesville will be dissolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conish. It's always uplifting to hear from you.
Next, we are on to general public comment. We have 6 folks signed up, starting with Robert Mounts, followed by Khalid Blount.
Could we've got a group of young folks here.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. I am so sorry. I was coming on tell. I feel y'all need some brightness after that comment. My name is Carla Lewis, for the record. I am the CEO of Greater Duval Neighborhood Association, and I have with me 20 of my students, half of whom are in the basement, probably watching this on another screen. Our discussion this week is our local government, how it works, what it does or doesn't do, how we advocate, who the people are. And so today my class had a entire lesson on all of you, where you're from, what you do, what you hold. We learned about weak mayors and strong mayors and all of the things that the system taught us. But I just wanted them to be in this space and to see the faces that are behind the decisions that are being made in their city. We talked about our commissioner, who is Ms. Walker, who invited us every year that she's been here, invite us to come here as her guest. I did want to say thank you to the city departments, code enforcement, Sarita's gonna kill me, Sarit Sila, and that entire department for hosting our kids for shadowing. This was our first shadowing event, so they've been on ride-alongs and they've been spending some time over at the Thomas Center with those crew, and we are really appreciative of the way that you all are allowing our kids to kind of get in, because they're our future. They're hopefully be sitting in y'all seats someday and making these same decisions. So I think it's important for us to get started now. So thank you all for making way for us, and all the way up to your security who checked all of us in and then realized that we only had a few seats. And so, but was so gracious to check us in. Thank you. And just know that our kids are watching, they're listening, and we are telling them who you are and about the decisions that you're making, and letting them know that there is a connection to their local government, so that they know that this is not some far off things. These are your neighbors. These are your friends. These are the people that are making decisions about your community. And you can call them anytime and get on their schedules and let them know. Okay. Thank you. Y'all want to stand up? This gentleman said y'all should stand up. But no, and we're going to stand up and make our exit, because people want to discuss these agenda items, and so we're going to move out of the way. But I wanted them to be in this space and to let you all know who they are, and for them to see who you are. Thank you much.
Thank you all so much. I appreciate you being here. Before you leave, Mr. Duncan Walker, you want to
Mr. Mayor, thank you so much. I did want to take just a few moments to once again thank the youth and the folks who every year without fail, all year long, dedicate their time, their resources, a lot of times coming out of your personal pockets, to make sure that the young people in our community have access not just to local government, but that they have access to safe places, that they have access to recreation, that they have access to education. The work that the Summer Sling program and the Greater Duval Neighborhood Association has done over a myriad of years has certainly not gone unnoticed, but also I know that I can see the tangible results of your work, Carla, Andrew's work, all of the parents and the volunteers that pour into these young people. It has made such an incredible difference. I also want to say this to my colleagues here at the dais. You have heard me talk about this group here. You have probably seen some of the pictures that I've put up on the screen from one of my first encounters with the Summer Sling program, where I asked them what they felt would be important in helping young people not to put a gun in their hands for violent reasons. And this was the group that helped to inform and shape some of the policy that we actually crafted for them. They were the ones who leaned in and said, young people need to have a voice. And so I want to thank you, my colleagues, for listening to them, because as a result, we now have some of these individuals, or at least one from this group, that is on our steering committee, and I hope to see more of them. But they understand the importance of community engagement, civic engagement, and I am pretty sure that we'll be seeing at least a few of them probably up here on this dais at some point in the very near future. I thank you, Summer Sling, and thank you, young people. You guys are incredible. Thank
Are you
you.
going to take a picture with them?
Absolutely.
We all come up here and just get a picture
Yeah.
with all of us, just come
Yeah.
stand in front of us here.
You may want to give a call to the ones downstairs.
Yeah, let's get them from down. Can they-
Wait for a minute.
I think Mr.
So if we
Alexander
could have
is
a
here.
runner
You have
go
something
down.
for us.
And for all of us, Fred, hey, Miss Jean.
They are listening, but there's a little bit of a delay in the video.
These are the kind of experiences that kids don't forget. And it's one thing to tell them about local government, but they're not gonna forget that they went in front of the people and talked to the mayor and had the commission. They won't forget that. So thank you so much. I appreciate that.
So while we're waiting, sorry, go ahead. Remember that we meet every first and third Thursday, and we're here, we have an evening session too, so when school starts again, don't miss school to come down here. But in the evening, you can come down here and be a part of what we do then as well. And if there's something we're talking about, if there's a law we're making or changing, and you feel strongly about it, come down here and talk to us. You always have the same opportunity that anybody else in the city has. So please come be a part of that.
You have a question, we look like you have a question. Do you like working here? Oh, I know.
She likes it so now she came back for more.
That's right. Yeah, so Ms. Chestnuts have been in various roles and many iterations, and has served, remember we talked about the local and the state, so she's one of the persons that's actually served above our level. So these were some stepping stones, and then she came back to fill a very critical role that we had here. So long time, and just like I said, what did I tell y'all Miss Duncan Walker does for work?
She worked at
She works at Chestnut.
Oh, my gosh.
Similar.
That's where I work with my son.
Let's get some of you over on this side. Maybe like 3 of you come over on this side.
He was at GHS, that was.
Oh, you got more. Bring some of them over towards you.
Oh, look at that. All right.
That's right.
Now y'all squeeze in. Turn sideways, squeeze in.
All right, you ready? We'll do a couple of these. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. And one more. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
I saw that.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Carla. Thanks for your patience, everyone. Madam Clerk.
All right, Mr.
It
Mayor.
was worth every minute of it.
Yes, we have quite the list. So on to Robert Mounts, followed by Khalid Blount, and then Jim Conish.
Welcome, Mr. Mounts.
Robert Mounts, native of Gainesville, a U.S. citizen. I'm going to get some good trouble today. They should be here to see it. As you may know, this afternoon at 5:30 to 8 o'clock at Fred Cohn Park, 28 blocks down the street, there's yet another protest rally in honor of John Lewis, who passed away 5 years ago today. And this morning, Mark Morial, the president CEO of Urban League, issued a report on the state of Black America, which he said on television this morning is essentially the state of American democracy. And as passionate as I am about local issues and zoning and big buildings, being a product of Manning Dower's political science department back in the day, University of Florida Law School, 25 years as an Air Force lawyer. Can you imagine how I felt when the first thing the Secretary of Defense, Hegseth, did was to fire all 3 of the service judge advocate generals of the services for the express purpose of removing any obstacles to the Trump agenda. And then they fired 17 inspectors general. And they're firing anyone else that's going to get in their, they think was going to get in their way. You think I'm passionate about zoning? That pales. And I know every one of you agree with me, and that's why I'm going to suggest that you adjust your recess tonight. Instead of 4:30, make it 5:30 so some of you can pop in and show up at Fred Cohn Park and join the growing multitudes of people that are part of the resistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mounts.
And we have Khalid Blount,
Welcome,
followed
Mr.
by Jim Conish, and then Janice Gary.
Okay, I'm gonna say this little bit and get out of here so I can get ready for that 5:30. I want to tell you the story of a recent experience with the RTS bus system. And most of you, I think, are familiar with how Rosa Parks is set up. There's 5 buses down one row, and some of them come park on that side, and then there's a turnaround where they come up the other side with another 5 buses, and they go out onto 3rd Street. Lots of drivers, even if they're pulling out, they see someone running for the bus, they'll come around and pull back up to the curb and pick up a person who's trying to run for the bus. And that's common, and it's nice treatment. On the 13th, I was getting off bus 15 to switch to bus 26, and it is a transfer station, right? So you're supposed to be able to get off one bus and get on another one. So I got off 15, and I'm walking as fast as my little legs will carry me up to the 26, and it pulls away from the curb, even though I'm hollering, hey, 26, 26. So I crossed to the other side, assuming this driver would return to the curb because we got eye contact. The driver saw me. But that driver decided to go on. Well, I don't want to believe that that's just a nasty person. And I've seen this behavior sometimes, and I think it's the issue of driver morale, and some drivers are passing on their bad feelings the only way they can, which is on the passengers. I'm still waiting to see an RTS whose #1 dedication is getting as many people where they need to go as directly as possible. And when buses are pulling out of Rosa Parks the same time that buses are pulling in, that's saying, oh, they can just wait the next hour for the next one. How do you transfer between moving buses? The other thing I wanted to talk about was what looks like electric waste. You know, I live just a little ways from GRU, and I always have to look at that building, how it was lit up like Christmas at nighttime, and think, what a waste. And I've been going to the yoga classes on the plaza, and I noticed that there's very bright lights on the stage that are on night and day, 24/7. These bright lights are on. And I was thinking, well, they need to scold the staff about keeping those on. And then I noticed you have bright lights on the porch of City Hall that are on all night and day. So you can't expect thrift and conservation from the people if you don't demonstrate it. And I was going to talk to you about something else, but time's not remaining. But look up on your Google a plan called Global 2000 that conservatives were circulating in 1979 that talked about getting rid of pockets of useless eaters by withdrawing aid, food, and medical, by fomenting wars, and especially, it said, in resource-rich areas. So this culling of the herd is now happening in this country as well as internationally.
Thank you, Mr. Blount.
So we have Jim Conish, followed by Janice Gary, and then Johnny Law.
Welcome back, Mr. Conish.
Mr. Mayor, Jim Conish, we're going to have a big battle of misinformation over a straw ballot later on in the fall. And if anyone would like to really have the truth about GRU, you can go to whitepagegrumore.com, and you'll find a lot of information that I've accumulated over a couple of decades. At my house, as you know, Mr. Mayor, I take off from $120 a month if I don't use anything. It's harsh. And Mr. Berlarski would have you believe that our bundled bills are convenient. Well, if you're one of 3,166 meter, put it this way, if you're behind one of 3,166 meters disconnected, sir, I don't think being without electricity altogether is convenient, particularly with all the fines and the increased deposits you're going to be hit with, sir. Because with AMI, they just push a button. You're turned off. I've been turned off erroneously 3 times. You know, I know how to get it back on. A lot of people don't. But more importantly, year to date, 9,800,000 in collections. I know you're not an economist by other comments you made, sir, but these numbers are disastrous. These numbers are unsustainable. All the people that talk about the poor and the disenfranchised, they're getting hammered, but their own people don't care. Because as long as the pork keeps flowing their way, they don't care about all the houses in their neighborhoods that are dark. They don't care. They don't care that their own people was sold into economic slavery by their elected officials. They just want the pork. Now, my grandfather got off a boat. His name was Krandashevsky. It changed to Conish. He worked in a coal mine and had 14 kids. When our family stopped having too many kids, things got a lot better. And education is not enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conish. I would remind everyone here that the Gainesville City Commission does not set GRU rates. Thank you.
We have Janice Gary, followed by Johnny Law, and then Angela Castile.
Welcome, Ms. Gary.
Good afternoon. My name is Janice Gary, and I am past president of the League of Women Voters of Alachua County. On behalf of the League, I am here today to give Mayor Ward an award that we were unable to give him at a meeting. 2 of the pillars of the League are a just democracy and home rule, that people can make their own decisions. Who could have predicted how difficult protecting those privileges would have been over the last couple of years? None of us can predict the future, but we can choose how to respond to issues that arise. Mayor Ward chose to lead this community so that the voters could decide via a referendum. And therefore, we would like to give you an award. Does protocol allow you to join me?
I'm going to come join you, yes.
So, the League of Women Voters of Alachua County, with gratitude and appreciation, wishes to name Mayor Harvey Ward 2025 Defender of Democracy and Home Rule. During the 2024 election season, the city of Gainesville experienced a breach of democratic processes and the encroachment of home rule. Mayor Ward served voters by being an advocate for the integrity of our democracy and the sovereignty of home rule. And I got to sign it because I was still president at the time. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And I'm sorry that I wasn't able to be there. As you know, we had a family emergency that day. Here, let's get a photo here.
Thank you.
It does mean a great deal to me to be recognized by the league, and we have a lot of work left to do.
Yes,
together.
we do.
So, thank
And
you.
we're still here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. So we have Johnny Long, followed by Angela Castile and Bruce Frendall.
Ad hoc.
Welcome, Mr. Law.
Thank you. A POTUS here. And U.S. POTUS will be breaking stuff down that y'all do not understand after I get done speaking. Okay, I want to show this first. Like that outrage that happened in front of our federal courthouses and our family and civil courthouses, to where fake protesters, paid to spread propaganda, lied on International Homeland Security, ICE, tried to pretend that we are detaining migrants when we don't detain migrants. Migrants are South American, North American, Central American. Now, ICE is here picking up domestic terrorists and terrorists, along with why I have the Navy here picking up terrorists who broke in.
Mr. Law.
Mm-hmm.
Turn your picture. Let me put it up.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, and they were speaking against our vets. And I already told them that they cannot have our vets. And so I want to honor George Washington. He was really the third one to be president of the 13 colonies, to where John Hancock was shot within 2 weeks. Native American president was shot the next 2 weeks, and then George Washington, a.k.a. King Henry. I salute a.k.a. King Henry for rebelling against Britain, because Britain had rebelled against Great Britain and England. And I want to go on my grandmother, Princess Pocahontas Diana. Yeah. Okay. I'll show you what I've been showing everyone else. Welcome to freedom. You are being rescued. And that's Uniform Commercial Code 1-308. Now, this right here, nurse mythology. That is where you find the name Jesus comes from. For Jesus is a part of the nurse mythology, son of Nun, god of wood, fertility, Easter egg, and Saturn, also known as Belial, also known as Moloch. So the ones that have been attacking are also known as the Vikings. That's West Africa, Britain, Israel, Egypt. So when Paul and Constantine created Christianity, they said that they would not get rid of their old paganistic ways, for they would not worship or call upon one brown skin, known as Yahweh. Tetragrammaton, capital letter L, capital letter O, capital letter R, capital letter D.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up soon, there, Mr. Law. Thank you.
So yeah, the Navy is here rescuing. That's why the Navy is here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Angela Castile, followed by Bruce Frendall.
Welcome, Ms. Castillo.
Good afternoon, Angela Castile. I'm here, not just for this, I'm here for something later on today too, but I would like to address Sunshine Law. And one of the commissioners spends an awful lot of time on social media, and they have a commissioner page, which is subject to public records request. I did ask for public records, and I was met with a response that there was no such record. And at that point, 2 hours later, I received a response from that commissioner, and they produced the video that they pulled down, or that they said that they didn't know would delete within 24 hours. Now, this person spends an awful lot of time on social media, has a lot of social media engagement. They know what's going to delete and what's not. They've been on social media for a very long time. Therefore, I think that there needs to be a discussion within, on an agenda at some point, discussing the Sunshine Law. And for those of us that possibly don't know about Sunshine Law, it would be educational for the public to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo.
Bruce Frendall.
Welcome, Mr. Frendall. And go Gators.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mayor Ward, Commissioners, Chief Moya, fellow citizens. My name is Bruce Frendall. I'm known to the homeless community as Gator Bruce. I have been a homeless advocate in Gainesville for many years. I attended the first planning session for Grace Marketplace. I work for no one. I represent those who have no voice. The Holy Spirit guides me, and to me, Jesus is real. He's no myth. I have 2 college degrees from UF, and I had a 34-year professional career in architecture, but I was actually homeless several times several years ago. I addressed you last in May regarding this heartbreaking situation in our community. Things are not going well. Life on the street is never fun. It's a struggle for survival every day, especially in brutal heat. I interact with homeless almost on a daily basis. I know some by name. They know my vehicle. I provide food, cold water, and any encouragement I can. The other night, I made yet another visit to Grace. Again, I was appalled at what I witnessed. There remain about 20 encampments outside the gate there. I am told by those who will speak to me that they either feel unsafe inside Grace or that there aren't enough beds. Either way, it's not good. The city of Gainesville has made strides in recent years dealing with this unfortunate situation. I do not know if the new director at Grace is working out. Chief Moya and I keep in regular contact, and GPD is doing its best to be accommodating and helpful to those caught in this trap. There is no harassment. As a result of my experience, I have concluded that eradication of homelessness is not a practical goal. People drift in and out of homelessness all the time. If you can't find work, you're soon at risk. So what I'm asking you today is to do your best to continue assisting these, your fellow citizens. Provide whatever additional funding is needed, and please have a heart in your decision-making. Thank you very much for your time. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Frendall. I appreciate your continued advocacy and
Sure thing.
work for the matter.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to our business discussion items for the afternoon, 2025-471, appointments to the Gainesville-Alachua County Regional Airport Authority and the Historic Preservation Board. With recommendation, the City Commission discuss applications received for appointments to the Gainesville-Alachua County Regional Airport Authority and the Historic Preservation Board.
Very good, thank you. Can you tell us, first of all, how many applicants we have and the names of the applicants for the airport board?
Yes, we have 3 applicants, Adrian Hayes Santos, who is seeking reappointment, John Hooker, and Alexander Sanchez Hamilton.
All right, I see at least 2 of you here. Do we want to, I'll offer you the lectern to talk to us for a couple of minutes by alphabetical name, by alphabet. That would be you first, Adrian. Yeah. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. Good afternoon. I'm Adrian Hayes Santos, and it's been an honor to serve as a partial term on the Airport Authority, and I'm reapplying for a full term to serve on the Airport Authority. Main goals align with what I had before, continuing to expand the economic viability of our airport and the area around it, expanding our destinations and the number of our capacity and how often our planes are leaving as well. We've continued to expand our facilities there as well. We have a groundbreaking of our multimodal parking garage on August 14th at 11 a.m. and please invite you all to come out. And we continue on to work as kind of your representative on the Airport Authority of working on economic development in that area, knowing that it's a major goal of this commission and of the airport as well. So I hope to continue to serve on the Airport Authority and also as an Airport Authority's member on the MTPO as well, working with you on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, Mr. Hooker. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm glad to be able to be here. I thought I'd be out of town this week, but it was a DC trip and Congress did what they do and changed things at the last minute. So I'm glad to be able to be here. By way of introduction, I'm John Hooker and I'm a city resident. I've lived in 4 different cities and I love Gainesville. I fell in love with Gainesville as a kid growing up in Tampa. My grandmother was a city commissioner in the large metropolis of Reddick, Florida, just south of here. And so when we'd visit her, she'd bring me up to Gainesville to go to Gator games or whatever. And I just absolutely fell in love with the city and the campus. And so of the 4 places I've lived, Gainesville is the only city that I actively looked to live. The other places I went to for work or I was born into it. So for starters, my interest in this board is just my overall interest in public service and an opportunity to give back and give to the community. I see the Gainesville Airport as a key driver for local economic development. It's not just for transportation, it's a gateway for business recruitment, tourism, and even more possible workforce expansion. And so I think it's a wonderful resource to enhance the visibility of our community on the national and international level when you look at how many students we have, especially students and faculty that come from all over the world. I have a background working for the university and now I'm applying my personal capacity, but I work for Santa Fe College. One of the significant areas under me is grant management. And so when I look at all the great things that the current board member just talked about, the new parking garage and the other improvements that have been made through grants, I think about all of the activity that I look for constantly every day on how we can do that for the college. And just to let you know, this last year, we pursued $12 million of grants for the college and are coming in at around half of that actually having received them. So I hope to bring that kind of skill set to the board. I'm a collaborative by nature, and if I receive the appointment from the city, I'll look to the city on kind of the direction on where we should go. So other than that, I'm excited for the opportunity, if I get the opportunity to serve and to contribute to this wonderful resource we have in our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hooker. And Mr. Sanchez Hamilton.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. It's such a pleasure for me to be here. Alexander Sanchez Hamilton, long name, but it means so much. Young Latino immigrant, originally from the Dominican Republic. Gainesville has been my home ever since I got to the States. I started my journey in Miami. And the first time I heard about Gainesville, it was working for American Airlines at the Miami International Airport, and just that flight taking off the ramp, I just asked myself, what's Gainesville? What's over there? What is that about? And ever since, it has been the place that brought the American dream to my life and to my family's life. My whole family lived here. My career has started all completely here. I came for study and end up just developing a wonderful life here. As a director, I'm in marketing right now, and in that arena, I have been blessed to be part of the development of Gainesville as a community and the Latino community in Gainesville, and to be considered in this board will be a pleasure, more than a pleasure, an honor for me, because that airport has been the gateway, not just for my American dream, for the American dreams of my family and many other hardworking people that come to America to make of our lives in this place a better place for ourselves and for everybody else. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you. So we have 2 openings for these 3 excellent applicants, and that means we have to make a choice. Is there any comment from the board up here? Commissioner Buck?
Mayor, it's always a pleasure when we have one of our committees and we have more applicants, all who appear eminently qualified for positions, because we're not always in that case. Just from my standpoint, I realize we'll be voting here on paper, but I always advocate for reappointment if somebody who's already been in a position, because they're already in the mix and doing the work that we know. So I think that helps us for Mr. Hayes Santos. The other 2 candidates are both good. I can just advocate that while both appear qualified, Mr. Hooker has a real breadth of experience that probably behooves us to consider. And that would be it. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Mayor.
Commissioner. Much appreciated. Anyone else? All right, if you would please pass your ballots to the left. One more. Thank you. And as we count these ballots, let me say once again that you're all 3 excellent candidates, and the one of you who is not chosen, we will have openings again, so please keep your eye on it.
Mr. Mayor, we have 7 votes for Adrian Hayes Santos, 6 votes for John Hooker, and 1 vote for Alexander Sanchez Hamilton.
Very good. Commissioner Hayes Santos, congratulations. Happy to have you on the board again. Mr. Hooker, happy to have you on there again. And Mr. Sanchez Hamilton, please do continue to be a part of what we're doing here at the City of Gainesville. Thank you for being a part of this. All right. Okay, if you would please, I don't think we need to. That's good enough.
That's good enough, yes, Mr. Mayor. If we are on to the ballot for the Historic Preservation Board. We have Nigel Rudolph and Jacqueline Trentiso.
Yeah.
Okay,
So that's
I apologize about
2
that.
applicants for 1 position.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Rudolph or Ms. Treniso with us today? Okay. All right. Anyone up here? Commissioner Eastman?
Yeah, I've looked over both of the applicants. It looks like both of the applicants are, very well qualified. I will say that Mr. Rudolph has been, I've known him for many, many years. He has his master's in historic preservation. Has been a big part of the historic preservation community here locally. Has been an archaeologist for over 20 years. I think his breadth of experience in all of this would really come in handy for us. He's been a go-to person for me to ask as historic preservation has come up within the community. So I'm really happy to see him have applied.
Very good.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willits?
Mr. Mayor. I've done, Mr. Rudolph does history bike Gainesville bike history. I've done 2 of his rides to ride around Gainesville and learn about history. One was a Halloween kind of spooky thing that was a little silly, but with some serious stuff. And I forget what the topic of the other one was. So I have some experience of seeing his passion for Gainesville history, and I think he comes slightly from a more archaeology, is that right? Archaeology background. But I really appreciate his commitment, and I think he's a great a great applicant to join that board. Yeah, I support him. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Is there any public comment on either of these, actually?
No one signed up for public
All right,
comment.
if you all would please fill out your ballot and pass it down. Thank you. That it? Yep, okay. I think we're good. One of these days, I'm gonna bring the Jeopardy music with me to play during these lulls in the meeting. And just for everyone's edification, we did make an appointment, a reappointment to the Downtown Advisory Board this morning. There was only one applicant for one position, so that was on the consent agenda this morning. That was Tim Hutchins. Mhm. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, we have 6 votes for Nigel Rudolph and 1 vote for Jacqueline Trentissa.
Okay, very good. If you would please advise both of them that we appreciate their application and let the winning applicant know that he's been appointed.
I will, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Very good. All right, Madam Clerk.
We are on to our resolutions for the afternoon. 2025-519, authorization to apply for a hazard mitigation grant program grants and FEMA public assistance grants. With the recommendation, the City Commission adopt the resolution which authorizes the city manager or designee to apply for and accept if awarded HMGP grants for projects listed on the local mitigation strategy and public assistance grants, and execute grant agreements and any other necessary documents with the Florida Division of Emergency Management, subject to approval by the city attorney or designee as to form and legality.
Very good, thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Gail Morey, Interim Public Works Director. This item is basically a resolution for us to allow Public Works to be able to apply and enter, and citywide apply and enter for HMGP grants and also public assistance grants. And the HMGP grants would be those projects that are listed on the local mitigation strategy process through Alachua County, which we are a member of. I have with me today Andy Renshaw, who is the vice chair of that LMS committee. I also have Dr. Shane Williams, who is the supervising engineer over stormwater. So they've been processing the projects that are on that list through the application process and scoring process. So any detailed questions that you might have, they would be happy to answer. The HMGP grants allow us to get 75% of match. So it's a 75-25, which is very much in our favor. A lot of the projects that we have been getting have been mitigation, replacement of homes that have been repetitive flooded. So we have a few of those. And then we also have several projects currently on the queue. For Helene, that is the most recent NOFA, or Notice of Funding Availability, that's out. That has the larger amount of money, and we have 4 projects on that list, 2 on the primary and 2 on the secondary. And so we do have Dr. Williams or Mr. Renshaw could provide additional detail on that. And that's basically what the item is just a resolution that in the future will allow us to apply for these. Sometimes the NOFAs don't come out in a timely manner for us to get onto the commission, so time can also be a factor. But in general, again, most of the projects that we have are identified on the LMS and also on the CIP, the Capital Improvement Plan.
Very good, thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this?
We do not have any public comment.
All right, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move resolution 2025519.
Second.
All right, we have a motion in multiple seconds. Commissioner Book.
That was it. I think that it's a good motion. It's exactly the way emergency management works. It's the way to do smart local mitigation, and so I support the motion.
Very good. All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Willetts? Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel? Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are on to our ordinances for the afternoon. We have for second reading ordinance number 2025-133, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately .66 acres of property generally located at 1542 West University Avenue, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from Urban 8 to Planned Development, providing land development regulations, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Very good, thank you. Is there any need for a presentation from staff? Okay, all right. Would the applicant like to make a presentation? You don't have to, but if you certainly are able, if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, we will not give a presentation unless we are needed. We have submitted that into the clerk's office and to video, so if you have any questions or if any rebuttal is necessary, we would like to make sure that we're resting on the record that was created at the last public hearing on June 5th, plus all the materials in the application and all of staff's report. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This was just a question for the city attorney, which dealt with, do we kind of still follow the rules of quasi-judicial or as it relates to the second reading?
That's correct. You're still within a quasi-judicial proceedings.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there any public comment on this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have several folks signed up. First is Abe Goldman, followed by Dr. Mark Goldstein, and then Adrian Hayes Santos.
Very good. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here. I'm the current president of the University Park Neighborhood Association, which includes this area, which is in College Park, but that's part of our neighborhood association. We're probably the largest neighborhood association in the city. We're very concerned about this, and we want to point out that although we can understand the need for more housing construction, for, to some extent, more affordable housing, it's questionable how affordable this is, but, you know, but we don't need this as a basically extreme event. I mean, it's a demographic hurricane. And what this is requesting, what this is proposing, is the tallest building, tallest structure in Gainesville, with 750 bedrooms, possibly, who knows, maybe 1,000 residents, or at least 750 residents, with a lot of representations that were highly questionable in Mr. Diedenbach's original presentation in June 5th. First of all, the idea that, you know, professionals, young assistant professors, university staff, people like Commissioner Eastman, for example, with his young family, are going to move into this structure, which is almost certainly going to be, if not entirely, then certainly dominated by university students. You're not going to get young professionals, and believe me, I used to be an assistant professor. I'm a retired UF faculty member. No assistant professor is going to move into this. This is going to create massive hazards. I mean, you've got a massive concentration of young people in an area where you could have fires, could have police incidents. It's going to have, you know, just an enormous potential for untoward events, which are not taken into account here at all. And there is no parking. I mean, really, as I said, we live in University Park. You go around to all of the local, formerly single-family homes that are being rented by students. The yards are full of parked vehicles. And the idea that you have no parking in this gigantic structure, but you're relying on a paid parking area with another $150 per month requirement cost for parking, adding to the really quite high cost of the rentals. Even the affordable rentals are going to be between $900 and $1,400 per bedroom. That's for the 40% that are either workforce or affordable rents. This is going to be an expensive place. It's going to cost even more for the market rentals. We really don't need something this scale, and it will be a demographic hurricane. So I'm asking you to please reconsider this vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, we have Dr. Mark Goldstein, followed by Adrian Hayes Santos, and then Dave Wilson.
Good afternoon. Mark Goldstein speaking. Commissions make mistakes. 4 of you have made this mistake. The 4-3 vote for this impact makes no sense. It also violates the traditions and some of the legal courses that the city of Gainesville has maintained. Until recently, the first thing we asked when somebody from a development industry came in and said, we want to put this thing right here. We said, does it fit? Does it fit? If it didn't fit, we asked staff to look at it. Then we got an independent evaluation, not the evaluation of the developer, which you got. Money spent to make money, but an independent evaluation. Like I get in my laboratory and they tell me this cures breast cancer. I say, wait a minute, who are you working for? We don't have an independent evaluation. We have the developer's evaluation. He's got lots of people here and lots of money. He's got a lot of corporations. 3 of you understand that. 1 of the 4 of you has to look at it and say, does this fit? We had another deal. We're not going to put high-rise outside 13th Street. This was promised. I was here. It was promised. We all agreed on it. The only high-rise we're going to do, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 stories, is on main streets. We know we can get around it. You know, I know you can get into the deals and go to management and pay some corporations and get influenced by them and get around the deal. But it doesn't make it fit. That doesn't make it fit. When you stick this in the middle of a city, not on a main street, not where the traffic is going to happen anyhow, and you increase the intensity of a 14-story building in the middle, 4 of you have made a mistake that the rest of us are going to have to live with, and you are too. So you got one more shot to say no, and you got good legal grounds to, even though they're going to sue you and all that kind of stuff. That's baloney. It don't mean nothing. They sue all the time. You've got millions of dollars worth of lawyers to defend the city forever. They can't last forever. Thanks for your attention. And one of the 4 of you who think this thing works, one of you, change your vote so you can say no, let's delay and review the impact of this thing. It doesn't fit, and it's in the wrong place, and it's going to be a high-rise slum. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I would note for clarity that this is on State Road 26, University Avenue.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't hear what you said. My hearing at 87 years old is declined.
I said I would note for clarity that this is on University, or at least adjacent to University Avenue. State Road
Adjacent
26.
to. It's in the middle of the city, Mr. Mayor. If you want to vote for it, fine.
It is on a major thoroughfare. Let's be clear about that.
Make a mistake, Mr. Mayor.
Uh-huh.
Adrian Hayes Santos, followed by Dave Wilson, and then Robert Mounts.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm here on behalf of Gainesville is for People, which is a grassroots organization that's focused on how do we make our city more affordable for housing, more walkable and inclusive. We strongly support this development for a variety of different reasons. It brings much needed housing to our city. That's how we drive down rental prices, by having more and more housing where we want it, by UF, where jobs are, where there's transit, where it's walkable. People can just get directly to it. They don't have to have a car, which helps reduce our carbon footprint as well. This is also, I think, will be one of the most environmentally friendly projects the city has ever had. By building up instead of building out, we protect our rural and environmental lands on the edge of our city and reduce sprawl, and reduce the number of car trips that will be needed as well, as these people will be relying on walking, biking, and on our transit system as well. And importantly, it addresses a longstanding issue that the neighborhood has brought forward many times in this area. It's a number of students who are living in single-family homes deeper into the neighborhood. The reason why that is because there's not enough housing for students closer to campus. So by building more housing closer to campus, it reduces the impact on the single-family neighborhoods in the back and actually will help, I think, the neighborhoods achieve the goals that they want. This is the kind of sustainable, forward-thinking development that our city needs, and we strongly hope that you all move forward with this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dave Wilson, followed by Robert Mounts.
Welcome.
Mayor Ward, thank you for having us. I would like to follow up on what Abe Goldman said, that the issues here, first of all, the parking is a joke. 13 parking spaces for 750 beds is ridiculous. And the thought that families are going to move in, that point was made before. The thought that families are going to move in. A mom with a couple kids is going to park over at the Standard and walk her kids over there, go shopping, come back, and walk her kids back with bags of groceries is just ridiculous. And so I think the parking is joke. Also, as one who, as an undergraduate, went to University of Wisconsin, the first year I spent in the dorms was 70 students, not 700. And the drinking, the alcohol, the incredible behavior drove me out as a freshman to move off campus because it was so bad. The thought that families are going to live there is ridiculous. And so I think it's purely a student project, and I think to contend otherwise is ridiculous. Also, the impact to the neighborhood. I live 7 blocks from the structure that's going up. We have neighbors who couldn't make it today who live 3 or 4 blocks from the proposed site. Couldn't make it because they're working. The noise, the trash, yard parking, traffic safety, those issues have not been addressed. Just this morning, walking on my morning walk, I pick up trash. Every day, trash is there. The city is not capable of taking care of the trash issues. I do my best to keep the neighborhood clean. And I want to thank the 3 of you who voted against this proposal. I really appreciate your efforts and your comments at the last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Mounts.
Welcome, Mr. Mounts.
Robert Mounts, immediate past president of the University Park Neighborhood Association. We fought a number of zoning wars over the years, and in the process, I learned an awful lot about the 2017 Comprehensive Plan and the Land Development Code. And the purpose of it was to achieve certainty for developers and for the community as to how this community would grow. And they established transect zones along the major thoroughfares like 13th Street and University Avenue. And all of University Avenue west from 13th Street is zoned as, I think, most of it U8, which allows 5 stories by right, 6 stories with a bonus. And that's so far, that's what's been built there, except for the anomaly, the 10-story standard on 13th Street and University Avenue. But the one thing that was, 2 things that I called out then was a problem, is that nothing was done to provide greater public input in the decision-making process. The neighborhood workshops are useless. You know, the notice went out 400 feet from around this block, city block. Not one single family resident, to my knowledge, got notice of this project. So we're late in responding to it. The other was creating the huge exception of, well, maybe you can do it as a PUD, plan unit development, plan development. And at that time, the thinking was, well, that should be restricted to parcels that are at least 10 acres or more. I think that may have even been in the code at the time. It's not there now, but you're talking about 0.66 of an acre, 2/3 of an acre, and going up 14 stories. When on the one side, you've got a one-story Baptist Student Union. On the other side, you've got the Episcopal Chapel of the Incarnation, also one story. And within a very short distance, a single-family neighborhood. There's no way scale like that is anything but spot zoning, which we used to say was against the law. And the developer said, more like this is coming. They're watching to see what you're going to do with this project. With the one on Southwest 2nd, my understanding is they got the additional floors not through a PUD-PD, but because it was next to downtown zoning, after all. It was zoned for 8 stories. They offered 20 units of workforce housing, and you gave them 12. I don't know if that's being built yet, but that's what you approved a year and a half ago. So what could be done there with the existing zoning? You know, I've asked myself, well, with 6 stories, if you had units that were actually built for sale or lease to faculty and staff and young people, professionals, you could build a 6-story building there, and you could provide parking on the first floor for those residents. That's a far better and much more needed building. Can't tell John Fleming or people like that you can't make a profit over reasonable development. This is out of scale. You need to disapprove it.
Thank you, Mr. Mounts.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you all for your comments. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question related for the Department of Sustainable Development, so we could talk about the comprehensive plan. Thanks, Director. When we had this one, we had quite comprehensive discussions about affordability and the comprehensive plan and the competent and substantial evidence, which has to support a vote. And my question, I think I have this in notes, is what can the current builder build by right, regardless? Does not have to come to us, but without vote in this particular location.
For the zoning itself, it would be by right under the existing zoning, which if by recollection is U8.
Okay, which is how many stories?
I would have to go and look at our report.
So my notes indicated that, at least in the current configuration, it could be 11 stories. If anybody has a correction or something, I'm wrong. That's what they could build without.
With live local as well.
With the existing state statute, with the live local provision, they could go to 11 stories. I think that is accurate. I see some heads shaking yes, but it's a pretty important confirmation if that's the case.
It may be best for me to get the planner that worked directly on the report up here. He'll be able to answer a lot more of that detail.
Hi, good afternoon. Nathaniel Chan, planner for sustainable development. So for under the Live Local Act, the maximum building height would be 12 stories.
12, okay. And the affordable components, I know we're using the term affordable. I do make the contention that there's actually nothing affordable in this particular project because the 80% AMI, thank you to the cheat sheet that we use frequently on Florida Housing Income Limit, says that 80% AMI says one person could live there if they make $58,000 or less. That's not an affordable unit. $58,000 or less is a fairly high wage in our area. And then there's a percentage of units at 120% AMI for those watching. This is affordable and a medium income. And 120% income says that one person has to make less than $87,000 in the city of Gainesville and still qualify for this affordable housing. So I feel like that's not a valid comparison. Affordable is a very loose term. But the families and the residents I know would almost all would be affordable, and yet that's probably not who we're focusing on if we're really trying to get affordable amount of units. That's more just a comment. That's not a question. I appreciated the building and the height. So the good parts of the project, density in an urban core is good, and I've voted for some of those. That's what you do. You keep people, and that reduces, I think, Mr. Senator, that does reduce sprawl. So that's a good thing. It keeps people moving in various mobility ways right within a center, and reduces impact. So I understand that. And micromobility in that area and the ability to be next to the university are positives. The concerns that I have under the comprehensive plan, I do not believe it's consistent, and I can only vote in ways by law that indicate it's consistent or inconsistent. I'm not the expert as our staff line, so I really appreciate Nathaniel Chan, the tremendous amount of work that you do on most of these big issues. I think it's inconsistent with transportation choice, for example. That's section 2 of the comprehensive plan, because there is no transportation choice here, or very little for a very small percentage of the people that are going to live there. So the collateral impacts of that, which also bear on the comprehensive plan, deal with mobility and impacts in both the transect area and incrementally down the streets from there. And I feel that that's inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. That's water, drainage, infrastructure, transportation, and the ability to move into an area. So again, I feel that's inconsistent. That's some of my notes. I do think it bears directly on pedestrian safety in an area that we already have tremendous pedestrian safety concern. I think that's essentially it in a nutshell. I think it's pretty unique. It already has the ability to go high and vertical and dense, but not at this high in level and vertical, certainly not affordable. So thank you for the work. I am opposed to this particular thing based on the fact that I do not believe it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and competent and substantial evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Willets.
Mr. Mayor. I'm glad we at least, through way of conversation, brought back that the Live Local Act already empowers a lot on this site should the developer and the owner want to build at max height and still have to provide a portion of affordable, but that affordability that the state considers for Live Local is much higher than we kind of consider, right down at the 50 and 80%, much more in the lines of workforce housing. But they could build what they're already entitled to build would end up being tall and very unaffordable because they can't put as many units inside of it, is my understanding. So the thing is like one way or another, they have the right to build a very tall building with some affordable, less than what we want normally, less than this proposal, and it be filled with, in essence, large units, even more expensive. So in a perfect world, we would have changed zoning 30 years ago, or changed the comp plan, and this would have been developed slowly, the whole stretch in 4, 5, 6 stories of all different kinds. But I think waiting until 2017, when we had both a demographic bulge of millennials needing housing, and then we went through pandemic and some of that stuff, is that this is like a perfect storm. But I do want to mention that the people who will live in a building on that site, I don't want to describe them as a disaster. We call that demographic gators. We don't call them hurricanes. That's a university in Miami. We call them friends and neighbors and students, but we call them gators mostly. They're not hurricanes. This is a main street. It doesn't get any more main street unless you want 2 main streets on one side of it and one on the other. But that's the standard, which I think a lot of people don't like. So I want to make sure I mention that. With transportation choice, I want to make sure we understand this, that our comp plan does not say that every single parcel has to have transportation choice. It's that we must provide a city that has lots of different places where people can live with lots of different opportunities for different forms of transport. Right now, nothing in that area is kind of a zero parking, partially because most of it was built before we got rid of our parking minimums. This would be one of those first real forays into it. I'm very worried about parking as well, but I also know that it is a Gainesville and an urban myth that every single student brings a car. It's just not the truth. It's not just the truth. It's a stubborn lie that we keep on thinking about. Anybody who has knocked on doors of a whole bunch of apartments that are not close to the university, I'm talking about me. You meet these students who don't have a car, or they didn't get a car until their 3rd or 4th year. Is more common than we realize. I think we look at all of this through our lens of being, frankly, most of us upper middle class and rising, And we think, oh, I could have never survived that. I could have never walked my kids to a parking garage. As someone who rides the buses, I see single moms with 2 kids with grocery bags on a bus. So I just think we have to, our comp plan encourages us, and we have to encourage lots of different types of places to live, kind of in all different corners. But I mean, if there's a place to put students, it's right next to the other piece of property that has 60,000 students or slots for students. This is not a perfect thing, but I think it fits in with our comp plan on a bunch of different levels. It may not be the most comfortable thing, but I think it fits in. If it was developed now as 6-story with condos, it would be not just not affordable, it would be truly luxury. Because if you've got a property that costs $3 million on a 6/10 of an acre, they're going to make their money. And particularly if you add structured parking goes for what? $20, $30, $40, $50,000 a spot. And if you don't build that much of it, it's on that, $50,000 in per spot. So the problem is we have expensive property. Unless we figure out a way to illegally devalue someone's property, they gotta make it all work. So in this, we would get affordable housing, more of it in the form we like as opposed to what the state law envisions, and so I think that's why this is a decent project to go forward. That it fits the comp plan, and those 750 beds for lots of different types of people. It's right there by the university. As someone who lives in multifamily, not right next to the university, even I would prefer the students go live closer to the university, free up a little traffic in my neighborhood, free up a little bus on my bus route, because students live in my apartment complex as well, because they can't get anything closer. They like it because we're somewhat close and can catch a bus. So I just want us to know that when we, outside of what we have to do for our comp plan, that we're a welcoming city to all kinds of different people in kind of all different corners, but some places we condense some of our neighbors and students and university-related folks, and a little glug of somewhat more affordable housing. It makes sense to do it there, because if 750 people can be on a 6/10 of an acre, that means they're not spreading out over multiple acres where we really have drainage problem. As is, it's a concrete lot. The building cannot physically cover more than 6/10 of an acre, right? So the amount of impervious surface will be almost exactly what it is today, as opposed to when it's built. So any kind of a drainage argument is it's a canard. It's just false, because it's already not quite 100% asphalt, but very, very close. Probably upwards of 90% asphalt right now. If this gets built in any form, whatever they're allowed to do versus what we change, it will be 100% impermeable surface in the form of a roof, right? That's what that is. The roof can't get any bigger. I think people think 750, and they think the runoff and drainage related to 750 people, but it's false. They are going to share roof space, which means when we say that it'll be one of the most environmental developments, it will be the watershed friendliest development. It'll be the aquifer friendliest development. It will be our sewer system's a little different because you have to have some capacity in some areas. But as far as excess runoff that seeps into our sewer system, because sewer systems aren't perfect, it will be the friendliest to that we've ever developed. So when we put that many people under one roof, it is actually very environmentally friendly. So I just want to make sure I say that. I know I talk about that a lot. It's a lot for a second reading. But how we go forward, I think we need to understand that what feels environmental isn't always environmental, and what feels destructive to the environment also is not always destructive. In this case, this is something where 750 people will split 6/10 of an acre worth of impermeable surface. And we could pick a couple of us right here, combine our rooftops and our driveways and equal 6/10 of an acre. And that's not 750 of us here. So there's no better way to protect our stormwater than making sure as many people as possible use as little impervious surface as possible. So good, bad, or ugly, whether people think this fits, whatever, I gotta kill that myth. The people who live in this will be Gainesville's economic environmental stewards. They're going to be pioneers in this city, and they will do what many of us are unwilling to do, which is reduce the miles we drive, reduce the amount of square foot we consume, reduce the amount of impervious surface and runoff that we create in our lives. These people are going to be our heroes who live in this building. It won't be super cheap, though, I will admit. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. I represent the area here, and so I know I've walked along with a lot of you guys through the neighborhood for University Park to kind of talk through. I mean, a lot of the stuff you guys mentioned here, trash, late night partying, parking. I mean, there's certainly a quality of life questions and a culture clash that happens right across from the university, where you have a very old neighborhood that's a lot of older professors, a place that's been there since before the university ever came in. I will say that I think that when we have to balance out all of these different things. I agree. Commissioner Book talked a lot about how we need to make sure that within our urban core, that is where people need to be. And so where we're talking here is this is on University Avenue. This is across from the main job center of the North Central Florida area, the place where people come from all over to come into there. So there's clearly the place that you would want to put more housing, right? I think that that we need that. Stopping density from going where it makes sense by anyone's definition of how you would do long-term urban planning is not the way to solve the questions of, trash pickup, people staying out late. I think we need to continue to enforce our regulations. We need to continue to have GPD work with the local neighborhood to ensure that, our noise ordinances are being aggressively worked on. But I think just in terms of the comp plan, in terms of where we are with zoning and planning, what they're really asking for here is not necessarily an increase in height or an increase in anything. It's just an increase of how many physical people physical units can you put inside of a building. And right now our density is quite low for the size that we have for the box. And for just folks that are there, the Florida Department of Transportation has spent lots of money to make sure that it's a more walkable area. The university has gotten rid of more and more of its parking, and there's more classrooms over there. I think this is where you would want to put density, and I think we just need to continue to work on a lot of those quality of life questions that came up that I know that you guys have spoken to me about and are in there. But as far as the comp plan goes, I think this is a good development, and I'm willing to support it. And am I the last one to speak? All right. And that's all I got, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to kind of take us back to the Land Development Code and specifically Division 4, where there are some very clearly laid out things dealing with internal compatibility and external compatibility. And I'd like to just take a moment to read a couple of things because this is where a couple of my concerns lie. Internal compatibility. All uses proposed within a PD shall be compatible with other proposed uses. That is, no use may have any undue adverse impact on any neighboring use. That's internal compatibility. And then, of course, the paragraph is a lot longer, and anybody that wants to take a look at it can do that, but that, I think, kind of sums it up. External compatibility, all uses proposed within a PD shall be compatible with existing and planned uses of properties surrounding the PD. That is, no internal use may have any avoidable or undue adverse impact on any existing or planned surrounding use, nor shall any internal use be subject to undue adverse impact from existing or planned surrounding uses. I think it's very easy for us to project and surmise who would live in the building. It's probably very easy for some of us to envision who would live in the building, but I think we have heard very clearly from the people who live around where the building would be. And if this is what our code is saying, our land development code is saying about internal compatibility and external compatibility, then that gives me reason for pause and reason for concern. I don't believe that it is compatible for those reasons, and I will keep my vote the same as it was the first time around.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. I'll get back to you in a second, Commissioner Willets. Let me just add a couple of items here. First of all, I appreciate everybody's passion. Absolutely. Passion of those who have been here to speak before, folks speaking today, folks who have emailed us, folks who have reached out to us. absolutely appreciate all that. I get where you're all coming from. You all make good, valid arguments. The truth about this piece of property is that it very specifically has not had anything on it since about 25 years ago, maybe 30, when a Burger King burned down. I don't feel like an empty former Burger King space is the highest and best use of the property, but we don't seem to be able to figure it out in this community what else to do with that piece of property. As far as other uses to the east and to the west, within about 3 blocks, you've got everything from a single-story commercial development to 10 stories of pretty dense student housing. I would draw your attention, however, as we speak of density, across the street to the south, where very nearby there are dormitories, which are more dense than this is going to be. They're shorter, but they're very dense inside. So we already have, within just a couple of blocks of this very space, about the same density and even more dense properties than are likely to exist in this space. This is not as new and different as it might seem to be. It is tall. It is definitely taller by 2 stories than what we have. But as far as the density goes, the number of people and the sorts of people who are likely to live there, we already have that established by nearly 100 years of dormitory across the street. That's just the truth and the facts of it. Those are not necessarily comfortable facts, but they're real. And I'm going to vote the same way I did last time. I'm not going to talk forever about this, but I will say we've really got to come to grips with the fact that people very often come to school at the University of Florida or Santa Fe College, and many people in this room did and stayed here and made lives of it here. Other people come to the city of Gainesville to make a living off the fact that there are students here. And we really got to stop talking about students as if they were not humans, because they are. I used to be one. Maybe I'm not anymore. I don't know. We got to find a better way to talk about this, y'all. It is off-putting to me, and I think if you put yourself in their shoes, you would find it off-putting to you as well. That's really all I have to say about it. Thank you. Commissioner Willits?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Because this deals with land development code and comp plan, and I just want to make sure we understand, that I have clear from staff. I don't know if, Mr. Edelton, you can answer. When we talk about compatible use or like use, that use we mean in this case is residential or the commercial on the front of it. It's not that the mere presence of humans is some different type of use, or when we talk about our land development code about PDs and the adjacency, it's that everywhere adjacent to this, there are people living and there is commerce. I think it's all mixed use in some form, so that the PD fits within the overall land. I mean, there's a bit of a change, but the uses that are envisioned on this property currently and around it, the uses aren't what change. Am I understanding this correctly?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner and Mr. Mayor. Yes, the way that staff looks at it is a little more defined and clearly defined in our comprehensive plan and our land use for what these uses are. Basic way of thinking about it to the way you were articulating it: residential, commercial, industrial, mixed use. That's the first sort of layer that we look at it. After that, we start looking at uses that are defined very clearly for those
Particularly in
specific
commercial,
uses.
particularly
Right.
like where we say, like, we're going to talk about something later that's about, I don't know, bounce house indoors commercial versus what,
concrete plant and a daycare center.
right. There's a bunch of
We have
differences there.
definitions for those. And so to the commissioner's point about the internal and the external, when we look at internal in that language for PUDs and PDs, it is largely speaking towards those PDs that might have multiple types of uses. So it might have a commercial use and a residential, or a really oddball case because it's a PD, it could be some other kinds of use, a really intense use, industrial use next to retail or something to that effect. In this case, we don't have those types of separate uses because it's all in one, building campus, if you will. The external uses is where we start looking at that. What does this building look like in relation to these other zoning designations around it? And so around it, as you all have seen in the staff report and articulated here, high-level mixed-use commercial residential to our university to the south of it.
Okay, so that's why I just want to make sure I understand that. So that's perfect. Was roughly my understanding. Thank you for working with me on that, Mr. Earleton. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. Well, first, I also want to thank everyone who has said, I thank everyone who's voting no on this for citing parts of the comp plan. I'm sure our city attorney also appreciates that if this comes around. But I would just like to move ordinance number 2025-133 on second reading.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Chestnut.
My question is for the applicant. Who's going to be? Mr. Dietenbach, I'm not sure that you may have the answer to that. When the Burger King burned down 25 years ago, is this the owner? Is this the person who owned it at that time, or has it exchanged hands once, twice?
Mr. Mayor, the owner of the property has been Paul DeAlto for decades.
Okay.
And I believe he was the landlord to the Burger King. It has been in the DeAlto family for decades.
Okay, all right. Have they tried any other type of development?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, as I stated during the...
I just don't remember what you stated.
Yes.
Thank you.
As I stated during the June 5th meeting, our office, when we were CHW, has performed due diligence on the site numerous times. Numerous local developers have looked at the property, and it is an intersection of the fact that land in Gainesville is expensive at this time in our history of 2025. Nobody who has previously looked at this has been able to make this project pencil out to be a financially positive direction project until we had the opportunity to work with Portman Residential out of Atlanta. Our purpose for coming up with the PUD, which you have adopted on June 5th, was to create something that was truly unique. And so the way that we have got this to pencil out is to effectively request from you, which you granted on June 5th, the ability to put more people inside of a box. If we would have done under the Live Local Act, we would have gotten the box. Very tall, but very empty. We have asked this commission, and the commission granted on June 5th, the ability to increase the density inside that box. And under that scenario, where we have those additional floors in there, we have also been able to meet and exceed your inclusionary zoning requirement in the city of Gainesville and do it in perpetuity. We've also been able to meet and exceed the Live Local Act by doing that in perpetuity. So this is truly something very unique, and it does financially pencil. And our client is here, has flown down from Atlanta today to thank you for your previous support. But this does work, and we have tried numerous times over the 35 years or so, I would say, that people have been looking at this site for redevelopment, and definitely over the last 22 that I have been at CHW with multiple clients looking at due diligence on this and never been able to make it pencil. And we finally have somebody who has done that.
All right, thank you. Patrice, you have something?
Thanks. Mr. Mayor, we do have a little bit of rebuttal at the appropriate time for the record, since this is quasi-judicial.
You certainly could do that now. I don't have any other lights, so
We can do that now. Absolutely. Patrice Boyes, I'm with the Holtzman Vogel firm. I've been a land use attorney in this community for 34 years, and I'm pleased to say that. I appreciate Commissioner Book's hard work to understand comprehensive planning. It's a difficult, vague process, and we've had dialogue outside these chambers in general about that, so I appreciate his thoughtful comments. But I must say that, as Jerry mentioned, you adopted the comp plan amendment June 5th. That's done. The appellate period is run. So that's the level at which you talk about these policy issues, compatibility, all those things, does it fit? All those issues come into play when you have the most discretion. You made that decision to approve it. Now we're at zoning. We're kind of down the food chain a little bit. This is evidence driven. Did we meet all the requirements? Yes. Does it implement the comp plan amendment that you adopted? Yes, in fact, PD is the only zoning category the city has to implement a PUD. So if you don't approve a PUD today, we can't build the project, and we're deprived of the zoning that under Florida law we're entitled to have. We have to have some zoning, and the only zoning you offer to a PUD is PD. Now, as to, you've heard competent substantial evidence at the first hearing, which supported the decision that was made. And it comports with Florida law of land use planning. To change course today, I don't think you should second guess your initial unanimous vote to approve the zoning, because really those policy arguments are now in the past. Now we're talking about the zoning. There has been no new competent substantial evidence today to support a reversal of the decision that was made June 5th as to the zoning. And by law, that's the box you operate in. It can't be vibes and feelings or continued opposition from a handful of folks, at least one of which doesn't live in the city anymore. I think you need to really follow what's in the evidence and the testimony. And with that, I did want to mention that Adrian Hayes Santos has recently completed his AICP certification. He forgot to mention that. So he is now a planner extraordinaire. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Were there any other questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
See the other lights, thank you. Anybody else on the commission? All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Engel?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
No.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Nay.
Commissioner Book? Commissioner Willits?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye. That passes 4-3 with Book, Chestnut, and Duncan Walker in dissent. All right, Commissioner Eastman, do you want
Yeah, I just, when a plan development comes up like this one, what they're asking for is an exception to the rule, right? And so I think it's an important time for us when people are asking for exceptions to the rule. What are the rules that we are looking at? Do they still make sense in the current time period? So I would like to move to direct staff to work with the plan board to review current residential density limits in urban transit districts and return to the commission with recommendations that reflect market demand and support increased housing options.
All right, it's a motion and a second. Commissioner Willits.
Mr. Mayor, and you were kind of reading my mind. I made a reference to in the first meeting about only 5 stories there, right on there doesn't make sense. If this had been done previously in a different way where on University it could be, if everything was 6 stories and it was developed 20 years ago, I don't think we'd be having as much, consternation about it. So some of it doesn't seem like it's dense enough as is just for the by right. And I'm not talking about this type of building. I'm talking about just anything else, whether it's a little denser, a little taller, right there, as opposed to having to come to this whole process, so that a smaller developer than this highly specialized one could have by right come in and do something that's, 6 stories and whatever, however dense it is. So I think this is the next step in that, so that in those particular areas, I assume you mean the transect, so on something like a U8 like this already is, right?
Yeah, so I tried to be tailor this as narrowly as possible. So it's the transects. It's only looking at density. So you mentioned height. The applicant only mentioned density. By the time that someone is hiring someone like NV5 to go through this whole PD process, right, that tends to benefit folks that have the kind of cash flow that would allow them to do that on the front end. And so I just want to make sure that only in this narrow instance, as we're getting this PD, that we're just looking at that, and then staff can come back to us and make recommendations about it.
I only mention height because how we know things interact between getting a bonus for density and or for affordable housing. So in the end, through all of this, you can increase in density and have a kind of not unexpected, but a unspoken increase in height, where it's usually like a floor or two. So I mentioned height in there because it interacts with some of this other stuff. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, could I ask Commissioner Eastman if you would state your motion again so I can make sure that staff is in the room?
Yeah.
Unless you've already consulted with staff.
I haven't. Direct staff to work with the plan board to review current residential density limits in urban transect districts and return to the commission with recommendations that reflect market demand and support increased housing options. So just looking at the density levels within the urban transects.
It may be helpful, at least for my own understanding, is it with the sort of idea or policy question as to whether or not our current language is restricting development or options?
It was to reflect market demand and support increased housing options. So, yeah, looking at expanding that potentially. Is that clear?
I think I'm certainly clear on the housing options. The market demand in terms of what?
Where is market, like where are people coming in terms of the density that they need to, make things work within the box that they are given with our current height? And is this matching the market demand as we're seeing today?
So for market demand for housing.
Right.
Got it.
Yeah, this is just residential density limits for housing.
Understood.
Thank you.
Does the clerk
That's
have
it.
a copy of your motion? Does she have a copy?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Book, was that your comment or?
That was a question, can we put up on the screen? Then just a question, Commissioner Eastman, is how is it different from what we do now?
This is just asking staff to look at the overall density is one section of multiple things that we have within our transect zones. There's height, there's glazing, there's all kinds of different things within there. The form-based questions. This is just looking at, are there enough units allowed within these particular zones, which start, I think, at U3 would be included in that. So they're all multifamily. Is the density enough to match what you're seeing with it for increased housing options and with the current market demand? So it's just bringing us back for them to do their professional review of it and to bring us back to see if that matches.
Anything else, Commissioner Book?
It's ruminating, I'm not quite understanding it, actually.
Okay. Commissioner Chestnut. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm just not sure if this is just not a busy work, because I'm not understanding what you're saying. Could you say it in English?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know how to say it any easier.
Mr. Mayor, I think what the intent is for the city to look at the transect zones and where we have our base densities and raise those densities.
Wilson?
Is to bring it to a GPC for discussion as opposed to back to, I know you can make the same motions and do, take actions at GPCs, general policy committee meetings, but can we bring this back to a general
I
policy?
think that is exactly what we should do with it.
All right, that's fine. Then I'll change my motion to bring this to a future general policy committee meeting. Is that all right? Yeah.
All right, so we have a motion and a second, and to me, it has been since 2017, summer of 2017, when we adopted the current land development code. It makes sense to review items within that land development code from time to time, because the option is that, the thing that happens is exactly what we saw just a few minutes ago. People with deep enough pockets to ask for a PUD PD can hire one of the handful of planning firms in our region and say, we would like to do a plan development on site X. And people without those deep pockets are not able to do that. And it never occurs to them to do it. Whereas the land development code gives them some assurance of regularity for what it is. So if we see that we get requests, petitions from owners who are able to hire NV5 and whomever else to come talk to us about these things, that indicates to me that there is a movement in the market to want to do those things. And if that's the case, then we should study it. We can say, no, we're good with what it is. But the market, everything about the world has changed in the last several years since we adopted that land development code. And I think it's reasonable to look at pieces of it from time to time as we go. And that's what I see here. I could be wrong. But,
That's why I'm saying it? Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for explaining it better than I did, Mr. Mayor.
That's what I do. That's what I do. Commissioner Willis.
Mr. Mayor, I'll kind of add to that. I think that the Live Local Act is an example where the state legislature thought that way too many communities hadn't been doing some of this updating and realizing how things are built now, what the market forces are, demographic changes, where people want to live. And so I think, now granted, they didn't deal with the density portion in this. Theirs was a little less artful than perhaps it should be, because we have this weird situation where they get a bigger box, but they can't fill it. So, the state legislature might not be right, and I might not like them overruling us all the time. But I think partially we have to kind of move with some things so that the state legislature doesn't come to that same decision 10 years from now and say, y'all aren't allowing enough, we're going to come through with something like a Live Local 2 that is not very helpful for us. So I don't think it's very helpful. I think it, to some degree, it forces our hand a little where we don't want. So I just kind of compare it to that. Of course, we can't control all those other communities, but I think the updates of it, which I think we've been pretty good in the city over at least, let's say, the past 20 years. Some of that update, 2017 was a bit of it, but it has been 8 years. I think that's a realistic time to say, let's go back and look at a little bit of it and see either what's working or what needs to be changed, or if any of it's really a disaster or there were mistakes made back then that we can tighten up now. So I would like to avoid the state doing what they did with Live Local. We can't control those other municipalities, but we can at least try to stay on top of stuff locally. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiltz. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. And I think when staff addresses this issue, if you would also address a refresher on the Live Local Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. That would be really helpful. And I think Live Local had some revisions this past session, did it not? And I don't know what those changes are, so that is definitely useful and helpful to me. All right, I don't see any other lights here. Do we have public comment on this? Anybody? No. Yes,
And just to add also, certainly there was the ask or question earlier about the inclusionary zoning policies and what kind of effect that has had. And all of this is part of something that we're constantly looking at, and really we can bring back a lot of that data that informs each other.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Diedenbach, if you wanted to speak to this, is perfect time.
I just filled out a public comment card, and this is Jerry Diedenbach, AICP, speaking as a citizen of the city of Gainesville, longtime resident since 1981. I have served the city commission in numerous volunteer roles, such as airport authority, canvassing board, the Blue Ribbon Committee on Economic Competitiveness, as well as the Land Development Committee update, which was in 2017 when you were switching to the Transit Code. I chaired that, as a matter of fact. I wanted to speak because I want to volunteer my expertise, and I want to volunteer my history of 35 years of planning in this community, because when you do bring this to GPC, I want to be in the audience. I know that I could ask Forrest to do that, but I would like to formally be there because I would like to bring the years and decades of due diligence projects that we have performed on properties in Gainesville, because the key component that is in here is, what does land cost in the city of Gainesville? I was aghast years ago when somebody said it's $1 million an acre at the corner of 13th and University, and $1 million seemed like an unattainable amount. Well, there are pieces of Gainesville that are far in excess of that. And so I would like to help your staff as a volunteer and say, here, this is what we know. This is the other side of the equation, bringing that reality into the code for you all. And I did want to thank you for noting Michael Escalante's passing.
All right, Commissioner Santos, you want to make a comment?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. On behalf of Gainesville's people, we also support the motion in looking at this. Don't change its heights, just what can fit in a box. The more you can fit in that box, the more people who can fit in that, the lower it drives down the cost of housing. And it also uses our city, creates less sprawl and things like that. So thank you for the motion. Hopefully it passes. And we like to help any way we can as a group as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment?
No more public comment.
Commissioner Engel.
I'm happy to support the motion, but it sounds like we're getting into a lot of pretty weighty stuff, and I don't know if if it would make sense to look at putting some workshop together or something after we get past budget season and after we get like the little bit slower part of the year where we actually dive into this stuff a little bit more than we can at like a GPC or a general meeting. And if we're going to get some updates on what the comp plan looks like, and we got a couple industry experts that have talked about maybe coming in, and we're going to get staff to talk about what comp plan changes we could have. Something that really is focused on that, like a workshop or a special meeting or something, might make more sense than just bringing it back to a GPC. But again, we've got plenty on our plate right now, so I mean, I don't think it needs to happen immediately. But at the time we've got to take a look at it, I think it might be a better forum for it.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Anyone else? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, let's move on.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to ordinance number 2025-223, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending an existing plan development known as the Foxfield Plan Development to allow an elementary school as a permitted use by right on the property generally located in the vicinity of 2211 Northwest 40th Terrace, providing conditions, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
All right, Commissioner Book.
Yeah, we went over this particular development. It's almost the exact same use. It was an after-school program. It's supported by the neighbors. It's consistent with everything that we know in law. I move staff recommendation 2025-223 for the Persimmon Elementary Plan Development Ordinance Amendment.
My name is Mr. Mayor. I know that this particular rezoning ordinance has had some changes between first and second reading. My understanding is that there was some activity between the initial adoption of the plan development and now that weren't necessarily contemplated in what you saw at first reading. And so if it's okay with the commission, I invite the planner to come and explain those to you. They're within the realm of changes that can exist between first and second reading. But as part of this ongoing quasi-judicial proceeding, I think you need to hear what those are and for that to be a meaningful vote by the commission.
Okay, Mr. Simmons, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Jason Simmons, Department of Sustainable Development. So at the first reading, the question came up about why was there a PD for this use within this Foxfield development. So staff went back and did a deep dive into the ordinances and the petitions that were done or contemplated during that time period. And that time period starts in the early 80s. The first ordinance that basically adopted the Foxfield PD was done in 1982. Since then, there have been several ordinances, some very small in terms of what they covered, but there's been at least 7 separate ordinances that sort of amended the overall PD from then up until the current date. The last ordinance that actually was adopted that impacts or is evident within the current PD ordinance was adopted in 2011. From the ordinances and from other staff who have been here during much of this time period and have a history of knowledge of sort of what's happened with this PD over time, at least back then in the 80s, 90s, it was fairly controversial to ask for daycare or elementary school or to have some kind of use with students who can run around, make noise, especially in that little pocket where the old house, which is now the daycare center, is where it's located now. You have the atrium located just to the west, which is elderly residential community. And you've also got residences located to the east, which is why you have extensive buffering in the PD along that east and the north side. So there was a reason for, let me backtrack a little. The daycare center was added, I believe, in 1992. again, staff who was here at that time have knowledge of court involvement, where some of the issues involved in this PD did wind up in court. So, again, not knowing directly, but knowing how staff would think, I would believe they would say, okay, we've got to find a way to buffer this area so that people won't be justified in trying to sue us anymore for having, a daycare or some kind of similar type use. So they added the provision of limiting the number of schools, which presumably would limit the impact of the facility on the surrounding properties. And they limited the amount of the hours involved for much the same reason. So in 1992, they added the daycare center as a use. But then in 2011, they adopted the last ordinance that was passed in regards to Foxfield. That ordinance, which is referenced directly in your draft revised PD ordinance, so 100789, that was adopted on June 2nd of 2011. And we didn't know this, at least I had no idea this ordinance existed, but with good work of staff, they did find it. But it basically says that any of the uses that's allowed in the portion of the PD that wants professional office type uses to be located there, which is basically that area where the school is located, as well as those offices on the cul-de-sac that lead up to the school. Those uses have to take place within completely enclosed structures. So when we saw that, we said, okay, so a school, including the existing daycare, obviously doesn't have all of its activities within completely enclosed structures. But based on the dates, the daycare center would be grandfathered in because it was approved prior to this last ordinance. So in your draft, I guess the biggest change from the proposal that was brought before you for first reading was that it actually references Ordinance 100789 and indicates that, and this is under the conditions, we had two when we came before you before. The attorney's office added condition 3, which indicates that the elementary school may include accessory outdoor uses, including but not limited to playgrounds. In other words, we're trying to indicate that, yes, we want to add this use to the PD as a permitted use, but we also understand that Ordinance 100789 sort of prohibits activities outside of completely enclosed structures. So condition 3 is meant to sort of take the school out of that limitation. Other than that, that's basically the big change from, I guess it was June 5th to today, about what's different. And that's why we had to bring it to you and sort of explain that. That all came about, again, as part of the discovery and research about basically why this PD exists and what was sort of the rationale involved when it was initially created.
Very good.
Oh, that's all I have.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
Okay, I will, at risk of going on too long here, there are two, so going back through the original one, there are two conditions. The condition 1 and condition 2 have been added to the PD. Was originally in the old plan development, was there a cap on the number of students and a cap on the hours of operation? Or has that been added to this new condition? Or to this updated PD? Like, how do those first two conditions get in there?
I don't believe they were part of a PD cap, but they were part of the existing business, day-to-day business activity of the daycare center. I mean, this was information they provided us indicating that we have 134 students and we have certain hours of operation. I believe that they listed that because I asked for that as part of the staff report.
Right.
Again, my thinking was when I first came on board with the city, I knew that there had been a lot of activity or some potential controversy with the location of daycares and or schools near residential. So I'm thinking, okay, I better take into account some people might not be as excited about this use as others might be. So I'm going to recommend that we keep the student limits and the hours of operation that have already been in place for many years.
Well, but that's operational hours. That is not within the plan development, right? This was in their application they submitted. They said these are our hours of operations. This is how many students. And so these are new conditions, new restrictions above and beyond what's in the last plan development. Is that, am I understanding that right?
Yes.
Okay. My concern with plan developments, and this is true with the enclosure and all of this, is that you get these things that make sense for a specific time and then they just exist and they create headaches 20, 30 years down the line. Can I ask the applicant a question? Is that appropriate? Is that?
They're here.
I don't.
They're in the back. Yeah.
Oh,
she's
okay,
here.
sorry.
I personally would just like to strike condition 1 and condition 2 out of this entirely. Do you have any? Is there any reason that for you guys to have a limit of 135 students and a 7 a.m. to 6:30 p.m.? Do you have any issue with that in particular? Just getting rid of those two conditions.
No, that's fine with me. The only reason I provided that is because DCF, the Department of Children and Families, stated that that's the limit on how many students we can have in the building.
Right, but that would be the DCF. So DCF could change its regulations. Like there are regulations capping the number of students that are in there.
Yes.
But it doesn't necessarily have to be by law in here. Another elementary school could come in, have a different thing. DCF could change its regulations at any
Correct.
time. But we are now imposing that regulation on them on top of the DCF regulation, which to me seems superfluous. And I'm comfortable I don't like all these excess rules in these plan developments. And so I don't know if staff has any issue, but I would like to strike condition 1 and 2 out of it if that's, do you guys have any issue with that?
We do not.
Okay. Does the planning department?
And staff really does not have issues with that per se. It is just to sort of expand on what Mr. Simmons said earlier. It's been common practice for us as staff to look at past PDs and how that conversation has happened in each one of those PDs, and that informs a lot of the things that we try to put into whatever an amendment to the PD would be. But that's really largely it here.
But that was based on previous conversations and sort of things that occurred around the PD, because these were not in the original PD. These were essentially to stop any kind of pushback from the community in case there was an issue with this, that we have a cap on students, which was already there, right?
And yes, to the point that Mr. Simmons brought up, and you all have even discussed today, that the idea for what should and should not be in a PD has changed over time. And certainly since 1982, the change of what is appropriate to be next to each other has transformed over time, and you're seeing that in this.
All right. Yeah, I would feel more, it doesn't make any difference right now operationally, but it might make a difference. This is going to be the regulation that we have on this property for the foreseeable future. And I would rather that just be flexible with whatever DCF's regulations are or whatever their hours of operation are. And so I feel more comfortable with that. But I did not make the motion, so I cannot make that change. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. This is, of course, a lesson of understanding for me in the fact that it is an act of hubris on my part to try to predict how long an item is going to take. So, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Would you put conditions 1 and 2 up on the screen? Oh, Jason, I cannot see that.
There we go.
Thank you. I've got it, thank you. Okay. All right, thank you. Now, these conditions are HRS's conditions, our Division of Children and Families. Is this where they originated from?
So the hours of operation are up to us through the Department of Children and Families, but the number of students is dictated by the square footage of the building.
Well, the point I want to get to is that the Division of Children and Families have those conditions for a reason, for the safety of children, and I don't want to strike those out. I mean, I don't want to be in conflict with what is state law from the Division of Family and Children. They have the hours that you can operate for a reason.
So I get to choose the hours of operation when I put in my application with the Department of Children and Families. And so currently, this is what our hours of operation are. And then for elementary school,
Okay, so just let me ask you
Sure.
this. So you're saying you could put in 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.?
Correct.
And the Division of Family Services would approve that?
yes, as long as I'm following all the other guidelines that they have, I could be a 24-hour facility if I chose, and they would license me for that as long as I was following the rules for that.
And then your number of students is based on square footage, is what you're saying. Well,
Yes, ma'am.
at any rate, I have a problem striking this. So I'll just vote against that. But I have a problem. I think that there are safety reasons that these requirements are there.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm agreeing with Commissioner Chestnut that there's some reasons about 135, what is currently in a daycare setting, and we are trying to grasp this idea of a school in a building that we don't typically think of as being a school building, in a PD, in a zone that we don't typically, and we're all kind of out on the edge, but part of that's our society is changing a little bit, but they could build a second story and you'd have more square footage and you could have even more students at the end of a cul-de-sac with the safety of children. I don't like, frankly, basically 135 students as is on the end of a cul-de-sac where you can't get a fire truck from an opposite direction. It's a little, shut off from where other access can happen. And so I like keeping condition 1. I understand that condition 2 is perhaps a little more, we bring it in as perhaps respect of other uses on the other sides of it, kind of tradition and respect. But condition 1, I support Commissioner Chestnut saying that there is a reason why there's been limitation of students, though that's mostly square footage. I understand that's not that big of a parcel, and if in the future they are able to build a second story or whatever, I don't know that I'd want it open to that in the PD. I think this is like an acceptable use, but probably not the. Yeah, I don't want to open it up to much more than that. So that's just my feeling. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Eastman.
Just to be clear, this is not like this was created in iron by, this was, the applicant submitted that they wanted to change the PD. All they would allow is a daycare. Our staff reviewed that. They said, well, what are your hours of operation? And what does DCF say is your total? And then they put that in there. The DCF regulations are still there. The hours of operation is just something that they wrote on a piece of paper that put it in there with the feeling that there might be community pushback to a daycare becoming an elementary school. I don't think there will be any community pushback to a daycare becoming an elementary school. We can keep the number of students, but I don't know what it means, like hours of if condition to the hours of operation, let's say there's like a parent-teacher night where people are staying a little bit later than 6:30. In fact, I have been at the current Persimmon past 6:30 at times. I don't know if that's hours of operation. I don't know what that is. But that is not a DCF cap. I guess I could live with I can live with all of it. It's fine. The applicant's comfortable with it. I just also want to be clear that we have to stop putting erroneous regulations into these PDs that are going to be a problem for us 20, 30 years down the line. If there's a regulation at the state level, it can be a regulation at the state level. It does not have to be within our regulations at the local level. And it's fine. I don't have it's fine, but that would be my preference out of all of these. And there's also kind of a statement going forward, let's keep these things more flexible in the future, as opposed to putting regulations that are not local regulations into these so that they stay in perpetuity.
Yeah, it's sort of like this for me. I don't see it as erroneous what DCF sets out as their standards. If you go to the doctor, or you go into the hospital, you can always tell what they have been sued for, because you will see a new regulation that has been written in when you get ready to sign in. It's all dictated. You have a rule, you get sued on it, then they write something, a prescription for it. So I don't want to be in conflict with DCF in any kind of way. I think they know what they're talking about.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney, did you have some clarifications for us? It looks like you did, and I probably had questions that would have led into that anyway.
I do, Mr. Mayor, if I may, and I don't want to make things more confusing, but the proposed amendment between first and second reading isn't exactly what's put up there. That condition 3 would state, notwithstanding any Foxfield PD conditions to the contrary, outdoor activities accessory to the operation of an elementary school as permitted principal use may be allowed in accordance with all applicable regulations. I'm not sure where that draft came from, but what you have in your backup, what's been published, it's similar to that, I suppose. But it says you could do outdoor activities as accessory to the operating of an elementary school. And that would replace the prior condition placed on it by some intervening amendment to the PD back in 2011. As to whether the other two conditions are appropriate these days or not, that's entirely up to y'all to decide. But as to what this condition here would be to do away with the previous prohibition on outdoor activities to the extent that the activities are accessory to a elementary school.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I also thought this would be quick and easy, not as quick and easy. The Commissioner Willis pointed out a good point, is that what we have on the screen is slightly different from what we have in backup, and so that's important that we make sure those consistent, especially since it's quasi-judicial. We want to make sure everything is good. We got all our I's dotted, all our T's crossed. From my standpoint, Mr. City Attorney, we've been provided some historical context and some rationale for some of the previous decisions that led us up in this amount of years to the current use, and none of that changes the legality of our previous vote, nor this particular one. Is that?
Correct. My understanding is it is still the recommendation and expert opinion of your planning staff that this amendment to the PD is compatible and appropriate, and that it is the addition of that one condition that just alleviates a prior condition is not a substantial enough change that you would have to restart the process. It's perfectly fine, this change associated. Just as, I suppose, if you wanted to do away with the other two conditions as suggested by Commissioner Eastman, would not be a sufficient enough change that you would not be able to go forward today. And you have that evidence before you by planning staff.
All right, and then under condition 3, this is really providing some interpretation to what they thought the allowable use was on our preceding vote.
There was a previous ordinance in place that apparently hadn't been picked up when this petition proceeded to you on first reading that would prohibit outdoor activities. Of course, if you're going to have an elementary school or even a preschool, I imagine you're going to have some outdoor activities. So this makes it clear that that previous prohibition is no longer in play. To the extent that those outdoor activities are accessory uses to an elementary school in accordance with applicable regulations.
I just, kind of the way I think it was, the applicant came forward with a good proposal. The applicant agreed to everything in here, so I wouldn't want to change what I've already heard from the applicant. And then if there was community engagement, it would be contrary to what they already thought we were approving. So I'm comfortable what's there. I do understand Commissioner Eastman always trying to make me simplify things looking forward, but this one actually originated with the applicant, and the agreements originated with the applicant. If I'm wrong, you let me know. And so I don't know why we would switch those otherwise, even though they do appear to be potentially duplicative in different ways.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Does the applicant have anything to offer or add? Okay. Is there any other public comment?
No public comment.
Okay, before we vote, let me just say, if it were not for wasting the applicant's time, I would ask us to postpone second reading to another day to make sure we had everything entirely clear. But I don't want to waste the applicant's time. It's not fair to the applicant to do that. I believe everything is accurate. If it's not, it really is not the sort of thing that is going to have any impact. But I want us all to realize when we get to this point, hurrying things through is not useful. And we need to make sure these things are buttoned up. And usually when they're bigger things, they are buttoned up. Always when they're bigger things, they're buttoned up because there are more eyes on them. This one, we thought, oh, well, that's no big deal. It's what everybody wants. It'll be okay. I do also agree with Commissioner Eastman going forward. If we are trying to follow other laws that exist that could change and then create a disparity between the law, a different law, and our law on our code of ordinances, which this could do. DCF could change their formula, which would then create a disparity with this law going into our code of ordinances. That creates sloppy code, and we should be careful about writing sloppy code. That's the short version of that. All that said, I don't see any other lights, so Madam Clerk, please read the roll.
Commissioner Eastman?
Nay.
Commissioner Engel? Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Book? Commissioner Willets? Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes 6-1 with Commissioner Eastman and dissent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2025-222, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 1.19 acres of property generally located at 620 Northwest 16th Avenue is more specifically described in this ordinance from Urban 4 to Urban 6, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
All right, is there any anything to offer with this, Mr. Attorney, Madam Manager? Okay. All right, is there any, I don't see any lights on here. Is there any public comment on this?
I have no public comment.
All right, would someone like to make a motion?
Move ordinance 2025-155, structured parking text amendment.
Nope. No, this is number 3. Yeah. It's the one right above it.
Oh, I'm on the wrong page. Oh, I don't have to update it.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Move ordinance 2025-222, 620 Northwest 16th Avenue rezoning.
Second.
I have a motion
Thank
second. And one more time, just to be clear, any public comment? Okay. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Willets? Aye. Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel? Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Commissioner Book? Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to our ordinances for first reading. Ordinance number 2025-155, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending sections 30-4.31 and 30-7.5 of the Land Development Code, Chapter 30 of the City of Gainesville Code of Ordinances to provide for an exemption from parking structure requirements for the provision of affordable housing, as more specifically described in this ordinance, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Very good. Welcome, Mr. Rabinovich.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Chair and Board. My name is Ari Rabinovich. I'm a planner with the Department of Sustainable Development. This is an item that was brought before you as a discussion item in May, so this should be a recap, but I'll just run through the presentation one more time. This is a presentation for item LD 24-000114. This is an amendment to the Land Development Code regarding structured parking requirements. And this is a privately initiated text amendment which would amend section 30-7.5A3B. The amendment would exempt multifamily development that are built outside of transit zones from structured parking requirements based on the number of parking spaces required. So this is an amendment that would allow over 200 parking spaces to utilize surface parking, where the code currently requires that they would have to build structured parking. And staff have proposed modifications to this request. our modifications would amend 30-7.5A3B and 30-4.31, which is our affordable housing and inclusionary zoning provision. The staff amendments would add an exemption to the structured parking requirements as an additional offset for developments that comply with the inclusionary zoning set-asides. So this would allow surface parking for developments with over 200 parking spaces that set aside at least 10% of their units as affordable to residents that are earning 80% of the area median income or less. And here is the existing text and the applicant's proposed text. Just again, adding an exemption to the structured parking requirements for all multifamily developments. And the staff proposed text, which would grant that exemption if the development complies with the conditions of the inclusionary zoning program. And the staff recommendation would also add this exemption to the text for affordable housing and inclusionary zoning. So it would just add, again, structured parking as an additional offset that is available within the inclusionary zoning program. So the rationale behind the staff determination specifically relates to the risks associated with expanding broad use of surface parking, which is weighed against the potential benefits of broadening the available offsets in the code for developments that set aside a percentage of their units as affordable. So as the applicant's request is written, the text amendment poses some concerns to staff regarding land use patterns and development that is potentially unsustainable in the long term, and its impacts on public transit. Permitting surface parking for developments outside of transects with parking equal to or greater than 200 spaces poses a risk of incentivizing development on the outskirts and periphery of the city, away from the center, where fewer parcels are zoned transect and land is more easily acquired, which would increase demand and costs associated with supporting automobile infrastructure, which would push destinations apart and inhibit public transit goals. However, staff are aware that these potential impacts against our compact development goals should be weighed against increased benefits to low-income residents through a provision for affordable housing. These modifications that are presented to you allow the city to pursue our comprehensive plan goals around supporting residents of broad economic backgrounds and providing diverse housing to accommodate the needs of all residents. It's just a conversation about the impacts of surface parking. As I mentioned earlier, excessive surface parking poses some negative impacts on our goals of our public transit agency, as well as on conservation and resource protection goals, infill housing, and mitigation against extreme weather, climate change, and carbon emissions. So allowing land for surface parking would consume space that otherwise could be dedicated to more productive uses and has the effect of inducing demand for driving. And the staff report included in the backup cites data that causally links increased parking to greater percentages of trips that are taken by private passenger vehicles. We have comprehensive plan goals that would be inhibited by that outcome, which would include those that direct the city to mitigate against sprawl and reduce single passenger vehicle trips. Also included in the backup is a study that cites the ecosystem service value, which essentially states that there are negative impacts to various ecosystems and environmental features as a result of increased parking. There are impacts to carbon emissions, air quality, temperature regulation, and the capacity for our city to be resilient in the face of climate disaster. So essentially, these are economic and ecological trade-offs that occur when we prioritize surface parking. There are also studies cited that indicate that expanding uses of surface parking consumes broad land area, which pushes destinations apart from each other, which also functions to create a less walkable, less bikeable, and less public transit-friendly environment. We also have observed that as cities expand, infrastructure maintenance becomes more costly, and so adding parking just sort of further pushes apart our infrastructure provision capabilities. We also enacted a parking minimum elimination, and this study confirmed that eliminating parking minimums does allow businesses to right-size their parking, So bottom line, surface parking is costly to both cities and businesses. Finally, we discussed economic mobility in the staff report, essentially finding that low-income residents rely on proximity to jobs, so pushing destinations apart, pushes areas of employment apart from each other. High sprawl neighborhoods lead to lower lifetime earnings overall, and also contribute to municipal fragmentation, where public resources are distributed inequitably. And greater sprawl tends to increase economic disparity and reduce access to opportunity. So that all being said, the report does weigh the values of conserving our compact and dense land development patterns against the value of strengthening our affordable housing provision. So what you have before you today is a provision that would allow for structured parking to be an exemption if the development under review sets aside at least 10% of their units as affordable to residents earning at least 80% area median income. So this is a balance between urban form and our affordable housing goals. So with that, I thank you for your time. Staff recommendation is for approval of LD 24-000114 with the modifications discussed. This item did go to the plan board, and plan board recommendation was for denial. The conversation initially leaned toward a deferral so that staff could come forward with some design standards for parking outside of transit zones. However, due to the applicant's timeline, they'd requested a denial, so the city plan board originally recommended denial. We have been working with the developer who has provided this application, so we are in progress, and they have indicated that they would approve of the modifications that staff have submitted at the last meeting that we had in May. They are here today if they would like to speak, but I do thank you very much for your time, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. Come on up, applicant, if you'd like to offer comments or presentation.
Good evening. Nicole McKinnis at Stearns Weaver Miller. I just have a couple of quick comments. Staff did a great job with their presentation. Just wanted to reiterate a lot of that presentation was focused on what our proposal was versus staff's. Where we landed after the discussion item back in May was that we are agreeing to staff's condition because of recent changes to the rent and income limits from Florida Housing. It did allow this project to pencil with staff's conditions, so we are fully on board with that. We do disagree a bit with some of the planning literature about surface parking and urban sprawl based on where this project is located, so I did just want to note that for the record. I am available if you have any questions. I do have my PowerPoint from last time if you'd like me to review any of the evidence that we provided, but I don't want to waste everyone's time if nobody has any questions and everybody remembers our last presentation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Engel.
Yeah, big fan of staff's recommendations. I think it made a lot of sense when we discussed it last time that this was a good trade-off that made developers whole while they were trying to get some affordable housing into developments that are spread all over the area instead of just concentrated in one area. So I think this really accomplishes a lot of the goals that we've got for affordable housing. So I would like to move approval with staff's recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Robert Mounts.
Welcome, Mr. Mounts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I stayed mainly because UPNA was also concerned about this provision, not quite sure what it was going to do, and I wanted to learn about it. And I would tend to favor providing parking, whether it's structured or surface parking. I would think that you could make surface parking more valuable if you also included solar panels. And I just saw a piece yesterday, I think it was on NPR, where a whole farming network was under solar panels, which powered a lot. There's ways to make that even more attractive. But what it tells me, still think parking is important, and for anything over 200 units, it's required, and yet you just approved a 240 unit tower with no real parking. So I am nonplussed at that. You know, and also I want to take this opportunity to push back against the cheap shots that I keep getting when I come here on behalf of UPNA. Oh, he doesn't live in the city anymore. You cannot take my birthright away from me. I was born here in HEH, K through 12, PK Young, double gator, served my country and state for 45 years in other places, and still was always a resident of Alachua County, voted here. And the person that UPNA relies upon because of our history over the last 7 or 8 years to advise them on these matters when I can. Pro bono, 50-year member of the Florida Bar, retired, not charging them anything, come out of the goodness of my heart. And for people to disparage or discount my opinion, because he lives out in Hale now. They could hire lobbyists that lives in Washington, D.C. They could do a lot of different things. They choose to ask me when I'm available to come and speak for them. I will continue to do that. Nobody will take away my birthright. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bounce. Anyone else? Madam Clerk.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to make sure we all understand that it's not a requirement that you build parking. It's that if you want to build 199, you can build surface currently as exists. If you want to build 200 in non-transect, or that's what we're talking about in particular, is the non-transect multifamily, but that's what bumps it up to structured. This applicant could build 0. They're free to build 0. They're free to just save all the money, have lots of grass, lots of trees. They don't have to build anything. They don't have to build anything. But because they want to build more than 200, that's what the question we're looking at. And I really appreciate staff. Thank you, Ari, for reminding us that this was a conversation about kind of trade-offs of, because sometimes different priorities, come in conflict. For me, this is about a diversity of different types of developments to be possible. Some places we make possible, something with almost no parking right across from campus, but in a different location, allowing a little more flexibility just in the non-transect multifamily. We saw on the map that it tends to be kind of in a ring around the city. I will argue it's not that far out versus, we don't have that expansive of a city compared to some where they've annexed really into rural areas. I feel like this is an okay compromise to get those. I do have one question about, though, if the state legislature prohibits inclusionary zoning from local control, or just particularly our type of it, what would happen to the ability for a different applicant, a different, developer in this kind of similar zoning? Would they be able to do what they want and not provide the inclusionary zoning? Because the state legislature likes to prohibit a lot, and they could say, we only want live local as a form of inclusionary, as opposed to every individual city's version.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, if I'm understanding you right, you're asking a hypothetical for if state statute changes, we would have to adjust and of course work with the attorney's office to make any changes in our comp plan and our land development code that might need to be reflective of that.
And I guess my question is would that be, is there any problem about that we go completely change our mind about it and say, no, now you got to build, I guess there wouldn't, because it was legal to do it the first time, to make this requirement. The first time this was required, having structured for more than 200 spaces. Okay, I think I answered my question there. We have the ability, but we would have to, if they ban it, we would have to probably immediately go look at what we need to do if that's the choice of this or future commissions. Okay, thank you. That's a good. So I think I appreciate that the plan board wanted to defer because of looking at some design standards for parking lots. I'm still very interested in that because I think there's just a big difference between really bad parking lots and slightly better. And it's the same way Mr. Mount said, parking lot with a solar canopy, we like even better, right? I will say that in particular, because this one particular, but not all of the transect or the non-transect zones we're talking about is in my district. If anyone in the audience or in the commission is interested about temperature regulation in my district, I welcome them to have a conversation with me about using tree mitigation dollars to buy some more land in my district. I have one particular parcel in looking at. I would love a park there, but if it's not that it's a park, let's go ahead and scoop it up cheaply with tree mitigation funds. So I got 14 acres of trees. Like, well, some of it's power line. So let's say there's 10 acres of trees I'm looking at. But that's part of what we do on the flip end of temperature regulation, some trade-offs. So maybe it's that we need to also look at multifamily non-transect and say, oh, what do we do for trees? You know, do we need more street trees and whatnot? Thank y'all.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Book.
All right, so I got news for you, Commissioner Willetts. It's been hot in all the districts around the city for the summer. Right? Although I like the fact that we looked for land that would work in District 3 too. I just want to say, aside from the actual issue, that the presentation is outstanding. And the reason for that, Director, Mr. Rabinovich, is because it lays out advantages and disadvantages. You said trade-offs, the positives and negatives. It's very transparent, and it allows us to make a real good decision. And anyone who doesn't even understand, this is a very complex ordinance, very complex, with exemptions, has considerations that staff will take into consideration, and you've laid it all out, so someone would be able to look at that, and even if they don't understand the ordinance, and sometimes those are difficult for us too, and I know for myself, it really provides kind of the full information. So I just want to say that the presentation in that regard is great. Sometimes, we always talk about community feedback, and good, bad, or indifferent, we need it. To make good decisions, and good, bad, or indifferent, we need you to tell us what are the advantages and disadvantages. So thank you for that.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Book. See no further lights.
And Mr. Mayor, just to be clear, I'd asked Broadcasting to put the actual change in the proposed ordinance up there for you. And what you'll see if you look in the back of the proposed ordinance, I don't know if the exact language is part of the presentation, that under section 30-4.31, affordable housing provisions of your code, what this change would do is add an available offset as an exemption from the structured parking requirement of section 30-7. And then in 30-7.5, required number of parking spaces, sub 3, the structured parking, it would add the language that it currently says structured parking is required for any development exceeding 200 parking spaces, and it adds an exemption from this requirement may be granted as an offset for the provision of affordable housing in accordance with section 30-431. So it kind of goes to what Commissioner Willis was saying, that if somehow we lost the ability to make these affordable housing requirements, then our requirement of the structured parking would still exist, and there wouldn't be this way to get out of doing structured parking. But that may just be a problem for another day. I just wanted to make sure that the exact language that's proposed really is what's before you on the screen there, and is what is in your backup.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance 2025-155, structured parking text amendment on first reading.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any other comment? Don't say anything else. Madam Clerk, please read the roll.
Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Willetts?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel? Commissioner Chestnut? Commissioner Duncan Walker? Mayor Ward?
All right, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're on to 2025-343, an ordinance increasing local business taxes. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, there's a repeat. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, increasing local business taxes set forth in Section 25-51 Code of Ordinances, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Welcome, Mr. Wynn.
Good afternoon, Mayor Ward, members of the Commission. Dennis Wen, Director of Financial Services, and I'm here to provide an updated ordinance of the local business tax. This updated ordinance includes an increase to the tax of 5%. We have not increased the local business tax since 2000, and we are authorized to increase this tax under Florida statute. The local business tax is deposited in our general fund, which supports general government services such as police, fire, and public works. I have Russ Steritz here to provide some details regarding the impacts and provide any or answer any questions you may have regarding the ordinance.
Very good. All right. Well,
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Russ Stewart, the Revenue and Receivables Supervisor within Financial Services. We came to you at a meeting May 1st to present this for transparency, to give an opportunity to be heard and for the community to know where their tax revenue is going and why we were asking for this small increase. We only have about 4,300 accounts. This change will increase the tax by 5%. Those amounts are very small for an annual tax. About 60% of our local businesses will only see an increase of about $6.50 for their annual tax each year. This will give us about another $43,000, which I know most of you, because I've heard you personally and professionally. These are FTEs, right? These small amounts are a person that is still sitting in a chair here at City Hall serving the public. So these requests are small, and we hope that you will support our request.
very good. Thank you. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we call this tax, but for most of us, it looks more like a fee, right? Because it's flat per different types. And is that why it's not on our normal schedule of fees? Okay, so this is truly a tax based on both city ordinance and perhaps state law. Is that correct, Mr.? State statute calls it a tax? Okay. License tax, business. So just as a refresher, we increase fees often in a 2-year pattern. So that's why this not over there. So I support this. It makes sense. That's something that is like, it's not that it's, like, well, I'll just say it is a fee. It's called a tax, but in essence, most of it understands it as a fee. So that 5% increase, it's not like a 5% increase on all of your, tax revenue or something, right?
No.
Which is when most of it's here tax there's a multiplier. The tax is just a multiplier on something as opposed to in essence a fee. So I support this. I move adoption of 2025-343 ordinance increasing local business taxes.
Second.
Motion, multiple seconds. Thank you, Commissioner Willets. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to make the motion.
Very good. Okay. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. I just to jump in here, I like comparing us to other cities. I mean, I think we think of ourselves as sort of an island unto ourselves as the city of Gainesville, but and I'm always shocked when I go and look at other cities that despite Gainesville's reputation, how low our tax burden is. I mean, when you look at the state of Florida comes out with revenue, per capita revenue, every single year. We turn it in for the ACFR, I believe, is what would look at that. I was looking, Orlando's per capita business revenues are $31.74 per person. Tampa's is $27.50. St. Pete's is $9.98. Ours is $5.71. I can't find any other city that's in the top 20 population that's anywhere close to that. I don't know how we've gotten away with. I think it's because we have so much land off the tax rolls. I think it's because previously GRU paid property taxes and now they do not pay property taxes. But for whatever the reason is, we've had very, very low amounts of this particular one, and so I'm comfortable with approving it today. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. And I would note that when you say you can't find any other cities in the top 20, I would remind everyone, because we often forget that we are the 13th largest city in the state of Florida, which I was reminded recently is basically the 13th largest economy in the entire world. So there you go. I don't see any of the lights up here. Is there any public comment?
No public comment.
All right, we have a motion on the table, so please go ahead and read the roll.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Book? Commissioner Willets? Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel? Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
All right, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
We are on to.
Actually, but before you go to that, Madam Clerk, if there's no objection, let's go ahead and hear the garbage can item that we moved from consent, so that we don't have to hear it at the end of the evening. That is
Page 3, I believe. 2025-518, method of sole source selection for purchase of Bigbelly recycling and trash dual compactor receptacles. With the recommendation, the City Commission approve the sole source purchase of 75 Bigbelly receptacles and smart software, and authorizes the city manager and designee to enter into a sole source contract in the amount of $589,518, subject to the approval of the city attorney or designee as to form in the legality.
Very good. Well,
Hey, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Jared Lloyd, Operations Manager, Public Works. Just wanted to talk about this a little bit since y'all wanted to bring it forward. So we're going to push for the purchase of 75 units to replace our traditional open-top garbage cans. The 75 units are actually technically 150 units because they're double. You have side-by-side units, so one garbage, one recycling. And per the city ordinance, we have to have recycling as convenient as garbage. So these meet that goal for us. The units, we have 44 currently across the city. They've proven to be reliable. They've got very low maintenance costs. They also keep pests, birds, rats, varmints out of the open tops. We get a lot less calls on a Bigbelly enclosed unit than we do an open top unit. They have essentially a compaction rate of 5% or 5 times their size. So that will allow us to decrease the amount of pickups that we have to do on versus an open top traditional garbage can. Our open top traditional garbage cans are 10 to 20 years old, and they're on the verge of needing replacing anyway. And since the ordinance requires it, these are great options. They have a smart technology which can talk directly to our current work management system. So in real time, we can pull up a map and see the fullness of each unit within the city, which will allow us to kind of target pickups instead of running around the city looking at half full or empty garbage cans. So we'll get some greenhouse gas emission savings there, production increases, and labor cost decreases, as well as pickup frequency decreases. So it will, with the traditional cans, some of them in the busier areas are 2 to 3 times per week pickup for our in-house forces. This here would limit us to, a 1 week pickup frequency, barring a game day situation or some sort of special event where litter rates are very high. And I think with the software, we're going to have a very, very big ability to really kind of focus in and track and just do a much better overall pickup of our garbage within the city. Also, with the recycling units, we'll be able to divert some of the tonnage from the landfill and get those back into the recycle system. And this is why we believe it's a great idea.
very good. Thank you. I will tell you that one of the complaints that I hear most often is overflowing existing open top garbage cans, or as you say, varmints playing around in the garbage can. And this eliminates both of those. What anecdotally, what's the performance like on the units that we currently own? We have about 45, is that right?
Right now we have 44. We had one that was taken out by a car crash.
Okay.
But we do have 44. They're very reliable. They're very safe. They're the only unit on the market that you can't get to the ram. So you don't have to worry about a child or somebody trying to reach into the can and getting their arm crushed by the compactor. Very, very safe unit, reliable. We spend less than $3,000 annually on maintenance. Very, very good unit. The solar power on these particular Bigbelly units have like a default safety feature for the battery. So they work really, really well in urban areas under trees, whereas other units, they have to have full sun. So the Bigbellies have a very low use of power, and if they feel the batteries get into a certain level, they'll actually go into a skip a cycle mode, so that until the sun comes up, they can recharge. We don't have to replace a battery.
Very good.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
very good.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Willets.
Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. So I remember seeing the ones we have around town here, and traditionally they've been pretty close to downtown. And we've had these now for roughly how long?
So I think the last batch we bought was in 2023.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what I want to ask is, now that we have downtown ambassadors who are collecting more of the stuff that's on the ground, do we see that we have to empty them less frequently, or they can be spaced further apart, particularly in the downtown that overlaps with the ambassadors area?
So I don't think so. So we have a litter crew that is dumping them during the week, one for solid waste, and then we have a hauler that is dumping them on the weekends. And so we're only doing 2 removals a week currently.
Okay. I just kind of wonder about the theory that if we have really nice trash bins that are never overflowing, or less often overflowing, that people will just go ahead and use them more as opposed to litter. But litter is kind of ubiquitous. It's going to continue happening. We can't change everyone's habit. So I wondered a little bit about that. And then, so I've seen these at the Charlotte airport indoors, which I thought was interesting and weird. I guess they get some sunlight, the main concourse at Charlotte airport. And then I'm familiar with the ones here. So it seems like if it's really helping with less, staff having to go do it, do we have to change how we empty these since it's a, higher weight? Do you have to send a different truck or different tools to make sure that people are safe when they're dumping a much heavier load?
No, honestly, they can go in and just pull the bin out and close up the bag and remove it. It's not super heavy, but it does allow for just more garbage so it's not spilling out. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Well, thank you so much, and I'm glad to hear that we have varmints here, like we have varmints in Arkansas where I grew up. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Engel.
A couple quick questions on them. One, obviously there's some labor savings involved with this, not having to make as many trips. Also not the cheapest garbage can you can find because we want some quality. Have we done anything, looked at like the kind of buyback time on how much labor is saving as versus the cost of the can or any of that?
So we haven't. It's hard to quantify those numbers until we have a before and after, right? So we can take the cost of what the open top units are, and then we get call outs for garbage overflowing
Sure.
pretty regularly. So if without actually having all the units in, it's hard to say, well, we're going to save this much, our return on investment is going to be this, without kind of the full data package. Because each individual, garbage can is going to have its own, traffic.
Sure.
So it's very difficult to tag an ROI on these currently. Yeah.
And what's kind of the rollout as far as, I know there's a lot of them downtown. Where is this batch going?
So this batch will be replacing every single open top can we currently have
All right, so this will be
in the right of ways. Correct. Yeah, so this will replace all of our open tops. We would have to buy, if we didn't even buy these, we would at least have to buy 75 regular open tops, potentially 150 because they're 10 to 20 years old.
Sure.
And they run roughly $900 per unit. So, but yeah, thank you, Brian. But not the RTS units. Those will not be replaced. Those are handled by RTS under the FTA funding.
About the RTS unit, you mean the ones like that?
Bus stops. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the information. Just a few questions. So the What's been our downtown feedback for those? Because we did replace them late 2023, a big cleanup. What's been the feedback there from that community?
So as far as I'm aware, we're getting a lot of good feedback. We do have a couple that we have to frequent more often just because of traffic, Starbucks area, stuff like that. But the people tend to like them more because it's hidden, right? It's not garbage. You don't have flies pouring out of them while you're outside trying to dine on the sidewalk. We're getting a lot of good feedback on them.
There was a little bit of concern about the ability to obtain personal information, surveillance. We've heard similar concerns as it relates to like red light cams, traffic, school zone cams. So what kind of information does this collect for us as it relates to the automation?
So this will collect all the data every time it hits 80% full. Every time we pull the door open to empty it, whether what percentage full it was, it will give us statuses on the health of the unit, the battery. It pretty much does a full diagnostic of itself, and it's real time. On a map, you can peel it up and you can see which units are 80%. You can even integrate these units with CityWorks and have it do a push notification. So if you've got some units that are hitting 80%, it'll automatically ping a service request and say, hey, come empty me. And with these units, we'll be able to take the ones that we currently have downtown and put them other places where we have open tops, and we'll be able to rewrap these units for a better downtown look, instead of that kind of blue, look that these have. We'll be able to wrap them and make them a little more downtown friendly.
The backup indicated that the capacity of these, and you referenced it, was much greater than what we are typically using in the areas that we have the receptacles.
So yes, so they're about a 15-gallon bin, and then they'll do a 5-gallon or 5 times compaction. So unless we're buying 96-gallon open tops, yes, it's going to hold a little more than the traditional.
That sounds like a lot more, actually, to me. The last thing just deals with the contract that we have, the vendor for these 150. Does that contract extend for how long?
So it's a one-time purchase of the units, and then it's a 5-year subscription to the software.
So we pay an annual additional monies each year for that, for the software, for the proprietary aspect?
Yes, sir. Yes, it's roughly $115 a unit annually is what we would pay for the software.
So the total figure that we have in our backup of essentially $589,000, does that include that, or is that additional?
That includes that.
All right, so that's very important. So 5-year contract includes the additional 4-year annual renewals as well as the initial purchase. It's not this year for those receptacles. It's this year plus 4 years of service on those moving out.
Yes, we'll get 60 months of service with this purchase.
Okay. All right, thank you. You've laid out, it sounds to me like several of the advantages, for example, the capacity, the cost, the visual element, and things like that. So I appreciate that. And potentially something harder to quantify, which is less staff trips, less resource, less vehicles that have to move, using our vehicles basically to get to those things. All right, thank you for this information.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have been asked a series of questions around the surveillance issue, around the cans, around the units. And there seems to be a group of community members who are concerned that some of the surveilling information could be requested by ICE. And they are concerned with how the city would respond to that. And I know that may be something that you might not be able to speak to, but that is something that I've been asked by a few people. And I want to be able to provide at least some level of response because there seemed to be a sense of urgency in the request and the desire to understand how the city might respond to that. Is that something you can speak to? And can you tell us exactly what the information that we'd be gathering through the surveillance, what you've given us a little bit of information, but there's some concern. Let me just frame it like that and see if we can respond in any way.
Honestly, I can't speak to the surveillance of it. I'm not aware of the surveillance aspect. Sorry, Ron.
To our knowledge, the units don't collect any personal identifiable information. So we don't know who's walking up to them. We don't know who's putting trash in them. We don't know who's hanging out around them.
Okay.
It's just data about how much trash is in them, how many times the unit cycled, is the solar power working right, is the battery working right. We're not collecting any personal information with the cans.
Thank you very much for that information, Mr. Singleton. I wonder, have we had any kind of conversation with the community about it? And the only reason I'm asking that is because I've gotten several phone calls. I'm kind of surprised that I haven't heard something in here today, to be honest.
This is the first time that I'm hearing of the concern.
Okay.
I've not heard of it.
Overstood, Ms. Curry. I wonder if, in response to that concern, though, there is an opportunity for us to have conversations with the community about this to kind of allay some concern and also possibly answer some questions.
We'll work with the communications office to put something out about how we use the cans and what kind of information and data it collects.
I didn't hear you, Mr. Singleton.
We'll work with the communications office about putting something out about how the cans function and what kind of information they collect.
Okay, all right. Is there an opportunity for us to have meetings, though, with the community?
If that's the desire of the commission, we can do so.
And if I might add, Mr. Mayor, we can incorporate the education around the cans in our community first meetings and any other neighborhood advisory group meetings that we have. That's a way we can get it out there.
Okay. I think hearing their concerns, I think would be interesting, especially Manager Curry, since you said you have not heard anything. I can definitely, I understand. I do want to make sure, though, that we are able to position ourselves to be able to respond, because I've gotten questions that I'm not able to respond to. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Engel.
Two questions. One, the actual money for this is solid waste fund, right? So this is garbage money that is dedicated to garbage. It can't be used for general fund type stuff. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I'll put this up here. So in the enterprise fund, let's see that. Oh. So this here just shows the enterprise fund on the far right at the end of 2024, roughly 8.2 million, and then projected revenues for 2025 and expenditures of 16.7 million. And if you'll notice, in fiscal year 26, it drops back down to 15.9. So this money was planned on, hopefully being spent to get these garbage cans in place so that we can meet ordinance requirements. And it would just be a one-time expenditure here, and that's it. So yes, it's available here.
Very good. And then are these upgradable? Can we get Spotify? Can we get Netflix?
I wish, right? Projections. Not that I'm aware of.
That's all I've got.
All right.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Willetts.
A question in the opposite direction. Can we make them less smart at the end of 60 months? Can we say we don't need them to talk to us? Maybe we put them in places that are less high traffic, and then just let it be a not smart trash can where we will just have to collect it on our schedule or when it overflows?
Absolutely. They have a not smart option is a good way to put it, but they're roughly $50 to $100. So you're getting a lot of bang for your buck to go smart, and it would If we went dumb, basically it would just be just removing the software so that we can no longer track it in the future. If we decided we wanted to do that, it could be done, yes.
Okay, I just leave that to remind people that it's not, we're not signing up for something in perpetuity that it has to be that extra $115 per unit. Like if it's at some point we say the smartness of it isn't the best impact, we really like the size and the, it's all, no varmints and no rain is in it. If that's, I just wanted to bring that up. So, and I had the similar questions about reminding us that it's from the solid waste. This is what it's for. It's not, and we can't go spend the solid waste money on, I don't know, other parts of public works parks or really anywhere else. It has to be within this realm. So
Yes, sir.
thank you for reminding us, Mr. Singleton and Mr. Lloyd. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there a sense of urgency for us to decide this today?
So yes, we want to get it into this fiscal year because the money's not in next fiscal year. So that was the push. We really want to get these in place. We want to lead by example, come in and get our recycling and trash next to each other, so that as we move forward with the ordinance education and enforcement, we can say, hey, we've done it.
Also, we don't know what future costs might be. There's a lot, these electronical components, the materials that it's made out of, the markets are fluctuating. Everything's going up significantly. We are getting a discount on this volume of orders, so we would like to go ahead and move forward if at all possible.
I can understand that, Mr. Singleton. Thank you for mentioning that. My concern, once again, goes back to the opportunity for us to hear from our neighbors about their concerns, and I'm just wondering if we might be able to have a conversation before this commission says yes.
Commissioner, if I might, Mr. Mayor, I clearly understand your concern. As I had mentioned before, I don't think anyone from the department, I know I haven't, communications department, John Alexander and his, going out in the community a lot. We've just not heard the concern, but we're certainly happy to aggressively do some education, on this item. I would hope we would not hold it up, though, as a result of that, because we've had no feedback at all. I'm not sure who is communicating with you. I'm open to, you sharing that with me so we can go directly in.
Yeah.
But we've just not heard any concern about it in
Okay.
terms of, intelligence breaches.
I can understand that to a degree, but I think too, this also kind of gets to a process piece for me as well, just in terms when we're making decisions like this. I think, because the other piece was, I don't know whether you all heard, I think you did get some feedback about the cameras that we were getting ready to do. I know I received emails as well as text. Ms. Curry, had you gotten emails about that?
No, ma'am.
You had not? Okay, well, I got emails that I'm happy to share about that. But there's a general concern amongst different groups of people about surveillance overall. And for me, when people come to me, I like to be able to respond to them and allow them to hear and express their concerns before the commission makes a decision. That's really what this is for me.
So the units we're purchasing, or we're proposing to purchase, don't collect any type of personal identifiable information. There's no way to connect your cell phone to them. There's just no way to collect any personal identifiable data. The company has different units that are community type model, where you can have food waste, where there's a key that you enter into it, and that key is tied to people that are dumping their food waste into it. But this is not that type of unit. We're not collecting any data, personal identifiable data with these units.
And I guess what I could say to that is, if we move forward on this today, we have our educational piece, and if any concerns arise after the fact in this commission, we would have spent the money. That's my problem. But we would, have to revisit that. But what were you getting ready to say, ma'am?
No, what I was saying, Commissioner, is the Bigbellies have been out there now for a couple of years. And I know Dan Zhu has come before the commission, and she's reported on more than a few occasions about the value of them. And I haven't heard any concerns. If the concerns were out there, even to the degree that it was 2 or 3 people that were, I haven't heard anything. But the whole point of educating the community, it is It is expensive. And it is smart. I don't think it's that smart, though. It's a garbage can. I don't think there's an intelligence breach, but we need to be able to educate the community to that. And I'm open to that, and I'll make sure that I work with Jennifer to make that happen.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner. So at the end of the day, we're buying garbage cans.
Correct.
Do they
Garbage and
have,
recycling.
do they have cameras?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. I mean, yeah, okay. Is there a motion on the table? I'm sorry.
I move ordinance. I gotta
Not
know
even
where
an
we're at.
It's just an item.
I've lost.
It's 2025-518.
518. I move 2025-518, purchase of the Bigbelly receptacles.
Second.
We have a motion second. Is there any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Angela Castillo.
Welcome, Ms. Castillo.
Angela Castillo. I don't know if you guys have seen this. Turn it around.
There you
And why it's not in backup if you have. $575,000 for these. I was under the understanding that this was going to be at the end of the meeting today. And I kind of feel like springing it now was to keep certain people from speaking.
Hold on. Let's be real clear. I assumed that you were probably here for this, and I was trying to keep you from having to sit here till 10 or 11 o'clock tonight.
Well, I
That's
don't
why
care if
moved
I
it
sit
to
here until
So,
10,
there
11
you go.
o'clock tonight.
That
But
was my intent of putting it when it was, so let's not be
the
racist.
feeling that this was done to keep others from speaking, there were some that had intended to be here at 5 p.m. How much do these cost to fix when they malfunction? What kind of data does it take in? And this was talked about with Commissioner Walker, so I appreciate that. Is this a grant or is this allocated money from the budget? The closed tops are available that are cheaper because they don't take in data. They're just closed tops and you just go and you do your normal routes. What about the others? Will they pick up those at the same time they pick up the big bellies? Because essentially it would be economically, it would not be economically beneficial if they did not pick up those on that route, because there would be an added fuel cost. So honestly, there is complaints that you can't balance the budget because of the government services contribution being significantly smaller than you're used to. And I mean, do what we do. Live within your budget. Cut things out that don't need to be there. This is one of them. Regardless if it was, I can understand if it was a grant because grants are allocated for specific things. I get that. But the problem is if it's part of the budget, you need to allocate that money towards government services such as fire and police. This can wait and be postponed, and I urge you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. And you all staff, please tell me if I'm incorrect. This is in the solid waste fund, which cannot be used for general fund purposes. Correct. It cannot be used for general fund purposes. The money exists. The items will be more expensive, more than likely, if we wait for them. And the money exists in the solid waste fund budget, which we cannot use for regular general fund purposes. If y'all want to, if you would put that back up on the screen, I think that might be helpful.
Mr. Mayor, this is not a general fund expense. It comes from the solid waste fund, which is an enterprise fund. And it can only be used for solid waste programming.
Correct.
This is a solid waste program.
Revenues from this fund come from your car rate service fees and from your commercial franchise fees. This funding can only be used for the solid waste stream, pickup, disposal, things related to solid waste. We cannot use it for police, fire, or any other government service.
Very good. Okay. Thank you for that. Is there any other public comment?
That was our last commenter. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Willits.
Mr. Singleton, can you give us just an example of something else that we've spent money out of that that fund, so that we kind of understand, like, these are the types of things that get spent out of that, so that we understand we collect it from trash customers, and then it gets spent roughly in the world of refuse.
So you have a dedicated staff related to the solid waste. So that's your curbside trash, recycling, yard waste, things that associated at the curbside. Your solid waste inspectors. So whenever there's a commercial property that's having an issue with their hauler, we have a team that goes out and looks at those things. Containers not being in compliance with the code. All your education regarding solid waste, whether it's zero waste principles in your household, going to schools to educate children on how to minimize the waste stream. A lot of your encampment cleans up is by the solid waste team. The same employees that empty the garbage cans also do your litter cleanup in the right of way. So instead of regularly stopping by these trash cans, they'll be able to spend more time picking up litter in other areas in the city. So those are some of the representative examples of the things that the solid waste fund.
Thank you for that, so that we understand we could spend this somewhere else. Maybe you hire another staff member in zero waste to be an educator, to be, there are some other options. But those are the trade-offs here are, these trash receptacles, and maybe that staff person or more cleanups or more ability to clean up in our natural areas where homeless people have been living. Not that the trade-off is, can we have another person at Parks and Rec, Public Works, Police, Fire, or if we need another accountant. So I just want to make sure that we understand, like, there are trade-offs, but not in that pool of services that the government does, just the pool of services that is provided by this one enterprise fund, which is, I always forget that those people are paid by that fund, because it's a big fund, and it pays for a lot of different people and services. Thank you, Mr. Singleton. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other lights. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Comment, Mr. Mayor.
All right, not seeing anything.
I'll do it now
Okay,
so that we
already.
can, so we won't be here late tonight. Just there is a community cleanup involving Keep Alachua County Beautiful, the city, and a whole host of community partners in Pine Ridge in Great Northwest Gainesville, Saturday morning at 9. Some tabling, Mr. Alexander, Director Singleton, a whole host of fire and police and Gun Alliance staff will probably be there as parts also. Anyone's welcome to come 9 to 11. And we're doing it with the Pine Ridge Cool Kids, which is the community center right there that the Black on Black Crime Task Force and Ms. Strotter helps us run. So anyone's welcome.
Very good. Thank you, sir. All right, with that, we are adjourned until 5:30. Evening session of the July 17th Gainesville City Commission regular meeting. We've got a lot to get through this evening. We've already done a lot today, so bear with us if we have a lapse or two up here. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, if y'all would stand and join us in the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We like to have school groups come in and lead that usually, but here in the middle of the summer, it's harder to do that. All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to our proclamations. 2025-547 Parks, Recreation, and Culture Month, with a recommendation to be presented to Bill Berger, Marilyn Prado, Oakleana Caraballo, and David Ruiz.
Join me, everybody, with Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs. Come on up. I will ask y'all to hold, we'll just pass some of these out while I read reading copy. This way. City of Gainesville, Florida, Office of Mayor Harvey Ward proclamation. Whereas parks, recreation, and cultural activities are vital to the city of Gainesville and play an integral part in maintaining the quality of life in our communities, encouraging a sense of belonging, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to our environmental well-being. And whereas parks, recreation, and cultural programs help build vibrant communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic services for those who are disabled, improve the health of all citizens, and in addressing pressing social issues. And whereas these programs increase a community's economic prosperity via increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, and increased tourism, while providing educational, socio-emotional support and out-of-school time opportunities for youth in our community. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, and improve the quality of the air we breathe. Whereas our parks, recreation areas, and arts facilities serve to generate imaginative, inspirational, and productive resources for sustaining the creative fabric of our community. Now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim July 2025 as Parks, Recreation, and Culture Month in the city of Gainesville, and invite all our neighbors to join me in celebrating, supporting, and promoting this month, and to take advantage of the many benefits that our programs and facilities provide. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 30th day of June, 2025. Harvey Ward Jr., Mayor. Please, yes.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and community members. I'm Roxy Gonzalez, the Director of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs. Every July, communities across the country celebrate National Parks, Recreation, and Culture Month. And here in Gainesville, we take that celebration to heart. This year's theme, Build Together, Play Together, reminds us that our parks and culture spaces for everyone, and they help shape the vibrant, connected city we're proud to call home. Parks, Recreation, and Culture Month matters because it highlights the power of public spaces and programs to bring us together, from improving mental and physical health to inspiring creativity and cultural change, to offering safe space for kids and families to play and connect. Our Parks, Recreation Center, and cultural programs are the heartbeat of our city. This July, we're offering something for everyone. This past July 12th, we hosted free pool days for kids at Mickle and Dwight Hunter pools. On July 18th, teens can enjoy pop-up basketball at Fred Cone Park, and everyone's invited to the Free Friday concert at Bodilly Plaza. On July 19th, admission is free at Sweetwater Wetlands Park, a perfect day to explore nature and wildlife. On July 23rd, families can join Eco Buddies at Hogtown Creek Headwaters Nature Center. And there's a lot more. Please take a look at our website and explore what other opportunities we have for all in Gainesville. From outdoor recreation to arts and culture, we hope every resident finds a way to engage, celebrate, and play together this month. Thank you to our dedicated Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs team, our board members, and all the partners who make these programs possible. Let's continue to support the spaces and experiences that strengthen our community. Happy Parks and Recreation and Culture Month.
Bit more.
Might be 2 rows.
Gotcha. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, I forgot to mention, we have seasonal guides for those that want them at both the entrance and exit.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have early public comment, but we currently have no cards, so we're
Okay.
going to move on to our business discussion item for the evening. 2025-565, fourth budget amendment to the fiscal year 2025 general government financial operating plan budget, with the recommendation the city commission adopt the proposed resolution.
All right, Madam
Yes,
Manager.
thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. This is our fourth budget amendment for fiscal '25 general government financial and operating plan budget. We would normally have a finance committee meeting that would review this amendment prior to coming to the commission. Our next scheduled finance committee meeting is not until September, and in consulting with the finance committee chairperson, Commissioner Willits, he was kind enough to review this for us and provide some feedback. We placed the item because it is comprised primarily of grants. We have grant funds that have been previously approved by the commission. We have several grants that were on the agenda and approved earlier today. They are incorporated in this amendment. And the only way that we are able to spend those funds is for the commission to appropriate them. Even though we receive the grants, the monies have to be appropriated, and it is through commission action that occurs. And so we would like to ask you all to review and, of course, approve this amendment, which would allow not only those grant funds to be spent operationally in the appropriate departments, but it would also allow for some GCRA expenditures to occur. We're also asking you to authorize 7 positions for our new information technology department. The item that you have actually identifies 8 positions. There's a duplicate, so it really is only 7. I'm going to pause at that. We thought we had made the correction, but it really is not correct in the item. Susan Boyd is our budget manager. Susan, if you would come forward, if I've missed something here, I know there are a few more items, but I think the amendment is comprised primarily of the grants, the IT authorization, some GCRA, but please, by all means.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner. Susan Boyd, Senior Budget Analyst with the Office of Budget Management and Budget. Yes, like Ms. Curry said, this is a small amendment. We're adding the 7 FTEs for the technology department. This will allow us to stand up the initial technology department for general government and start that transitioning process. These include an assistant director of technology, a technology infrastructure manager, an information security officer, a technology service desk manager, a network administrator, system administrator, and a security engineer. So this change would increase the total FTEs for all funds from 1,462.75 to 1,469.75. In the general fund, we're requesting allocation of fund balance for $722,409. This is for the Workday Strategic Source and Contracts Lifecycle Module, which the Commission previously approved for supporting citywide business processes related to procurement and contracts. Like Ms. Curry mentioned, in the Special Revenue Fund, we're requesting an allocation of fund balance in the GCRA fund in the amount of $3.3 million. This is $2 million for the Streetery project, and then $1.3 million for the GTEC Capital Improvements project for our weatherization improvements. We're also closing the neighborhood grant program, and they're shifting those funds over to the Downtown Gainesville Strategic Plan. Then the biggest part of this is we have several new grants, which also sit in special revenue funds being added through this amendment. They total $8.1 million. We have $2.6 million in grants from the Florida Division of Emergency Management for expense reimbursement for Hurricanes Debbie, Helene, and Milton. We have $4.5 million in funding from the Federal Transit Administration for RTS for installation of a canopy and solar roof at the RTS maintenance facility, as well as staff training. We have $618,000 in grants from the Florida Department of Transportation for some capital replacement for the fare collection system, a van replacement, and our enhanced mobility of seniors and individuals with disabilities. There's also $332,000 in grants for Gainesville Fire Rescue. This is some additional funding for their medicated assistant treatment plant from the Florida Department of Children and Families. And then $27,000 from Coveris Community Healthcare Foundation for a Fresh Feeds and Healthy Hearts program they're instituting. Then we're also returning $722,000 of grant funding to fund balance for closure, a couple of old RTS grants that we're cleaning up. That's it.
Very good. All right, any questions on the commission? All right, any public comment on this?
Public comment.
Okay. Madam Manager.
Sir, I'm fine. We would ask, I would like to recommend to the commission that the fourth budget amendment be approved.
Very good. Commissioner Chestnut. Yeah.
Thank you. Move that the city commission adopt the proposed resolution 2025-565, the fourth budget amendment to the fiscal year 2025.
All right, motion a second, and Commissioner Duncan Walker. Okay, very good,
Oh,
thank you.
okay.
All right, Commissioner Book.
No, I was just going to finish that line. I was going to say fiscal year 2025 general government financial and operating plan budget.
Commissioner Book.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So this is basically a Fourth Amendment in the fiscal year. Normally, we have about 6. It's a pretty standard operating. There's nothing unique about having the budget amendment, so that's important because people may say we're changing what we're doing or doing in a way that's not in line with municipalities. So that's I consider that a standard accounting as long as we're accounting for the money. Is that correct, Madam Manager?
Every time, first, second, third, this is the fourth, same situation.
Every time. And the biggest, really the biggest change for this particular budget amendment is, as you said, basically about $8 million in grants. So there's over 100 grants listed here. It's in backup. So if anyone wants to see how are we leveraging what we're doing financially, look at those million in grants, the many organizations, and that is a good way to do business. So I appreciate especially the finance staff doing that. We need to be as aggressive and proactive as possible to continue that, in difficult financial times. But this is this is a big help. Without these, there'd be a lot of things that would be going away. So thank you, Madam Manager, and your staff for this.
Very good. All right, I see no further lights. We've already called for public comment. All in favor, please say aye.
Is
this a?
It was
Is this a
on
resolution?
discussion, but if it's a resolution, it should be a roll call vote.
It should.
Yeah,
It
it's
is,
a
yes.
resolution,
All right,
so it
yes,
does need
you're
a roll
correct.
call.
Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Book? Commissioner Willets? Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Commissioner Engel? Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2025-567, update and next steps for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Recreational Complex and Citizens Field at Northeast 8th Avenue and Northeast Waldo Road. With the recommendation, the City Commission provide the following direction. Continue discussions with the SBAC to resolve open compliance issues at Citizens Field and proceed as appropriate. Authorize the city manager to solicit for architectural and engineering design and permitting services for all site design phases 1 through 4, and the MLK and Aquatics building design development. Schedule a future GPC or City Commission meeting to review GCRA and WSPP projects, to reprioritize projects and funding necessary to complete Phase 1 construction, and provide direction regarding pursuit of other funding sources such as special revenue bond, general obligation bond, and the HUD Section 108 loan.
Thank you, Madam Manager.
Yes, Mr. Persons is before you. He will lay the item out, but based on direction provided to staff several meetings ago, there was a compliance and accountability review inquiry that was presented to the commission, and there was a motion for us to basically take that and do some research working with the school board to make sure that we had addressed any open issues regarding the lease agreement between the school board of Alachua County and the city. And that review process has taken place. It involved code enforcement, it involved our building department, and of course, conversations with the school board to make sure that we were, addressing insurance issues and other items that were laid out in the lease agreement. And so we were asked to come back and report on that. Park Recreation, Cultural Affairs, Ms. Roxy Gonzalez took the lead, working with Mr. Persons to bring that report to you today. We've had an opportunity to meet with the school board on 2 different occasions to just address some of the issues that were still in question. We've addressed most of them, and so Mr. Persons will provide that report to you along with some additional items that we've had an opportunity to talk with the school board about, even in a meeting that we had on yesterday, I believe it was.
That's correct.
As we continue the conversations about the disposition of citizens' fields. So, Mr. Persons, if you would, if it's okay with you, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome, Mr. Persons.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Manager. Andrew Persons, Chief Operating Officer. As the city manager,
Mr. Persons, let me pause you for just a moment. I do want to recognize that we have with us this evening and the audience for this item, I assume, in addition to a variety of other visitors from the staff at the Alachua County Public Schools. We have 2 members of the School Board of Alachua County. We have member Leonetta McNeely with us and member Tina Certain with us. So I just wanted to recognize you both and thank you for being here. And there'll be plenty of time for you to come talk to us as we go through the evening. But I did want to recognize you both early on in the process here. So sorry to interrupt.
No worries. As the city manager indicated, I'm going to discuss a little bit of the background about the requested compliance and accountability review of the existing school board lease with the city of Gainesville. That was requested back in May 15th of this year. And then the commission gave that direction to work with the school board, as the city manager indicated, to review the lease and to make sure that the various aspects were in compliance and consistent with the terms. We have completed that review. The full report is in your backup. I won't go sort of piece by piece, but I will indicate that as the manager denoted, we did have ongoing discussions with the school board. We met on June 16th, and then we met a month later on July 16th, yesterday, to both receive information from the school board in response to the request, data about capital expenditures that the school board has made, as well as maintenance and some various elements of the lease. A copy of that is in your backup as well. There's an extensive backup, as you probably saw in the agenda item. We met again yesterday to follow up that meeting that we had in June. At that point, the school board had been provided a copy of the report, and so we discussed the report, discussed some of the areas that I'll talk about we found that were either in partial compliance or were currently out of compliance. And then we're continuing to have ongoing discussions to resolve those outstanding issues, just as the recommendation in your backup is. So with respect to the review of the lease, what city staff found was that by and large, most of the elements of the lease were in compliance, particularly the capital expenditures that the school board had made from the initial term of the lease, which started back in 1984 to present day. The total expenditures of the school board in terms of capital improvements far exceeded what the original lease requirements were. Those calculations, as well as the individual improvements, are also in your backup for record. We found that component in compliance. Where we found areas where there was compliance issues were with the ongoing maintenance of both the stadium and the surrounding fields, as well as Citizens Field itself. That information is in your backup. As the manager indicated, we did receive a 2023 structural engineering report that had been commissioned by the school board as a requirement of every 2 years. This is a requirement that is a state requirement of the SREF rules. We did review that structural engineering report, as well as had our own staff go out and inspect the stadium. There were some issues that had been largely relatively minor maintenance issues with things like missing caulking or some concrete spalling issues that we are continuing to discuss with the school board. They actually have commissioned the 2025 structural engineering report, and so once that report is done, which they have indicated should be within the next month or so, we would then work to resolve any issues that report had identified going forward. So we found that in partial compliance. There's also an analysis that the Parks Department contracted with Professor Jason Cruz from the University of Florida Turf Management, who had gone out and evaluated the recent work that the school board did to resod the field. There were a number of recommendations from that analysis that are included in your record, and so we would incorporate that as another element that we would expect to continue to work for the school board prior to any lease extension beyond the current termination of the lease, which is June 30th, 2026. The final component is related to, that we found that had compliance issues, was the requirement for insurance. I'm not a risk management professional or an insurance expert, but we do employ one here at the city, Steve Arvell, who's been working with the school board to resolve those issues. There you go. Speak of the devil. We did find that there were issues with the coverage of the general liability insurance. The school board, as of actually earlier today, did provide us an updated certificate of insurance, which did show that they had just amended their general liability insurance to increase that from $1 million to $3 million. And then we are working through some issues about the city being an additional insured versus a certificate of insurance. I will not pretend to know the difference, but we are continuing discussions, and we anticipate that will be resolved very quickly. So that really largely covers the issues that we found with the lease. There were other issues about sort of noise or trash or parking arrangements, and largely we found those to be in compliance, or that the city had no record that they would be out of compliance. All of that report, as well as the responses to the original compliance and accountability requests, are included in your backup. So I don't know if you wanted me to keep going into the next component, or if there's any questions, or you want to pause for any discussion.
Okay, good. Keep going.
Okay. So as the manager indicated, we did meet with the school board yesterday. Largely, that meeting revolved around just response to the city's findings. We did talk to the school board about the ongoing discussion about the Citizens Field Stadium, and obviously the school board has been present at your meetings, including the last one that we had on June 12th to observe what the commission's been talking about with respect to the overall development. We did indicate to the school board representatives at the meeting yesterday about the desire from the city is largely to really kind of get a firm proposal from the school board. As the commission knows, we did receive a NOI from the school board in response. We did send back the city's response to that, and then there's been ongoing discussions since then. The school board, what we indicated in that meeting was that really largely, in order to move forward with design of the stadium, we need to know essentially the size of the stadium in terms of number of seats, what they anticipated investment from the school board would be, as well as a timeline for when they would, potentially be able to move forward, so that any work that the city does is largely coinciding with the school board's desire, should that direction come from the commission. So I'll move on to the next phase, which we'll talk a little bit about the design and the motion from the 12th.
Mr. Mayor, if I might just intervene, I think that jump,
Minutes.
because the other piece is more with the city.
Pause.
The superintendent may want to come forward.
Okay, sure. Anyone from the school board like to address those issues before we move on to the things that are very city specific? Welcome, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you. So good evening, and I want to thank your city manager and Andrew for numerous calls, meetings, just communication back and forth. Thanks again for constantly working with us on this, so appreciate that. So also want to thank them because they gave us very clear direction, what we need to just fix up and change a little on our agreement to ensure that you would then entertain the idea of continuing our lease past 2026. So clear direction helps us out a lot, so we already started on that today, as we're told, so we'll get those items taken care of. So just want to be real clear that despite Alachua County Public Schools having choices for where to put football stadiums, again, remembering that 3 schools currently do not have the ability to play football at their high school, again, Eastside, Buchholz, and then Gainesville, who you so graciously with your lease have allowed us to be utilizing Citizens Field for those 44 years. But we want to be clear that it remains our first priority to continue a 40-year partnership and working with the city to acquire however we can get there with you all, to partner with you with the city of Gainesville so that we would invest our capital funds into the field. We understand, I like that term, that it's on the flagship corner of the 8th Avenue and Waldo property. I love that term. I just recently kind of heard that, so I love it. And we know that you would be proud, as will the community, and so will I, of us building a new stadium on that flagship corner for easily community members, you all, and even us to be able to see. So our intent is then to build the 3,000-seat stadium. It is, just so you've heard about, holding athletic competitions. So just for your own knowledge, in order to hold state regional tournaments, a stadium needs to have 2,500 seats. But when we look at our ticket sales of our big games, those great rivalry games that brings a lot of great moments to the area, those are upwards to 3,000. That's why we want to continue to have a stadium that would house all of that. We would have the stadium be inclusive of that rubberized track, a turf field, concession stands, ticket booth, and locker rooms, restrooms, a little difference, press box. Knowing that you were looking about timelines, so we know in our research it would take us approximately 9 months to have both the design and permitting occur. Maybe that could get squeezed a little bit sooner because we could potentially go out to designed architects that have built previous football fields and start with already ones that are designed plans and then tweak them. That could potentially expedite a little bit more of the timeline, but then still for a new stadium about a 2-year construction. So the original notice of intent served as our position to continue further discussions regarding Citizens Field. But since that time, as we've spoken with both your city manager and Andrew, we're very clear that we are happy to cost share things like the stormwater management and the parking component that would be inclusive of usage. Our legal position does remain the same after discussions with other school districts across the state in that we do need to have the land conveyed for us to spend capital dollars. We are committed to spending and investing between $20 and $25 million for the Citizens Field. And again, just to remind you, willing to cost share the stormwater management and parking, although at some point when this moves forward, I do know, and you would know, we need to be sure part of those are tied together at the same time. You can't just do ours and not yours simultaneously. We say this knowing that, and we made a chart for you, so I don't know, let's see how maybe turn it sideways. So we say that knowing this is, we just have a little snapshot for you to just say that we've had a 1 mil, you can read it from 08 to 12 to 16 to 18 to 20 and 24. So it's a combination of 1 mil for the schools. Those are all at 4 years. And our half-cent referendum it is 12 years. 1 mil for the schools, again, are the last 4 years. And then we put in our percentage rate of 63 up to even the last one at 76%, and that what we already have invested, and these are hard numbers in dollars, $45 million into East Gainesville at both Metcalf Elementary and Howard Bishop. That's the total of those 2 schools. And why we say that is because they are both just a stone's throw from Citizens Field. So we're heavily invested into East Gainesville. And also, if you actually add an extra school, which would be Idlewild, there are a portion of kids that come from East Gainesville to Idlewild, which has also been another school that we have upgraded with their facilities. So why we say that is that we're hoping that you see this is our demonstrated commitment to East Gainesville by providing quality facilities, these schools themselves, as will Citizens Field. So we just say that knowing that I think we have the community behind us. They don't pass referendums and if they're not behind you. So we feel we've been good stewards of the money. But what our point of all that is that even when they had that the half-cent for schools, the board, still chose to prioritize building their first set of schools right here in East Gainesville. So we will continue that commitment with Citizens Field. So it's trying to just say that when we say we're going to do something, we do it.
Very good. Okay. Member Sarton, Member McNeely, did y'all want to add anything to that or anyone else?
Well, I'll rest with what Dr.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Very good. I'm sorry to make you get up there. Do we have a mic we could bring around or?
That's all right.
We just want to make sure we get you on record.
Leonetta McNeely, member of the Alachua County School Board. I was not positioning mayor to speak tonight, but anytime I can get a mic, I will.
All right.
And so I'm just thrilled to be here once again. I know that the city manager, Curry, and the superintendent have been meeting continuously. I'm counting on the elected officials sitting here in front of me to find a way to get this proposal done and do it quickly. The years are passing. We know the amount of time you have given us to utilize the stadium, and we're so grateful for that. But because we have 3 high schools that have been mentioned tonight that really need to have this stadium and doing it very quickly. I know construction, the design that will have to come back before this group. I'm hoping that you will consider what this means, not only for the students, the families, the whole community. And this must happen. And the reason I say it must, because I live in East Gainesville and have lived here since 1972. So I feel that I'm a part. I served as a teacher, as an administrator, and now as a school board member. The impact of this partnership means so much. And people have called over and over, what is the school board doing about this? And I said, we are partnering with the city. I hope that's a true confession. I hope that we will move forward, and I look forward to being at the cutting of the ribbon, even though I will not be in office in 2029. But I look forward to the cutting of the ribbon because we are doing this together. We are in this journey together. Thank you for letting me have some words.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So I will say that, as I've told each one of you individually and have said many times publicly, this is a priority. We have broken all of this down here at the city into a variety of different pieces of the map of the greater MLK, Citizens Field, 8th and Waldo area there. And we have kept a part of it where the stadium currently is as a kind of grayed out area, knowing that it is a problem that we all need to solve. And it's what we do. We solve problems. We find solutions. And I'm confident we'll be able to find a solution. And at the same time, we are working diligently, both staff and the commission, on the rest of the property, where there will be 3 or 4 different sorts of things that we owe the community on that part of the property as well. All of which, to Jill Citizen out here who just wants to use all these amenities, needs to use all these amenities, it shouldn't matter to them which government entity is responsible for it, but just that it gets done. And that is the spirit that I believe we generally.
And Mayor, I forgot to mention, because somebody had asked once, and I want to be sure that you're all clear too. That number of millions of dollars, the 2025, is that contingent on the sale of Terwilliger? It is not. We would be able to do that without the sale. When it does, we have our finances figured out. Capital dollars isn't our problem. General fund, that's a different story. But capital dollars isn't the issue there, and we would prioritize that. So because I know there was some concern that, it takes a long time to sell land, so we're ready to go. As soon as we get that, we're set to go.
Any questions specific to this part of the evening? We do, and yours is not good.
Mine is not on.
Okay,
Well, then-
so I'll
then
come back
skip.
around to you. What was your?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I think the rest
Yeah,
of
let's,
yes.
yeah. Okay, Commissioner Eastman, if yours is specific to.
Yeah, well, first I will just say that, I've worked on the last 3 of those campaigns that were there. I was on the board, and I will say that I do think that there's a lot of faith in the school board. I mean, I've gone out and knocking on doors for those. I've talked with people about the
Thank
schools.
you.
I think in the same way that, people have questions about all of their governments. We'll hear it too. Like, how are you spending our taxpayer money? We talked about Bigbelly earlier, and those are all very reasonable questions. But as a whole, people are very, they love their schools. They love the school they went to. They love the school that their kids go to. I'm impressed. I'm afraid I didn't expect you guys to come back with $25 million as the.
Well,
as
we
the
want to
full
show
number.
you we're very serious about this. We're ready to go.
And not predicated on Terwilliger as well.
No, that's why I forgot to mention. I want to be sure you know that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've always thought that this sounds like a reasonable place to go, where the entity that is most responsible for the facility that we're talking about is doing that. So we do parks, right? We have all of our parks facilities over there. But the school board does the stadium. It makes sense to me that the school board would be primarily responsible for it. What you are asking us for here today, Madam Manager, if I continue discussions with SBAC to resolve open compliance issues at Citizens Field and proceed as appropriate. I mean, that's all you're asking us for today, right? Is just to continue with these discussions with the school board. Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
As if I might, Mr. Mayor, when I met with the superintendent and staff on yesterday, I thought that at some point in the near future, a joint conversation between the two bodies might be appropriate because this is such a big issue. But hearing from the superintendent today, she's a lot more specific than yesterday, but that was the plan.
Right.
To show that, they are leaning in at this point to move forward. So I don't expect any more out of the discussion today. I'm good.
Okay, I'm very comfortable with the discussion today. I continue to let the superintendent and the city manager continue these discussions as far as I'm concerned. And thank you guys for coming to the table with that. That's a real commitment. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to hear that the consideration of what portions of stormwater management and parking.
Right.
That it's probably going to have to be a little more partnership on that as opposed to, I don't know, we pave an extra X number of hundreds of spots and we build what was never built, however many, 60, 70 years ago, as far as stormwater. But nowadays,
Right.
that's what we have to do. And I also understand the interest from the school board that it's, that probably that stormwater needs to happen. We need to put our half in for the whole site, in parking as well, perhaps all at the same time, but closely coordinated. I'm interested in that, so thank you. I am a little concerned about some of the wear and tear on the stadium that we see. I understand that the portions of the contract where y'all had to put in a certain amount of upkeep, maintenance, or I don't know if it was called capital, I forget what it was called. It met the qualifications, but there are some concerns there about, it's not going to fall down, but some of the stuff about sealing in between sections of concrete, that kind of stuff, I feel like it was perhaps a little, lost in the weeds. Literally, also some weed problems there on the field. So I'm a little concerned about that, about how we make sure that it's our building, but what is your responsibility, what is ours? So I at minimum, even for next playing season, if we're talking about y'all playing in the fall, some of that needs to be taken care of, I think, before.
So we do have inspection reports, and actually there's one more inspection report because it's every 2 years. So we have the 23, and as city manager and Andrew spoke yesterday, In about 2 weeks, the 25 report will be out. So whatever's on any of those reports, we'll have cleaned up. We want to be sure everything's safe too.
Right. Okay. I'm excited about making sure that that's all those
Absolutely.
I's are dotted and T's are crossed. I'm still 100% interested in being able to convey this to you, to the school board, particularly if they have if you have a better formed plan about the kind of volume of money that you're really going to invest into it, so that it will be a really good accompaniment to whatever we do at the rest of the site, and really achieve some of our mutual goals of activating that site for decades to come. So I'm excited, and yeah. So whatever, Madam Manager, else you need from us, it sounds like most of this is just update. But if there's anything else you need, please let us know.
Mr. Mayor, if I might. So one of the outstanding questions that we spoke with the school board about was if it was a deal breaker for the property to be transferred before they could utilize capital dollars. We wanted to ask about other school boards throughout the state that leased long-term and invested capital, or if it was only owning it before they could invest. And I think we're still pending that.
Well,
The superintendent may want to speak to that, but we really did have a question about what the predicate is there. Is it a statute-driven thing, or is it the school's board, their position that they want to own before they invest? That was an open question for us.
So the
you wanna
answer,
address that?
yeah, sorry, I referred to it slightly, but I'm happy to bring that back. So we did do, because rightly so, the city manager and Andrew asked us, could we just explore other opinions than our own? So we did. So we spoke with several different school board attorneys in several different counties, including the state. So that was the last piece that when we spoke yesterday. So that call I slid out because I told them, need the answer, because 5:30, I said, well, we're already in that meeting, so thank you, because that was really our last piece. It's nice to talk to the school boards and have everybody give us their same opinion, but also the state would comply to say that the state's response, so that is that their legal response is in line for their state constituents, their school state board. So how they will deal with any request like this from the state is they will default it to the local agency, which is the school district here, our legal opinion. And then again, we pass that same question on to several other districts. So that's why I had stated that our legal position remains the same after the discussion with the others across the state, that it does need to be conveyed for us to put in that 25 million.
Commissioner Willis, did you have anything else? Okay. All right. Commissioner,
Mr. Mayor, just so that you know, so in the backup, and we provided it to the school board as well, we did get the appraisal. It is a point of discussion as we move this, but we did get the appraisal, which we did not have the last time we had this discussion, and so
Gotcha.
that is up for discussion. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't pass the item without acknowledging that that is in the backup.
and let's be very, very clear to everyone, us, the community, the school board, everyone, that this is not the time for final decisions up here this evening. That's not what we're here for. Because we have to do everything and should do everything publicly. These discussions have to be out here like we're doing them now. So please, media, anybody watching at home, don't take this as they said this, so this is what that means. Nope, this is just part of the process. So I'm going to make that disclaimer a whole lot more this evening, because it's important that we keep that frame of mind in space. So Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the superintendent and our colleagues over at the Alachua County Schools for being here today. Thank you for your willingness to contribute the 20 to 25 million. I think that's very good. And I also can appreciate your cost sharing, or your willingness to cost share on the stormwater management and the parking. I do want to raise your brow just a bit. I'm curious about Terwilliger, and I'm wondering if you have an appraised value for
Yes.
Terwilliger?
Yes.
Would you be willing to share that with us?
Sure. So it's around 6 million, and then right now your folks are actually, it's 6 to 12, but what that difference is, we're actually right through your planning committee, building committee to ask for the land to be zoned as mixed usage, because then that obviously drives up that potential cost. So we started that knowing that it's an extra pot of dollars that we could get to the numbers quicker, but we don't want you to think at all that these numbers can't happen without it. It would just be an additional bonus. So hopefully soon you'll see that come through. I think that meeting is the 24th of July. Yeah, the planning board meeting. So that'll be coming through. We started that several months ago, just to get that on the books, because the state laws are changing, to be honest, about schools, properties, lands, and what's going on. So we do want to ensure that we get that on the books and get that for sale, but hoping that, again, when it comes to you all, that will get passed and then we can get that on the market.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for that, Superintendent. So am I hearing that you might be willing to add that additional potential $12 million to this, 25?
Now that is a very good commissioner. Well, one never knows, right? That's what I would say. One never knows. An equally good response, right?
Absolutely. I just wanted to put that. I knew I would raise a brow when I said that. That's why I said that.
Well, hey, you gave us a warning. This is to raise a brow.
Well,
Thank you.
What I will say is that funds that, from the sale of Terwilliger, by law, those funds have to be reinvested, can only be spent on another capital project. We can't put them in operating funds. So because this field is something that's unanticipated, it's not what we had planned when we went out for the sales tax referendum. What was the assumption that was put before the voters is that we would use our local capital dollars and the half cent to work this project list. This project is not on the project list, but by selling Terwilliger, hopefully for a higher amount, we were able to then put that money back into the capital fund, where by law it has to go to be able to spend on another capital project. We can't spend it on operational. So, and that will give us the capacity to then work those projects that are on the list, because a couple things have happened since the referendum passed in 2018 to not make those dollars go as far as they would have gone in the past. You know, inflation, construction is really high now, and then unanticipated projects that come up, you know.
for sure. Thank you, Member Certain. And thank you, Superintendent.
Absolutely.
I will conclude for this moment. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Engel.
Just a question and a comment. The 20 to 25 million, I'm sorry, because I've looked at a whole lot of numbers on this project. Are we considering that realistic for building a 3,000 seat stadium, or is that partially
Yes.
building a 3,000 seat stadium? And then, good.
Yes.
And then just in general on it, this is a huge project. I mean, this is probably the biggest thing we've done as a city in a while. So as I think we can do more together than we can apart. So I'm looking forward to finding some way to work together on things.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Superintendent. I want to come back to the conveyance issue. Now, is that in state statute? I'm
Yes.
trying to, okay, could you give us the statute, please?
Sure. We don't have
Oh, he
that
has a
state
statute
statute,
book.
but
You have a statute book here.
We discussed that issue previously. I can get that site to you.
Yeah, I'd like to see that site. Because I
and
think,
it's multiple statutes. There are 3 different statutes that all tie together regarding facilities, educational facilities, and on and on.
okay, well then I'd like to see the 3 sites. All right, thank you.
Okay. Was that it for now?
That's it.
Okay. As everyone else has said, thank you for bringing this forward. And as I have told each of you and many people in the community, This is the kind of thing that sounds really easy and everybody's for it and there's never any dissension as long as it's a ways off. And then when we get in the short rows here, this is when we start to for things, a couple months ago, things get a little uncomfortable and you get some, I don't know if we want to do that kind of feelings. And I have been confident throughout that there will be grace moments like this where we get to a place where the clouds depart a little bit and you feel like, yeah, we're really going to be able to do some things. There's a lot of detail left to work through on your side and on our side, a lot. But the fact that we're headed toward similar goal here and that we believe that we can get this done gives me a lot of hope for the project moving forward. So thank you all for being here.
Can I make two more
Yes,
quick comments?
please, yeah.
So one was, when I met with you, Mayor, and your exact words are still here, that there'll be some dark moments. And we've had some dark moments.
Sure.
I stand here smiling today because 2 days ago, as I talked to some of our folks, I'm like, I'm back re-energized because I thought it was falling apart. And I'm like, how is this? How is this falling apart when we're willing to give? But you also need to know those numbers. So that's why today is a good day that we could get those out. So just as a reminder, I know the city has at time conveyed other land, so have we. We gave the city of Waldo our school. They needed it. So it's not unheard of. I know you know that, but I'm just saying that we've done that too. So we didn't get $20 to $25 million back from the city of Waldo, but it was certainly the right thing to do at the time. So both of us have done that before. This wouldn't be the first time, just to say that. And thank you for your words of wisdom, because there were some not too long ago, a lot of clouds. So we're back re-energized.
There will be more clouds, but there
No,
will
we're
be more
good without
sunshine.
clouds. It
Yeah,
rains enough here.
right.
We don't need that.
There will
All
be
right.
lots more tense moments, but this is not one of them right now. So
Okay. Thank you.
for that.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Commissioner Book, you're up. Did you have any comments?
I did.
Okay, so hold on.
Yeah, my intent was not for you to wrap it up.
No, I got you.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So I appreciate it, Dr. Patton and school board members, thank you very much. Yeah, there's mutual need and there's mutual desire here. We want a large project, a large recreational project at Northeast 8th Avenue. And a piece of that is a football stadium that may have other uses too, and I think that's good. The fact that you provided some clarity in terms of figures was really critical. I would think, because the property is, at least the initial appraisal, it looks like it's on our backup, is appraised at 10 million, right? Means that a conveyance of 10 million, I'm thinking ahead now, but not too far ahead, it'd be very difficult to convey $10 million worth of city property and not provide some monies back to the city so that we can do other pieces of the project, if we even decided that. If we even decided to, for example, exchange ownership. But the importance is that clearly there's a need and desire by the school board and the members to have the stadium, and it is a big piece of a much bigger project that would benefit. There'd be a lot of collective benefit for the recreation there, which is a good thing. So it is positive and whole. I would, if we ever even entertained figures for, I guess the term is conveyance, there would have to be figures for what that conveyance would be. And I'm not sure that there would be the will to do that anyway, but I wouldn't think it would be zero. It just couldn't be. We'll demolish it, you give it to us, and then we'll build it. That's just one of seven speaking, because we have other parts of the project that regardless also have significant need to make it a real lot of synergy there. Very positive today. So.
And Commissioner, just to your point, I'm not trying to insult, I just want to be sure everybody's clear. The way that I think we understand it, that $10 million is $1 million for the 4 acres, $9 million for the stadium. So when if you convey it, it's not worth the $10 million more because it has to be demolished for the project.
Yeah, I understand.
I get that.
That's when staff will get together.
Yeah,
and
well, just,
look.
we only
even
have
had
you
that.
guys a couple of times, so I just want to be sure that before we step away.
There may be
that we
members
understand.
up here that's a non-starter anyway. But I just could never see that entire land that's worth a tremendous amount as part of a larger project could even be given lock, stock, and barrel at $0. And then we're stuck with the rest of the project that we're still trying to fund, which all works together. That's all. No, I understood that.
Yeah, just
That
because-
includes everything that's
Right,
on
like any
there now.
condo, when they're buying the land, not
I
the
know.
old condos, so it's that land, so.
And I don't even think
Okay.
we're there. We're not at that point.
Yep.
I just thought you want to have the opinions of the various members.
Absolutely.
What might be down the road.
Thank
But the
you.
clarity today with figures that you all have, I thought was probably the best piece, at least that we heard today, at least for me. So thanks for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
everybody. Have a
Mayor.
good evening.
Now we got to figure out how to pay, how to build the pools that your schools need to compete in, right? That's the,
Get on that as the next project.
all right, thank you all, much appreciated. Mr. Parsons, come on back. Part 2.
All right, our turn. So if you recall, at the last city commission meeting on June 12th, the commission approved the following 2 motions unanimously. Motion 1, direct the city manager to return to the city commission meeting on July 17th on how to proceed with the current funding available to move forward with the proposed scenario 1 in the presentation. If you recall, scenario 1 was the scenario with the Citizens Field stadium included in the design. Staff has projected that the design work, which would be, again, the entire site of civil design, as well as getting the buildings, both MLK and the aquatics building, to 60% plans, design development. We project that cost would be $4.45 million. That would be covered within the existing GCRA funds for this project. So we have funding for that. The commission also discussed the phase 1, which, if you recall, was for the city, roughly $4 million of site work, roadway, stormwater facilities, and trails, the addition of 2 multi-purpose fields, as well as the projected $5 million of remediation on the northwestern portion of the site. That construction cost, all in, is $15,825,000. The commission, with the funding component, we discussed what we have in terms of available funding. As you all know, it's roughly $18.7 million, divided between roughly 13 and a little bit 13 and a half in GCRA, a $5 million placeholder in wild spaces, as well as a projected potential $7.2 million of HUD Section 108 funding, which would cover the entire construction and design cost for the design component that I mentioned, as well as the phase 1. The commission also asked us to, in motion 2, which was to direct the city manager to bring back funding options that are not currently available. The city, we had already previously provided you a projection of what a special revenue bond would be using existing allocation of the city for GCRA, which is roughly about $3.3 million. We project that would raise about $40 million of bond proceeds. We also had the Department of Financial Services provide a number of potential general obligation bond projections that are in your backup. Those are largely model runs for planning purposes. They include 2 dollar figures, roughly $125 million, as well as the $85 million that we're talking about for that, over either a 20-year horizon or a 30-year horizon. They do provide a very conservative growth on the rolls, roughly about 2.5%, which is typically under what the city has been historically. And the millage impact on the tax bill would be roughly a range between $500,000 and 0.87 mils, depending on the total allocation. That's in your backup as well. And then finally, we provide a sort of next steps for a general obligation bond. So we'd be seeking direction from the commission, both on terms of seeking direction to proceed with a solicitation for architectural and engineering design services for the design work that I mentioned, as well as direction from the commission as far as additional funding options.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Parsons. Hang on just a second, did you have a placeholder in for, do you want to go in now, or did you?
I can.
Okay, why don't you do that, and then I'll
Okay.
go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'd like to address, moving forward with the Senior Citizen Center, the MLK Center renovations, and then I want to talk about those each. My motion says, move to direct the city manager to work with NV5 and necessary parties to return to the commission on or before October 15th. That's flexible. With the following to address the MLK Center, Senior Citizens Complex, Community Pool, and soccer fields, all to be included in a proposal not to exceed $45 million. Pursue funding sources such as a special revenue bond, general obligation bond, and the HUD Section 108 loan. Work with the City Commission to schedule a commission meeting on or before October 15th to reprioritize GCRA and WSPP projects to provide funding for the following projects. Now, I have broken this down into what I'd like to see on the Senior Citizens Complex. Looking at the senior center that we have here. And in that senior center, since I think what MV was talking about was 20,000 square feet, and instead of just throwing that out to them with no direction. So I have sort of outlined what I'd like to see in it for discussion. That would be a reception and wait sitting area, very much like the Senior Citizen Center here now, computer and mobile phone classroom, a wellness center, 2 staff offices, that's what they have out there, pool table, bid whist, and spades card games, board games, puzzle area, reading area, multi-purpose area to include accommodations for 375 seating banquet area, kitchen stage and class space area for group exercise classes, and a community meeting area. That would be the Senior Citizens Complex. The MLK Center, using the current space, update the reception area and office space, improve basketball courts, connect the MLK and Senior Center, build a community pool, 4 soccer fields, a dog park, and parking to accommodate the complex. Is what I would like to see us. Something's funny.
No, you're good. You're good. Oh, no, you're, sorry, it was.
Okay. That is what I would like to see in terms of moving forward now.
So let me ask you a couple questions on this, if I might. I can't
I
see
can't
that
see
well
it there
enough to, is the pool, so a pool is in what you're looking for?
Community pool.
Right. Competitive kind of pool like we have now.
Well, we have the competitive pool. I don't think we have a community pool.
Right, so the current competitive pool, as I understand it, needs a lot of renovation.
So we need to do both. You need 2.
Right, okay,
Need 2.
so you were talking about 2.
2.
So the big difference between, I think, and tell me if I'm wrong here, that you're talking about is leaving the existing space up at MLK and adding to that and setting a max price on the whole thing.
Correct.
Okay.
So that we know that 85 million is unreasonable. To cut it in half, but to be able to move forward and get something done.
So I would, you're talking about 4 soccer fields, right? I would love to get 4 soccer fields out of this, but I haven't seen a configuration that will show us that on the, I mean,
I think let's ask them for that. I think that they've come back with 2.
I asked them for 4.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
Okay.
over about 15 times, yeah. I would really love to maximize the soccer fields there, but I don't want to monopolize this. I will say it's going to cost us money to go back to them again and ask for more, and we all need to be aware of that.
And that is the reason I don't think we need to give them a free-for-all when we go back to them. I think we need to be very specific for what we want from them with a timeline so that they're not coming back to us 6 months later.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Eastman, were you?
That's it.
Okay. We'll come back around multiple times, I'm sure. Yeah.
I think this is great. I think what I am getting from this, Commissioner, is that that we're. First, let me start with questions before I jump into what I think we're. Mr. Person, so just so we're clear, so when you are asking us about authorize city manager to solicit for architectural, engineering, design, and permitting services for all site designs, that how long of a process is that roughly?
It's roughly a 12 to 18 month process. And to be clear, that is the design that the commission approved at the last meeting.
Okay, I'll get into that. But the 12, so it would be 12 to 18 months. We will at that point have 30% plans. What plans would we be getting back at the end? What are engineering design plans?
That would be 100% design engineering plans, as
Okay.
well as from the previous direction, was building plans to 60% level.
Okay. So it would be up to the 60% level. We would get that back in about 18 months. And then at that point, we
for the
have the
buildings.
plans. We can't go, we could, but it would be incredibly expensive to go back and say, well, never mind, we kind of wanted this, that, or the other thing. Like these are the plans based on what was presented in June that we would be moving forward.
And if I might intervene, Mr. Mayor, if I might just, that included the scope for the MLK Center?
Correct. Yes,
Pools,
MLK.
both community and competitive?
Yes.
And
The aquatics building, as well as all the site design, as well as stormwater, parking, fields, remediation, the whole 9 yards.
correct. That was the direction that we got when we were here.
During the last meeting, I remember you guys bringing this forward and said, you guys brought this forward and said, this is a lot to chew on. We want you guys to come back. We'll come back at the end of it. I think we said something, come back with a cost feasible plan. It was something in that range, but it was, we want you guys to take, this is a lot to go over in one meeting. We have a bit of a break. We can come back and have this discussion. I don't feel like in the last meeting I agreed. All right, let me jump back here. So we've been discussing this for a couple of years now, right? We have been long before I came on the commission. We've been talking about this. In May we got back a final price on what we were talking about up till this point, which is up until now we had a review of whether or not a sports complex could work. We were talking about a larger recreation center, and we got the price back of about $100 million is what was discussed in May. So that was about 3 months ago. At the last meeting, we were able to whittle that down and say, okay, we're now looking at an $88 million plan. You guys came forward to us with a 4-phased approach with the idea that that money, we will have to find a way to get that money at some point within the future. So the most reasonable way to do that is to do site work at the beginning, right? And to make sure that we can prep the site so that the rest is shovel ready. But it seems to me that that is predicated on this idea that we will have that a lot of this is predicated on the general obligation bond, right? Or on doing something that will bring
Some of the
in
funds.
a large amount of dollars at some point, right? So we're getting back the general obligation bond. It's in backup now, and I do think that it's incumbent on this commission to decide. We now know how much that will cost. We would be going and putting it on a 2026 ballot to say that we are asking the voters to vote for a $500,000 tax increase on their taxes to pay for the 8th and Waldo project. And so I think if we are willing to do that, and that makes sense, we should go forward with exactly that 4-phase approach. If we're not willing to go out and enthusiastically campaign on behalf of a $500,000 tax increase, I'll point out after a couple of years where we're voting on another tax increase tonight, then I do think we need to talk about the scope that we're looking at here, because that's sort of the scope all the way up until this point. And I think what you're saying, Commissioner Chestnut, is that you're interested in looking at a smaller scope. You're looking at $45 million. And I think that I like that approach. I think it makes sense for us to talk about, okay, so we know that we want to do something large here. We know that we are committed to the vision of Citizens Field, but is it a 4-phased approach that starts with the site work and then moves to this, to that? Or does it make more sense to say, okay, well, maybe a pool would make sense and then we can leave the rest later. Maybe a senior center makes sense and we can leave the rest later. I've really struggled with what to do on this particular vote, because want to make sure that we're giving clear direction to NV5 while at the same time giving staff flexibility, making sure that we're comfortable. But I'll say I don't think where I'm sitting right now that I don't think I would enthusiastically go out and campaign for a half-mil tax increase to my constituents to pay for very much at this point. But for a singular park, it seems and so with that, I am also interested in figuring out what is possible within the constrained budget and the constrained funds that we have. So I like the direction that you're going, Commissioner Chestnut. So I like where you're going with it. It seems I want to make sure that we're giving flexibility. I think maybe what would make sense is to schedule a GPC meeting or something where we were talking about if the four-phased approach is not the direction that we want to go as a commission, then what would a smaller, or a more bite-sized approach look like? And it is kind of where I feel like I am leaning now, because this feels very in depth in terms of what the requirements and the direction is.
I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I realized we were accepting 85 million.
Yeah, I agree.
And 85 million is of great concern to me. That's why I want to scale it back. I didn't walk out of here the last time thinking that that's what we did.
Yeah. I hear from the rest of the commission, but I do want to find a solution to this. I want to make sure that we're fulfilling our end of the bargain and that we are doing something important at 8th and Waldo. I also want to make sure that it's something that I feel that we can handle financially. And I'm not entirely convinced that the four-phased approach is the correct way to do that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Let me make just a couple of comments here before we go back on around the horn. And let me ask this. We talked about last time, the figures that we talked about for the first phase would be planning 100% engineering for the entire thing, for the infrastructure, would get soccer fields built, would get, I think, a dog park built, but would not get the two pools and the larger MLK structure.
Correct.
Okay.
And the senior center. You wouldn't get the senior center.
Well, that's part of the MLK building.
Any other structure built, it would get all the engineering and infrastructure, and it would get two soccer fields.
Correct.
Two multi-purpose fields, let me say that. And would set us up to get everything else done. That could be accomplished with money that we have on hand.
Correct.
Correct, okay. But that's 12 to 18 months before it shovel goes in the ground, right? Okay, just wanted to be clear about that. And also what we heard, because I questioned this several times, was that it's basically as expensive to improve and add on to the existing building at the MLK Center as it is to start over. And I'm seeing that in lots of places. That's not just on this. That's something that I'm seeing in many, many places. Okay, I just wanted to put that out there, and then we'll go around and
Just to clarify something you just
Yeah,
said. What I got, Andrew, what I understood from the last meeting was that, yes, we would have money from GCRA. However, that money is not available until 2029.
Mr. Mayor, that is correct, and that is why in your recommendations, we are recommending that the City Commission hold a general policy meeting to review GCRA projects as well as Wild Spaces projects to be able to move money, to make that money available commensurate with construction. And that would be some reprioritization discussion in the Commission.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Well, that last piece was interesting because I have ideas of spending GCRA dollars on some buildings on Main Street that now someone is going to renovate and will probably be a great addition to downtown once they're renovated. So we'll see about that. My question is about, I left the last meeting thinking, because I expressed, this feels like we're kind of in for a penny, in for a pound. This is all either swallow the whole elephant or not, right? That there's no way to eat this elephant, bite at a time. Well, the phases might be bite at a time, but it's committing in essence to the whole thing without having a way to pay for it. And so I have concerns about, even let's say it's phases, but if we have to spend all the money on 100% plans in phase one, that's a bit of a pressure to say, oh no, you got to do it, because now you're just, it could be a sunk cost fallacy to do that, but people, citizens, you spend all this money, why aren't you fulfilling the plan? So I really don't want to do 100%. If we really don't know yet or don't have a commitment to come up with 85 million, and like Commissioner Eastman, as I sit right here, I cannot say, yep, on the 2026 ballot, we're going to go ask people for a $500,000 when we may be raising their taxes by a little less than $500,000 per potentially this fall. I don't think I can do that. I don't think I can enthusiastically do that. So some sort of phasing, whether it's the entire site at a lower scope, like Commissioner Chestnut's trying to suggest, or that a phasing that does not lock us in as much. And I know the NV5 people, it's a great entire site plan, but everything they gave us is dependent on everything else going the same way. Like, I feel like what they gave us is it's like a woven rug, and we can't pull any threads. And I don't think that's a tenable position for us to also to tell the voters. We paid a lot of money for a plan that has no exit plan, no off ramp, no exit, no. Maybe there's a slightly different way of doing it, slightly different, a cheaper way of doing it, something else. So I like the idea of scaling back scope. I don't know how that works. Clearly not in what we have in front of us, I don't think. And the remediation in phase one for the soccer fields area makes me so worried about the dollars we spend on that. Even though I desperately want soccer fields, we could buy cheaper land and find soccer fields elsewhere. Probably.
Except we have land right there.
I know. We have contaminated, potentially, some land that we have to do quite a bit of work for remediation structure, make sure that it's a long-term good investment. So I want something that, and I also know that if we spend $18.7 million and out of it we get 2 soccer fields and in essence a stormwater retention pond, that's really hard to also tell people, oh no, but it's part of a bigger process where we tax you more to finish this. It's like the steps of it aren't lining up with me, because it's a very big project and we don't have enough pieces to get it there over the finish line. If there's a way to go at $45 million, I feel a lot better about it. A lot better. I just don't know that whether NV5, what they can be, I don't know if they can give us the answer we need, whether it's within their, whether they can dream smaller for us or dream slightly differently. But these things just aren't matching right now for me. In a different world, maybe we could swing this some more. I will say I'm not completely scared of a general obligation bond in general, because so that we don't have to pay for something right now. The next 40 years of people using a great pool, a great whatever, they pay some of that into the future for this great facility, but not at the $85 million level, not at the 30 year of a bond where you pay as much in interest as you do in upfront.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, before Andrew comments, and so I don't know what I'm going to say and how it's going to come out, and so NV5 did what we asked them to do. They gave us a master plan, and it was estimated to be between $86 and $87 million. We've had many community meetings, much input coming in, a statement of priorities from the community in terms of what they wanted to see on the site. And the cost, as Commissioner Eastman has said, at some point, with the stadium included, started somewhere over $100 million. I remember at some point saying 150 because nobody could really end up with, they didn't have a grasp on what that number would be. So it has always been estimated at a large figure. And we could have stated to NV5, not that we can't now, I'm not speaking against scoping it down, I understand that. But this discussion has been at play for a very long time. And I know that there have been concerns and questions amongst you as to whether it was too much and it needed to be scaled down. And so for us to ask NV5 now to scale it down, I'm sure they could do it for a cost and for a period of time to produce that document for us. I don't know what that answer is gonna be. I mean, they're not the only, firm out there doing this business, but, they obviously did this work for us, and so it would make sense, since they've invested that and they have that kind of history, to go back and see what they can do. But this is what we asked them to do. I just kind of want to make it clear that it's not like we've stumbled into this. This is what we asked them to do. And so if we're asking them to do something different, we do need to be very specific about that, because we have spent money. We have spent a lot of time in the community talking about what goes on that site. And in the last meeting, they made a presentation, and staff was directed to go back and do what Mr. Persons has presented to you today. If the commission's will is to scope it down, direct us to go back to NV5 and let them give us a proposal as to what it would take, because it will be additional money and additional time. If that is where the board wants to go, that's where we will take it. Hopefully NV5 will be able to accommodate, and if not, some other consultant.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I think what I'm getting at is that I know that we've been walking down this path, but as opposed to something like the fire rescue needs assessment and then street station strong foundations, people gave us needs and dreams of well over $100 million from our staff, but we went to the voters and we got this amount of money, and then the process says, with this amount of money, let's build this amount of whatever. And instead, this is, all the dreams, but we don't, because we're talking about one specific site and we ask someone to come with it, as opposed to our general parks and rec, needs assessment and dreams, we didn't say, well, all of the parks needs and assessments, and then start off of that. Because if we did that, my park would be at the top of the list, and we'd be talking about the money for that, because that's the real need. So it feels like a slightly backwards process, though I understand, because this is the project, this is decades worth. That we kind of needed to go in that path, but unfortunately, it didn't allow us that saying, well, this is how much money we have. Now let's plan for that amount of money. And when it went from when I first started this almost a year ago, I talked to the chamber and I said, I threw out numbers. It was for the full site with rebuilding the stadium. And I threw out numbers like 60, 65 million, $70 million to describe to them what we were headed for. That's with stadium rebuild. But it's much, much more expensive than that. So I'm not saying they did anything wrong, but maybe they were only hearing from stakeholders with wants, as opposed to stakeholders with resources. And I don't think we have the resources to do it exactly the way that, and I can't start us on a path that there's no exit besides $85 million and most likely a general obligation bond. I can't go down that right now. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Engel.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor, just to add to what the manager said, from a staff perspective, we want the commission to be realistic and we want to deliver on those expectations. To be completely frank, this is more than $45 million worth of work. So we want to make sure that whatever we bring back both meets what the commission's desires are as well as the communities, and that we're not over-promising something, because the costs are going to be the costs regardless. So I think what would be helpful, and as the manager said, we absolutely can go back, we can work with NV5, we can scope down the design and bring you back something. I think what would be helpful for staff to hear is what out of those different components of the site are the most important to the commission. We the phase one included the stormwater, the fields, the trails, because both the fields were a high priority from the community engagement, as well as the fields component was within your available budget. So I would love to be able to deliver you a two-story, 55,000 square foot MLK with all the bells and whistles for $18 million, but I don't want to promise you something that I can't deliver on. So I just wanted to add to what the manager said, and I'll sit down.
Yeah, I'm going to have some very specific number questions and when it gets back around to me, but I'll try to keep quiet before then. Commissioner Engel.
So the question on the site work, how much of that site work is going to need to be done for the school board to be able to build the stadium?
So that would be additional analysis that we would need to do in terms of both the site work to support the stadium as well as the parking and the stormwater. And that would
So
obviously be
some amount of
affect-
that site work will need to be done
Correct.
for
Right.
the school board to be able to build the
Yes.
stadium.
Yes.
Here's where I kind of am on this. It's going to be an expensive project. The thing I liked about the phase project was starting with the fields. That is something we can do, and you're going to have to do most of that, or at least a good chunk of it, to be able to do any of the rest. I'm not against the idea of phasing some of the, or shrinking back some of the ideas of what we want to do, but when I look at this list, I don't see anything that was on the list before that's not on the list now. So I don't know what we're.
Second basketball.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the only thing.
So I mean, aside from one basketball setup, I don't see where we're shrinking our ask much to find $40 million less in expense. So where I kind of am on it, and I'm a new commissioner, so maybe things don't work this way, but it seems to me going forward with phase one allows us to have the option to do any of these other parts of this project. I don't see any way to do any significant work there without going to the citizens of Gainesville and asking them if they want to invest in doing this. It's the only way this project's going to happen, to any significant amount. Like I said, we've got almost as much in site work as we've got available money. So if this is something the citizens want to do, it's going to take a general obligation bond, and they're going to have to vote to do that or not. To me, that's the only way I see financially this working, and to get anywhere near what this list that we've got, I think we're going to have to do that. We had a fellow from Miami that came up and talked to us from Miami Gardens about how they kind of turned some things around down there, and that was one of the things he talked about was we're going to do a project, get a project, put a sales pitch together, put it in front of the voters. If that's something that they want to invest in, and this is something that's important to the community, we'll vote to put the money into it. So to me, going forward with phase one is something we're going to have to do anyway, and the park desperately needs. Those fields are in bad shape. Parking lot needs to be updated. The stormwater needs to be done so they can do the stadium. If we're going to do any part of this, including just giving property to the school board so they can build a new stadium there so that that piece can continue to be used, we're going to have to make those investments. And then whether you can bust it down into two different votes on the obligation bond for a pool and a senior center, or whether we put the whole thing together and say, listen, it's going to take this much money to do it. We're going to have to bond 40 million of it or whatever. I don't see any way around having voter buy-in on this project to get this project done. To me. That's all I got.
I have
Thank you,
one question,
Commissioner.
Commissioner Chestnut, is the senior center complex a separate building from the MLK? I don't know.
It is.
It is
You
a
have the
separate building.
MLK, and then the senior center
Separate
is
building.
separate.
Okay, because that is different from what was in the plan that we looked at, okay.
I'm not really done.
I didn't know that, I'm sorry.
I was, and then you brought up something I meant to ask about. So the other thing I would say about this is we did talk a lot about it being roughly the same amount of money to try and update the MLK Center to what we wanted versus just tearing it down and starting over. I don't think we talked about, and I think it may make a lot of sense. It's time to put the chickens up. I think it may make a lot of sense to utilize the existing building we have, not have to do a huge upgrade on it to get everything we want out of it, and then build a separate building beside it of a much smaller scope. I think that might be a possibility that's worth looking at. Yeah, the senior center MLK setup. But in general, I think to do anything significant there that we've talked to the community about, that we've built trust on, that we've gone out and talked and kind of build up that after decades we're really going to do something, I don't see any way around putting it on the ballot. Now I'm really done.
Okay, all right. We'll come back to you later. All right. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was actually just addressed. It was about whether the senior center was indeed a separate building, because I left our meetings thinking that it was not. So now that I'm seeing all this, I'm having to kind of re-envision and kind of refocus my ideas and my comments. But my question has already been answered up to this point, and I'm just going to digest what I'm looking at up here on the.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Chestnut.
Well, I think what this discussion has done, this proposal has done, is it has generated the discussion we should have had all along. Because I think that this is the most discussion we've had on this particular project. I don't think that the citizens are going to get excited about stormwater or any infrastructure. I don't think they're going to get excited about spending the money, and that's all they see. So, I don't know. Andrew can say just by looking at this that he's come up with that is more than 48 million. But I don't know. I just have a concern that I think this is just a lot. And I wish we had a discussion on 88 million, a thorough discussion, which is what we haven't had. To be continued.
Right. So I'm going to take my shot here, and then we'll go back around again. And thank you all. Let me just say for everybody having a good attitude about this. It is hard. It's not supposed to be easy. I mean, we're doing a lot here, and it ought to require lots of thinking and lots of rounds and lots of different meetings. And I know if I was sitting out at home reading the headlines about this, I would want to know why it wasn't already done, because I've been there. But I don't want people asking me, why'd you screw it up? I want us to get it right. And if that requires us to go around the horn for the next 3 hours and then have 27 more meetings, then that's what we ought to do. Understanding that it costs money every time we do that, but that's all right. I want to get it right. With that said, Commissioner Chestnut has some questions about your proposal and how that relates back to the original map. Where did you arrive at the 45? Was that just?
Well, I was just trying that. I wrote it down. Let me get my figures.
I knew you had backup for it.
Yeah, give me a minute. Get my figures. Okay. So I was looking at the Senior Citizen Center being about $11 million.
Okay.
And that may not be true. But I was looking at.
And that is a new building.
Yeah, a new building. But the MLK Center, let me just back up.
Yeah.
When we had the original consultant from Chicago, they were looking at a facility that would be 60,000 square feet. That would be MLK, a senior center, and something else that we wanted to do. MLK currently is 19,000 square feet. This senior center gets us to the 20,000. Then I was looking at 10 million for the pool, the multipurpose fields at 4.5 million, site work at 5 million, environmental at 3 million, parking at 1.8, and other amenities at 1 million. So that's how I was looking at it.
Okay. Now as I just try to think through this and against the other one, and by the other one I mean scenario one of what was presented last month. We don't have the funds to get between the 18 and 19 and the 45 either. We're going to have to go find that somewhere else either. I would suggest that if we ask folks to pitch in, that it's easier to get somebody to pitch in for something that we're all going to appreciate and enjoy than something that's not quite it.
Well, Mr. Mayor, so I was looking at, just for example, we've talked about the 18 million that would come from GCRA, but to go back and to take those funds earlier than 2029. There's 6 million at Morningside Park, Morningside. Perhaps move those funds. That gets us up to 24. So I need help to get the rest of it, to get from 24 to 48.
Gotcha. So the other things that occur to me is the plans that we asked them to bring back to us, that we asked them to design for us, included all the things we talked about, and it squeezed everything out of the acreage that we have. And to do that, and to be able to do the football field, a whole lot of unexciting infrastructure has to be done before we can build any new stuff. And I mean, that just, nobody likes watching the infrastructure get built, and it's always, well, this doesn't look pretty, because it doesn't. It's not exciting at all. And I apologize to our public works folks watching, because I know it is exciting.
Look at Brian.
It's cool to me too. I mean, you get bulldozers out there, all kinds of cool stuff happens, but it isn't something you can use as part of the community. They were not contemplating leaving the senior center where it is, or rather leaving the MLK Center where it is, and then building another building in addition to that, which eats up more space. And part of our problem here is that we're looking at a space that the last time anything was built on it, it didn't have the kind of stormwater and other requirements that we live with today. And we should live with those. They're important. They matter. We don't want things to flood. They didn't mind building on top of contaminated ground and all that sort of thing, and we do. So they could just cram stuff in there, it didn't matter. We can't do that. And when we build this new stadium, when the school board builds a new stadium, and we rebuild a pool and build another community pool and rebuild, improve MLK and build a senior center to go with that, we've squeezed down the available area even more, and we're going to have paved parking, which doesn't really, for the most part, exist now. And all of that, it eats infrastructure and must have infrastructure to support it before we can put the things that are usable up there. So I don't think it's anywhere around spending somewhere between 10 and 18 million dollars, depending on what it is, of infrastructure before stuff really starts to happen. And before there are things that we can start enjoying on that space. And staff, correct me if I'm just wrong on that, but I mean, that underpinning of it all costs a lot of money.
Yes. Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. And there's both the infrastructure to support all of those things as well as just the physical space. As you recall, the design, in order to accommodate both the existing or the Olympic pool as well as the community pool, we had to move the MLK to the other side of the inner drive,
right,
in order to make room for all of those things in those future phases. So there is a 10 pounds in a 5 pound sack issue that we're going to deal with regardless, and that's largely a design issue as well. But the infrastructure absolutely has to go into the ground to support the stormwater parking, and as the mayor correctly states, those requirements are different now than they were when this was originally constructed.
Right. So, thank you, Mr. Persons. There are things we could shave out, like the outdoor courts, but I think if we're going to get a significantly lower number, we're going to have to give up on some things like the community pool side of it, and some of the things that are on the list just can't be done if we're going to do a significantly lower figure, because that infrastructure number is high, no matter what we do, basically. Now, I do want to say, go back to it, a separate thing that bears on all of this. When we did the parks survey that we did a couple of years ago, that we received, I think, last summer. Some of the things that really floated to the top of that were soccer fields and trails. And those are things that can happen in that first phase that we talked about last time. Those are the things the community said when we asked, what do you want? That's what was near the top, if not at the entire top. That and kayak launches, which we can't really help them with. But especially if we're going to give away Palm Point. I don't know, man. All right, there's a lot more to think about, but I don't know how we significantly cut the costs without significantly cutting the square feet of building space that we're going to use. And maybe that's what we should do, but this was a response to what the community told us they wanted. And there's nothing wrong with us, standing up and saying, we'd like this too. Community is really what we want too, but it's not going to be possible. I would prefer not to do that. I would prefer to find a way. And one of the ways, I think, is community. You said you wanted this. This is what it costs. Let's get there together. Which I think is what Commissioner Engel was alluding to. And they could say no, and we could say, okay, well, here's what we can do then. The community has spoken. Because as I've said many times, I believe when the community speaks at the ballot box, we ought to listen.
Yeah, we do.
But we should also give them the opportunity to speak at the ballot box. That's just, me putting a lot of thoughts out there on the table. I will again say that I appreciate everybody giving good, hard thought on this, and that this is not by any means the end of the thinking on this. And I want to, kind of buck up the spirits of some folks who I know whose, spirits are down at this point. This is part of the process of getting to something great. This long public talk through among 7+ people as we go through all this. I would love to just, say, okay, we're going to go do this, but that ain't how it works. And I did think we were in a different place coming into this, but it doesn't seem like we all are, and we'll keep working on it. We got a whole lot more lights to do, but I'm going to keep saying several times tonight, I think, don't lose spirit on this, because we're going to get to a place that we can all feel good about, and that's going to require a lot of backtracking and a lot of moving forward, and 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Don't lose heart, all right, please. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. Mayor. Don't lose heart. I will say that I do feel like this is all part of the process. I mean, Commissioner Willits mentioned the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs needs assessment. People said all the things they wanted. They didn't expect the commission to go and do all of it, right?
Yeah.
They said they all of a sudden were like, well, this is the things that you said. Like
They didn't think we were going to do it.
They expected us to make the hard decisions of prioritizing, and that's what we all ran for office on, particularly on parks. I mean, this is the most fun part of the job. I mean, you deciding what amenities you give back to the community based on the half-cent funds that they themselves voted on, right? But to be fair to staff, I mean, they are right. We have said move this forward. Here's the project. If we want to do something different, then we probably do have to have a hard discussion about prioritizing. And it is true that if I don't know if it is true that's true that if we're doing the whole site exactly how we plan it, then yes, 100% you need to have the stormwater exactly where it is. You're making that level of impervious surface. But if all you're saying is, well, where the admin building is, we're putting in a senior center, that is something that is within our budget and scope that we could do. It's possible, it's harder to say that we're either replacing or expanding out a community pool, and the pool's at the end of its useful life. Those are hard prioritization decisions that we would have to make, but I think it's worth having a discussion. If we're not willing to go to the public and ask for a millage increase, then these are the discussions that need to happen. And then what does site work look like? I don't know. What I do know is that to me it seems like I think taking what Commissioner Chestnut put out there and then saying we need to bring that to a workshop where we're discussing it, look at the phase 1 plan, and then we have on the backup here talking about wild spaces, public places, and GCRA dollars. I kind of want it all out there. When we talked about like Morningside Nature Center, for instance, that is, I have a lot of questions about it. I've sat down with Roxy and them, but that is the #1 priority for park staff, right? So when we talk about defunding that before we hear their feedback on it, that is also sort of that can be very deflating too, right? And so I want us to be able to have kind of a holistic discussion about what do we want to do sort of holistically with this whole property. And that seems to me like if we're having this conversation in a real way, then that does feel more like a workshop where we can, and I know that staff feels like they brought us a whole lot of things, so I don't know what staff exactly is bringing us at that workshop, but we do need to talk about hard prioritization of what exactly we want on the site and what is realistic, which means that sometimes some of those things are not going to happen, and our prioritization of other projects that would get that would come down in priority, and then it does seem like there's a mixed feeling on the board about whether or not they're comfortable with the general obligation bond going out in 2026 or 2028 or whenever that would go out there. But it does seem like like we're at a point where we need to have that kind of a workshop discussion. I don't know if tonight we're going to come to that conclusion, but I think a way to make forward progress so that we can make forward progress and we can give clear direction so we're not constantly going back to our outside consultants and saying, oh, do this design, bring it back. Oh, never mind, that wasn't the design. We weren't sure about it. That's where we need to be. And so I think that's the only place for us to be at this point.
So I will say we could absolutely do recommendations 3 and 4, and ask for that to be part of most of those for a future discussion. But I'm out of turn here, Commissioner Book. Yes.
All right, first chance for comments. Scaled back is good, so I appreciate that, and it is meaningful conversation. I'm firmly committed to making a project occur at this location and making it successful. It's probably not going to be what we originally envisioned because NV5 gave us the top scale, everything, and that's their job, is to provide the visioning, not necessarily give us the specifics of what it might be at various different levels. So I don't think anything we've done is for naught. And I feel like probably the best backup that we have, I'm looking, we have 12 backup items, and it's a lot. And that's just this time, notwithstanding the backup that we've had over these several other conversations. The best one for me happened to be the actually summary 3-page item, which is first. That's not always the case. But why that's important is because it's got the 2 motions and what we've done. And we asked the city manager, motion 1, and we said this, we voted on this June 12th. You have 18.7 million. What can you do? That was motion 1. And they're telling us what they can do. They tell us they can do design at basically 4.5. They can do some site work, roadway, stormwater facilities, which true is not exciting at all, but necessary, and trails, 2 multi-purpose fields. And unfortunately, remediation is something that municipalities have to deal with. It's always expensive, and there's no way around it, and also not exciting. That gets us to basically 17 million of the 18.7 million. And everything after that, there's not much there. That's motion 1, and I'm looking at the thing. So in general, I favor us, Commissioner Engel, I think you kind of alluded to this. What do we have and what can we do? And not necessarily, this is how you budget, not necessarily commit us to the next 5 years of attempting to make up the difference for different parts of the project unless we have the monies at those times. I think one way we can reprioritize our wild spaces and public places project. We've already done that 2 or 3 times, I think, just in our 2.5 years, I think. I would not be in favor of taking monies from any of those projects because they are all extreme. If we had the project list up here right now, they're all very, very valuable. And we've had plenty of community input on them. But if we need to reprioritize a timeline to squeeze out some more money, I'm okay with that. I think we probably just need to work it in reverse, just like we do with the House budget. I have $1,000. That's what I'm going to have. We know we don't have more than that. What can we do with $1,000 that's really meaningful? In this case, we have 18.7 million. That's a meaningful amount of money right now. And so the difference between scenario, what was that, Mr. Mayor? What's that? Scenario 1 or phase 1? I want to use the right term, so I'm using the terminology in our project. But so the difference between phase 1, what it costs, and it won't get cheaper the longer we debate it. It's going to be more expensive next year. And what we can do with the remaining, whatever that million, it looks like it's about 6 million, but if we have 6 million, what can we do past phase 1? And maybe that's some really some really good projects related to either the pool or MLK that may incorporate things that allow more people to deal with the amenities there or attend the amenities, whether they're senior citizens or youth. And then as far as things like the bond stuff, I think that's probably a conversation for later on, clearly a GPC type of conversation, because that's a difficult one. But we have 18.7 million. I would be in favor of us going forward with some non-exciting pieces of phase one and do it and get the things done that we saw, the community said, and let the city manager and staff now figure out the remainder of the money we have, what we have right now. What are the other improvements we might be able to do on that existing site? And that's what we do, because that's what we have for budgeting. So that's it. I do really appreciate all the different stuff, because boy, we've had many different conversations, and there's so many good components. We're going to do something, and it will be meaningful at that site. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Willetts.
Mr. Mayor. So, Commissioner Ingram, I'm glad you kind of walked me off the ledge a little bit about, because the idea of we go to the voters, that is one version of what I was saying about an off ramp of like either in scope or just we don't have to go full in on the full 85 million if the voters say no. I do have a question about spending 18.7, particularly the 13.7 out of GCRA. If in essence all that GCRA it paid for infrastructure, because then if we don't pass a bond, we've just spent all of that GCRA on something, not with nothing to show for it, but perhaps not what either the county commission or our constituents want to see out of GCRA. They want to see completed things that really have an impact, not just that, well, maybe someday when they have the money, it'll have an impact. So I have some questions about it, but thank you for reminding me that that's one potential. And even if we go forward, that for the phase one, as Mr. Person said, it's not like we would have that. We would have nothing to show when we ask the voters for the next chunk. We would have nothing to show. We'd in essence have nothing but plans, because we're talking 15 months from now, right?
At least.
Well, yeah, for the plan. I'm talking about for voting.
Oh, yeah.
On it, if it's 20, just theoretically 26. I think 28 is out of the question because we would need to be moving somehow faster than that.
12 months.
So, talking to voters 12, 13, 14 months from now, phase one, there would be nothing out of the ground. So I don't, that would just be what we think is 18.7 million between GCRA and some, just to be clear, already 5 million out of wild spaces, public places. That makes me feel a little better about the idea, like, hey, is this what you want? But what I was saying about the threads coming untangled is, the way I looked at it is, in the phase approach, wouldn't we have to start on phase two to pave parking for a potential stadium? And if we don't have the money to start that, how does the stadium happen? Am I wrong about roughly a chunk of parking in phase two that would have fronted Waldo Road? In the end, I think I would definitely see less of the gravel pit. Yeah, and that's the phase two. So, Mr. Persons, can
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the Commissioner Bullets is correct with presuming that we get to the point where we transfer the property, the school board's moving forward. We would need to accommodate the supporting infrastructure in terms of stormwater and parking, which is designed in the overall scenario one. Correct, in terms of the impervious, but we would need to advance the construction phase to be able to provide that stormwater and parking support for the stadium.
But the stormwater will be built in phase one. Perhaps not all of the moving the water across the property, but some of the low areas are in phase
correct.
one, right?
Stormwater is in phase one. We would need to confirm that would be. There wouldn't be any additional stormwater needed for the stadium.
Sure,
right.
okay. But we will need additional parking for the stadium.
Yeah.
And that is in phase two. And so if we do this and we have money for phase one, but the voters don't approve a bond, that's where I have to start to have some questions about like that thread, it gets pulled out. I'm sure we could figure out some money to help with the paved portion in phase 2 if we don't yet have the next big chunk.
And presumably that would be the ongoing discussion with the school board in terms of determining the parking needs for the stadium and that cost share.
Okay, that makes me feel, thank you, Mr. Persons, makes me feel a little better. And so when we talk about looking at wild spaces, public places, it's not lost on me that 10 years of wild spaces, public places is literally $85 million. Am I correct? Yeah. So when it was before my time, but when we went to the voters with wild spaces, public places, I think they were envisioning not a little bit for everyone in the city at one site, but a little bit for everybody, kind of across the city. If you're looking for, soccer, you get it here. If you're looking for this, you get it here. Kind of spread across the city, so that everyone has access to parks, recreation, and cultural affairs across the entire city. Wild spaces and public places. Mostly public places in Marion, a little more active park in the county. So I don't mind re-looking at some things on that list, but my fear from the very beginning, as stated, has been this can suck up any idea of making, in essence, any headway on one of our already agreed upon in our parks if it's not called a master plan, someone correct me. I think it's called. Yeah, but this is the one from 2011. So I'm going it's about 15 years old now, where it says about the distance we want parks to be from people, active parks. And again, I'm just beating a drum. The number one way that we probably can reduce the number of people who are not in compliance with our wish of how close they are to a park is to find that good active park space somewhere in the southwest Gainesville area. Because that's just where the hole on the map is. This can just eat up all of that money. And so, that 2011 plan didn't say it's such a high priority that you have to put everything else on hold for 10 years of wild spaces, public places. That's why I worry about it eating it up. But obviously one of the solutions is general obligation bond. So I'm a little torn. I'll just say that I'm a little torn because as opposed to eat up all of wild spaces, public places, I would rather say let's find a different pool of money, and they would know they're voting on the kind of the one site, all the eggs in one basket. They would know. They would see mock-ups of 2 beautiful pools. This soccer field. Well, I think we would already been moved on that, but perhaps the whole site, and they would really understand that if they do an obligation, if they approve it, they are getting a lot at one site, and I think that's a little more honest to the voters than really pulling too much more out of wild spaces, public places, and dumping it on that site. There has been some questions in the community whether it's honest using that much. I won't say some community. I've at least had one person talk to me about, is it honest to use that much of a GCRA on that one site? Is it truly in line? But I'm willing that as a part of a master plan, it is worth it. So anyways, maybe I've talked myself in a circle, but thanks for listening where I kind of am on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Chestnut.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I certainly am willing to look at a general obligation bond as a funding stream. Looking to HUD, Section 108, which we would have to give direction to do. But I think what we really have to come to agreement with is whether or not we're going to scale it back, whether or not we go back to give clearer direction to NV5, or is there someone else who can scale this back for us? But I'm willing to look at other funding mechanisms.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Engel, and then I've got a couple of comments. If I don't see any other lights before we get back to me, after I talk again, we'll go to the public and hear thoughts, and then we'll come back up here for more thoughts. Commissioner Engel.
I would like to say, so I don't think we get nothing out of just doing the site work, because that does allow school board to move forward as a partner, and start working on stadiums and some stuff that the community has definitely wanted. And it's, if we're going to have a stadium there, we're going to have to do some design work. Plus, we can do some shared cost on that. So I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think the way we've got this phased, we can really talk to them about, like, all right, the MLK Center, instead of a 60,000 square foot building, maybe we leave the existing one and, you know, come up with another plan for that. But that's not going to significantly change a lot of the site work, fields, trails, and those type of things that we could be working on, so we've got something to point at in the meantime. Like I said, the parking, those are all things that are going to happen if the stadium's going in there. So getting out whatever those shared costs are going to be and figuring out what we can do to move that piece of it forward, I think is important to just keep the project going forward. After that, like I said, finding some ways we can scale it back, I think makes some sense. But if we're going to have to go to a general obligation bond, I think in some ways you're better off spending the money to do it right, do it once, get what we've got there. Where, again, we've had people that did this for us, whatever it was, 80 years ago when they built the thing. So, you know, going to the city for, going to the people for a general obligation bond for $40 million versus $48 million and putting a, you know, 0.4 millage rate versus a 0.42 millage rate, I don't think those type of things are going to make a big difference. I think it's going to be getting what we need to get done to turn that into if we don't move forward on any of the rest of it, then people turn down the general obligation bond, decide that they don't want to invest that money right now, we're going to have a very nice park with very nice trails and a brand new stadium. So it's still, we're not nothing, even going at that point. But that does give us the opportunity to move forward, to scale the buildings or the pools back a little bit this way or that way if we want to tweak some things. But to me, I also don't want to try and cut corners and end up with an only very expensive project instead of a very, very expensive project, but without the value that it really brings to the community. So I said, I think I trust the voters enough to put that option in front of them. Let them see if it's something they're interested in doing, and that gives us the ability to really follow through with the pool and the MLK Center and the senior center. But regardless, have the site work done to make those things possible and to move forward with the stadium, which, again, like, people have been talking about redoing that stadium for decades. And I really think that if we don't do something with it and don't get those things moving, then, you know, people are finally starting to kind of trust that things are moving forward again, and I don't want to break that. That's all I got.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right. So here's a geographical concern, reality. I've been looking at the Google Maps of what currently exists versus scenario one. Scenario one contemplates moving the pools, moving the pool and adding the new pool, and moving the existing MLK site farther south from where they are. I'm not sure that we can get the two fields and all the stormwater necessary for the whole thing without moving some of that stuff further south. Because it's the way everything is currently configured as opposed to the way it has come back to us. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't ask them to redraw the map. Again, that costs money every time we do that. Every time we say, you know, go back and refigure this, that's money. That does not appear as anything anybody can use. It's just work that must be done. But I would encourage everybody to, if you have access to these, to the large format presentation that we got a month and a half ago, overlay that against the Google map of what is currently there and get some perspective on where stuff is and is projected to potentially be, because that was very helpful to me in looking at that. Commissioner Eastman, you want to go and then we'll go to the public? Or? Okay. Madam Clerk?
No public comment.
No public comment, all righty, okay. The public is just enjoying us having this discussion here, yes. Commissioner Eastman?
Andrew, do we have anything internally that would show different scales of this? I want to make a motion that we can come back and kind of look at other proposals. It may be that when we look at everything, what's that?
Just do 3 and 4.
3 and 4?
Yeah, recommendations 3 and 4.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, so that's basically what I have. Well, except that so what I have is it's scheduled for a GPC meeting to review and reprioritize current GCRA and wild space public places projects in order to identify funding for 8th and Waldo, and then prepare and present options for scaling back the overall project, including various cost alternatives, including Commissioner Chestnut's senior center approach, the phased approach, and the phased approach to inform commission discussion and prepare for a future solicitation for architecture, engineering, and design services. Do we have any of that already in-house or anything that would help inform that discussion already, or are we basically directing you guys to kind of start from scratch and come back to us at this point?
Mr. Mayor, I think what would be helpful, if we're going to walk away from this meeting with direction to staff to go and sit down with NV5 and start redesigning, I think it would be helpful if you all could find consensus on what is the thing that we should focus on with design. Because obviously, if we're going to replace the existing pool, that's going to drive cost and design. If we're going to build a new senior center next to the MLK Center, that type of feedback is good. That's helpful feedback. Tell us what are the site elements that you want us to design to within the existing budget that we're talking about. That's helpful information that we can take. If it's more, design something that's cost feasible and come back, it's not going to be helpful direction.
No, and I don't want to tell you guys again to do exactly what you're doing now, but make it cost $20 million, right? I'm not
Well, if you can do that,
If I could, I would. Trust me.
I wrote this very quickly. Just senior center motion. I just don't know if we can prioritize tonight. I think what we're saying is that we're interested in looking at a scaled back option. I know what I could say is the priority, and I've gone through 20 different iterations in the last 72 hours, many of which I would call you up and say, Andrew, what do you think about this? Give me some reason why that won't work, and then I try something different. I get it. I want us to look at all of our options before we go forward, and I do think that a workshop soon, and if you don't have to prepare anything, we could do it even in August, or this might seem crazy, but what are we doing at our next GPC meeting next Thursday? Is that a full agenda?
I won't be here, but.
Oh, well, that's rough. The having something and
I get a lot done, right?
Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor, I guess maybe for context, before we came today, so hopefully this will help Commission for scale. Where the MLK Center sits right now, there is that grassy area where there's a small playground. That's roughly about a third of an acre, about 14,000 square feet. So that's kind of gives you the outer limits. If we're going to leave the building in place and we're going to build a new, standalone senior center that's not going to then impact Fire Station 3, which is where you're going to start eating into the as you go south. That gives you a kind of a rough idea of square footage of what we have for a maximum. Because obviously, if we build something too big, it's not going to fit. But that also limits some of the other things that we're going to do, parking, stormwater. So anyway, it's all to say that design is all kind of tied together. And so if that's the direction from the commission, then in terms of focus on bringing back a plan that would focus on having a new standalone senior center, south of MLK, we could do that. If it's replace the Olympic pool in the exact same footprint, we could do that. Those are kind of hard direction that I think we would look for if you're looking to make a motion to that effect today.
You want us to make that motion today, you're saying?
No. I'm saying if you want us to go work with NV5 after today, like that's the type of direction that we need to know what we're designing to.
But what also concerns me is, so we know we're designing two, but we don't know if we're saying that if there's still mixed feelings about a general obligation bond, and we say we want you to exist within the current budget. What is the current budget? We don't know what that is either until we have that the first discussion, which is GCRA and wild space and public places,
Right.
and that might get rejiggered. Wild space public places can change as priorities change and as new commissioners get elected. But
So-
I don't know the funding box to put it in, and then what fits into that funding box.
So what I've been hearing from at least some of the commission is that you want to start from a place of here's how much our total pot of money is designed to that. And so I would agree we need to figure out what the total pot of money is, and then we can design to that and see what we can pay for essentially.
Right.
Rather than what the direction has been to this point, which has been master plan and design, a full scale recreational complex redevelopment. And then we'll find the money, how we pay for it essentially.
Okay. How does everyone? Can we just put? I misspoke. Commissioner Chestnut's senior center motion, not citizens center motion. Yeah, I mixed up the two major things on this. Yeah.
Thank you, broadcast.
I think that
Chestnut Center.
I guess that's the motion. Really, this just allows staff to think it through, allows us to kind of talk with staff about it. And so I guess that's my motion. Commissioner Chestnut, you.
Question.
Yeah.
Andrew, what is contemplated for the Older Americans building? Are you all looking at that staying where it is, or?
I'm sorry, is this the VFW?
No, it's the older, who knows the building I'm talking about. I think the firemen are in it. What is it?
Oh, you're talking about fire training or
Fire
admin?
training.
Oh, Phalanx across the street in the
No,
Royal Army Reserve?
just coming out of the MLK. South of it. It used to be the Older Americans building.
You're talking about where GFR headquarters?
Yeah, maybe so. That's
yeah,
it.
they've been moved out of that. They're over in the Catalyst building.
No, are you contemplating that building remaining? That's where I was.
No, all of those would be
Okay,
torn
that's where
down.
I was seeing the
Yes,
senior
yes,
center.
yes.
That's where I was seeing the senior center going.
Yeah, that's where Fire Station 3 is
Okay,
planned for.
okay, thank you.
That's where that is on the map.
Yeah.
There's the MLK.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I would see it going.
I move this here. I don't think I haven't made that motion, and I would need a second for that.
So could you put a date on the GPC? So we can't do the next one because the mayor is out of town.
Right. In August.
August 14th would be the next one, aside from the one next Thursday, which is the 23rd. Then
August
Yeah.
14th.
August 7th is a commission meeting on the
August
14th.
14th.
Yeah.
Is
All
the
right, August 14th. On August 14th. I understand you want to move forward. You want to move forward with this. I'm talking to you, Commissioner Chestnut. You want to move forward with this fairly quickly. I also want to make sure that we get all this right. So August 14th seems like a reasonable, it's a reasonable timeframe.
Is there a second on that?
Second.
Okay, it's a motion and a second. Okay, Commissioner, do you conclude?
I conclude.
All right, Commissioner Willits.
Mr. Mayor, just one idea, can we, the 31st, the 5th, it's a fifth Thursday, I know we have a special commission meeting to do budget development, but why not make it all day? Meet in the morning to talk this with the 31st, 2 weeks from now.
I think that's an excellent idea.
If I have to give up that Thursday, I'd rather probably,
Okay.
go all in. Just I throw that out as an idea. And then, so I don't, Mr. Persons, if you can help me understand about phase one, about site work, that is not in this backup, the whole list of what's involved. I appreciate Mr. Mayor asking us to look at that, but that didn't get put in this backup, so we just have a lot of documents. Can you remind us everything that is in the site work? Because I'm still confused about how we can do this site work without really going all in. Because I thought some of that site work involved parts that are in phases 2, 3, and 4, the physical imprint of phases 2, 3, and 4.
So the entire, in scenario one, the entire cost of site work is roughly about $8 million. What NV5 did was carve out for phase one, which is all the stuff on the north where the fields are going, trails, at $4 million. So roughly half of the site work would go into that first phase of construction.
Okay, so it's not, it is plan the entire thing. Site work in phase one, soccer fields, stormwater. That's
Yes.
what, okay.
Right.
Thank you. I'm just,
Right.
because when we say like, we can do the site work, and I agree with the mayor about understanding the moving pieces, because the new fire station is on 8th. There is some room in between the existing MLK and where the fire station would go. My understanding, I look at the map, I continue to look at it. There's room there for something, because that fire station will not take up all the area from 8th to the existing, basically the building line of the current MLK Center. So I want to leave that opportunity out there. But I appreciate that when we say like, oh, we could kind of do this. No, like this plans that in the middle of where the MLK is now, there's a pool. I mean, that's what the rough outline was. And that there would be a very large parking lot south of that, or not large, but a decent sized parking lot south of that before you get into the fire station. So there's not as much, oh, we can kind of put something here and kind of, no, that's what I say about like the plan they brought us is beautiful. With enough money, I would just say, let's do it right now. This is great. And they will win awards for having thought out a good park, right? But it's just, I feel like we can't pull any of these threads. That's why that's one of my big worries, but I understand the idea of going forward with phase one and then potentially asking the voters. I like that. Let's still have some understanding about some scaling back, though. I think it is worth asking that scale back, even if it's so that later if we ask voters to say, listen, we could have gone with a different idea, but you only get this for X number of dollars. And is it really worth it? Please, and ask the voters to go in a different way, potentially. So anyways, thank you for helping me fully grasp, because when we talk about stormwater, we are talking about stormwater kind of for the whole site, but the idea is that we build enough stormwater. We may end up with oversized stormwater is what I'm hearing. If we go full phase one and the voters say don't change anything, we might have slightly, depending on the stadium and how much parking we build, we theoretically could end up with slightly oversized stormwater. Perhaps that's not a bad thing. Thanks for putting this up, Mr. Mayor, because it is good to remember that currently where that large pool is there in the center, that's where the MLK Center is.
Yes.
100%. That is where it's at. And so there's not a lot of moving around potential, without moving the stadium. So
Right.
I think that's all I have.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, there is, I think in terms of, to Commissioner Willett's point, some of the infrastructure will, and the resultant site work will scale down. The cost will scale down. Obviously, the parking amounts are driven by the size of the MLK Center, by the additional pools. So if those things become taken out of the plan, obviously the need for parking will also scale down, and the resultant site work would scale down. There is, as you can see, in some of the other phases, there are some smaller stormwater areas that are not in that phase one. That would be in those future phases. So those would be examples that, as the school board moves forward, presumably on the stadium, that we would need to incorporate that into whatever the first phase of construction would be to match the school board's work.
Okay, Commissioner Engel.
Happy to support the motion, but one of the pieces of information I'd like when we come back to have this discussion is the amount of site work it is going to take to get the Frisbee field that I play on every week to be nice, but also to make the stadium legitimately realistic. So if part of that wasn't phase two or whatever it is on that, if we're looking at breaking this down into site work, making that realistic, and then looking at scaling whatever it is rounds we're going to do for the pool or for the thing, I'd like to be able for that chunk to continue to move forward. What is it going to take site work to do that? Even if that's going to be pulled out, because again, if we're looking at either a general obligation bond or trying to track down more money or scaling down or whatever else, what of that has to be put together so that the rest of the park, the trails, and the stadium are able to move forward. And I think that's an important benchmark to hit while we're talking about exactly how we want to do the pools, exactly what we want to do with the senior center, the existing MLK, and that'll allow us to continue to move forward on that stuff. So I would like that number is certainly something to look at when we sit down and have this conversation. So we decide we are going for general obligation bond. There's going to be 8 people who agree on it, so it's going to be the 7 of us and then everyone else in Gainesville. Is going to get together and make that decision. So if that's going to be a little while before we know that, I want to be able to move forward with this project in the stadium. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Chestnut.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
You good?
Yes, I'm good. Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Book.
Yes, could we put up the motion again? Madam Manager, is NV5 discharged all their obligations? We have no additional work for them, or what's the scope of what they still owe us?
They still are working on this. I believe the roadways outside of the project are still in motion. They still owe us that deliverable.
That is correct. We will need to sit down with them and see how much additional work under their existing contract that we can get out of them without having to go out and do another solicitation.
All right, so they owe us some work, and that work could be what we're talking about is cars costs on their number 2 here.
Potentially.
Because that would be very beneficial, right? We're not looking to spend more money and add, well, we need this, and you've got X amount of money to do it in. So do it for us.
Maybe.
They're deep into the project. They need us. I would think hopefully that's included. Otherwise, part 2 of this motion costs us additional money right off the bat. Is that right?
Yes, potentially.
So
in terms of, we are paying them to do design.
We're paying them to do more, and we're taking away from the 18.7 million that we're even trying to get to right now in the next 12 to 18 months. The pursuit of the general revenue bond and the obligation and potential HUD funds and loan, I think we should do that after October 1. Actually, I think we should do that after November. And the reason for that is the more votes that we start to talk about, the more things and initiatives, the more confusing it is for the people when you have issues right in front of us. That's just what I'm just thinking about in the long run. If we're going to make decisions about voting for next year, we should probably make that later in this year after we've dealt with this budget, dealt with an existing vote, which is coming up in November. It would not benefit us, I don't think, to be talking about that now for the next vote that comes up. On Section 1, Commissioner Eastman, the way that it reads, I always kind of closely evaluate language. It says that we are going to prioritize. This is the way I read it, and it could be wrong. We will reprioritize, and we will identify funding. It reads that way to me, as opposed to either potentially or possibly, and that's a very important clarification for me. I just want to make sure I have that.
I just copied, staff kind of wrote it that way. It was schedule a future GPC meeting to review GCRA and wild space public places projects to reprioritize projects and funding necessary to complete phase 1 construction. It may be that we don't reprioritize. I don't know. I was just.
Maybe we can say consider reprioritizing current GCRA and then.
Yeah, I think that was important because that's what I understood. This is telling us we will do it and we will identify funding. Now, we may very well do that, but we may not.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so it would be a potential or consider something like that, or we've just basically given direction that we're going to do it. That may not happen. It probably will, especially some time frame type of thing. So thank you for considering.
Yeah, I'm happy to say and consider reprioritizing.
I'd also like to say in 1, you need to put the date in there, July 31.
Okay, so do we want to? So originally it was August 14th, and then I have no problem with Commissioner Willitz's July 31 extended meeting. But are we comfortable with doing that up here on the diet, like scheduling a morning meeting on July 31 in the morning?
No, I thought Casey said all day.
Well,
we're already here in the afternoon.
So the
Yeah, for the
31st,
afternoon, yeah.
1 o'clock is the budget.
Okay,
Right.
well, we'll schedule the morning.
Is that so? You're comfortable with that? Do people are free that day
We'll be here for the budget.
Could I?
in the afternoon?
That we have my staff look and make sure calendars work, and then we will get it scheduled on that. Yeah, and if there's an issue, we'll come back.
We don't want to squeeze anybody out. This is a 7-member discussion.
Yeah.
I mean, this-
All right, so then July 31st is fine with me. I'm comfortable with it. If we get, and I'm the motioner, you're the seconder. So I'm comfortable with it, you're comfortable with it, we're good. Great. All right, July 31 it is.
You have that reflected in the motion that's in the minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that starting at 10 a.m.?
So so we have currently at 1 o'clock
Right.
for the whole afternoon to pick through the budget. That's going to be a lot of thinking. So.
Start at 9?
I'd start at 9.
Okay, 9 o'clock it is. Yeah.
I'll bring the donuts.
There you go. All right. Okay, Commissioner Book, were you? Commissioner Book, y'all done? Yes, sir. Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Manager Curry, has staff designated or identified that the Cultural Arts Center will fall under GCRA or Wild Spaces, public places? Is that something that you all have discussed?
I'm not sure. I need to understand.
Understand what I'm saying? So I'm looking at the motion as crafted here, and my concern is that a couple of years ago, this commission committed to the Cultural Arts Center. And the community came forward and they said the things that they wanted. And of course, one of the things that was identified was that we needed a space. But we had a consensus among the commission that it was something that we were going to do. We did not move the conversation forward in terms of deciding anything that would look like a budget or money for it. And then this conversation came along. And one of the reasons why I was willing to kind of sit back and be silent was because the school board was involved and I knew they had some time-sensitive things. But the Cultural Arts Center is still very much a commitment that we have said we want to move forward on. I want to make sure that this motion does not impede its progress, and I want to make sure that it does not get excluded from the conversations about how GCRA monies could be utilized. So I'm looking at the verbiage here and I'm wondering how this can be crafted to accommodate what we have said we are committed to in that way.
I will attempt to answer that, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, but it is going to actually require probably input from the commission. But, during I guess it's been a couple of years or so ago, we had a feasibility study around both the Cultural Arts Center and 8th and Waldo. The feasibility study associated with the Cultural Arts Center, the presentation was made. I think the conclusion was reached with PRCA involved in the process, that we would try to address the needs that were brought up in those community meetings programmatically within the existing structure of our parks and recreation programming. But because there was no site available, that going forward was not a recommendation, from my recollection, from the board, because there was no site available for us to continue to pursue it. And so, different from 8th and Waldo, we had a feasibility study which moved into the NV5 contract. That did not happen with cultural arts. It didn't mean that there was not an interest in it, but we were not directed to move forward. As it relates to GCRA funding, to my knowledge at this point, there is no funding set aside in any of the years out to 2029. Rick, for the Cultural Arts Center, he's shaking his head, so there is no funding set aside in the GCRA program right now through its end, which is 2029 for the Cultural Arts program. That's my recollection. So I, would have to leave it to the commission to.
Well, that conversation for me has to absolutely come back around, because it was not my understanding after the individuals came and brought forward their information. They did conclude with this is something that the community wants to see, but there is no site. And honestly, I felt as though we hadn't gotten our money's worth at that point, because I did not see that there was any real attempt on their side to think out of the box. I had several times from this dais mentioned the idea of speaking with Duval and actually looking at other properties that possibly didn't belong to the city, and in terms of thinking in terms of acquiring them. And I was disappointed then to see that the consultant did not, in fact, do those things, and that was something that I had expressed a real interest in from this side. So I just left it at that point, but I never at any time thought that that was the end of the conversation, nor did I hear that. So what I want to say to my colleagues is that the commitment that we made to the Cultural Arts Center as a facility, a standalone facility, that I brought forward about 2 years ago that received unanimous support from many of you, not all of you. I think a couple of you were not here with us, but several of you were, is still very much alive, not just in my heart, but in the heart of the community members. You'll remember that it was couched in addressing gun violence, as addressing the root causes, as well as a number of other things. It was also couched in the idea, Mr. Mayor, that you and I had shared an interest in really bolstering the cultural scene here in this city. So I really hope that that is something that we have not lost sight of, because it's something that we told the citizens that we would do. But it also has a myriad of benefits: artistic, cultural, economic development. There are a number of things. So I'll go ahead and say to you, and I probably need to put this in a motion, because I don't want this to get lost in translation here. And I'm trying to cobble together what that needs to be. But I'm looking at this, and as we consider our pots of money that are available for things, if that is something this commission is still committed to, and I hope it is, then I think that that has to be included in our conversations, because that will, it'll limit, obviously, what it is we can do, because then that will call on some resources as well. I just feel like if we're going to do it, it has to be a part of the conversation so we know what we're looking towards. Give me a few moments. There's no more lights? Is there another light?
Yeah.
So give me a few moments. Let's get Commissioner Chestnut's comments and anybody else's who wants to comment, and I will arrive at the motion that I feel like I need to put before you to see if this commission is still committed to the Cultural Arts Center as it said it was 2 years ago.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would suggest that we go back and look at the recommendations from the consultant. Go back and look at the recommendations from the consultant, Commissioner Duncan Walker, and let us review that. Because what I remember from the consultant was, I don't remember it exactly, was that they did not recommend it because they thought that the cultural activities could be absorbed into existing buildings or existing programs. I don't know. So maybe we need to see that motion.
Yeah, let's go back, because that's not what I remember.
Yeah. Oh, who has it?
Roxy,
I think
Roxy has it.
Roxy's here.
I remembered that being something that we said we would do because we did not currently have a site. But I didn't, let's hear what Roxy has to say.
Mayor, Commissioners, Roxy Gonzalez, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs. Yeah, so when the consultant was here, if I recall correctly, it was also that, yes, one, there was no site to be identified, and it was recommended to continue to pick up our arts programming through our current programs at the time to then justify more need for it, which was encompassed with the One Nation, One Project in increasing more programming to show proof of need. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of where we left it at that point. But there was no motion to allocate specific funds for a facility at the time.
Correct. Now, I do remember that, but I also do not remember us saying we weren't going to do it.
Yeah, that's where we landed.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Y'all both good? Okay. We'll come back around. Commissioner Book.
I just had a question, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Duncan Walker, is would it be acceptable for us to get I'm just having trouble recollecting exactly what happened, to get the information sent to all of us. So we can look exactly what it is. Clearly, there was conceptual discussion. I don't remember funding and what the motion ended up being. But it would be so helpful.
I don't think there was a motion at the end of it.
That's
No.
kind of the way I thought, but again, it's 2 years ago or plus, so to have that in existence for the future discussion on the 31st might be helpful. I know the more we wrap in, the more difficult the discussion becomes, but, we're talking about fixed pots of money. That was just my thought. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Mayor.
Commissioner Book. So Commissioner Walker and everyone, one of my thoughts a month and a half ago, when we had this, we had the discussion last and had all of the paper in front of me up on the screen, was that some of what was proposed in the activity center, for lack of a better term, it did include a stage, as I recall. And my hope was that perhaps some of that could be included as, that's part of the cultural arts center, is what we were talking about building there anyway. That we fold lots and lots of 3 or 4 significant uses into that very large, very great building.
A stage, I missed
I think we had a stage in some part of this thing, and I can't find the pages all now on the spot, but.
Yeah, there was definitely a stage in there, but the Cultural Arts Center, if those of us who were here can recall, was a completely different concept that was put forward, and it was separate from this.
So let's just bring it back.
Yeah,
bring
we
it back
absolutely,
so we
clearly
can
need
see
to,
it.
as a refresher, but also to present it to those commissioners who were not on the dais when it was brought forward, I think is the fair thing to do, so that we can have a much more robust conversation, because you do need to see it.
Very good. Okay.
So when should that come back? July 31st, should that be, do you want that on the July 31st agenda to bring that there, or when should we bring that back?
July 31st is probably going to be very intense.
Let's do that August 14th, perhaps,
Okay.
on
August 14th.
GPC. Does that work?
That works for me, as long as staff, is it possible for you all to bring that back then? Okay.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Willets.
I'm still a little iffy about this motion. It just,
Which motion?
mostly the second portion, because just, I don't foresee how we can do this on the site as we've been thinking, as the phasing, the senior center, if we built the senior center just south of that, then the whole idea that we could have 2 pools, it would so radically change the footprint of what we're talking about, because we don't have a lot of extra space where you just kind of move something else around, and this is a pretty constrained site, and so I'll just say that I'm not very comfortable with it, but if we were going to go ask the voters to spend a bunch of money, I would want to ask them for $10 million more, and I'd want to build the Cultural Arts Center on the Ace Cash Express site on that corner of 8th and Waldo. I know there need to be a little more parking somewhere, but
That's the man who wants a fortune for his.
I'm sure he does, right? And so that's why I say, but I put that out there as, I guess spending in dreams, right? If he didn't want a fortune for that property, and if we were already going to go obligation bond, and whether it wouldn't really want to be on that site because you want it very separate. But then again, it's activities and arts, and it becomes a real activity center for lots of different things. Hopefully, that happen at different times of days and weeks, but I don't know for sure. Anyways, that's just a little extra out there. That doesn't mean I support an obligation bond, but that makes a little more sense to me. Because if you're going to go all in, then get out of the site what you want, right? Which to some degree, this is what we've designed. Like, go all in. That's get a lot of stuff out of it. 2 pools and some great stuff. So I'll just say that. I don't know that I will vote for this motion because of I think it's a little Frankenstein's monster, a little bit. So that's where I'm at. But thank you.
Well, sorry.
No, sorry, Commissioner, go ahead.
Maybe what we should say, I think, because this is the first really robust discussion we've had on this whole topic, is in 2, we may end up not scaling back. But I think we need to have a discussion and put everything on the table. So perhaps I could say prepare and present options. Go ahead.
I did include the phased approach, which is the current approach that we have as one of the options that we would be reviewing. So it is not like that is not part of the options.
Yeah, it would be
It's
part.
one of the things that we would be reviewing, including yours and including potentially a scale back. We're asking staff to come back within 2 weeks, which is not really, I always point out 2 weeks because they have to have it on the agenda by next week.
well,
so there's not a lot of time for them to come up with reduced cost options, I realize, as we push this on July.
Yes, that
31st.
was why I was standing up. 'Cause I'm gonna wake up tomorrow with a hangover and being like, "What did we talk about last night?" So I just want to make sure that, like, is my reading that you all want us to come up with new designs in 2 weeks, or are you going to have a discussion about what's priority in 2 weeks?
Within 2 weeks, I don't see how we can ask you guys to come up with new
Right.
designs. We would just have to be having basically an extension of this conversation. If we wanted to kick this to August, now I'm not bringing us up, but if we want to kick this to August, you guys may have the opportunity to do it, but you guys probably need a little more direction from us, frankly, at this point. Is my
I think what we want to do is to have this discussion, and I see us coming out of the meeting on July 31st with giving you direction on funding and giving you direction on what we want to do. So as I said, we may not end up scaling back because we may not be able to scale it back. We may have to go, what I would like to see is to take the senior center, place it on the site, put it up so we can see it large, place it on the site, place the MLK Center, but I think put them, this is a lot of pretty green space that the architects have on here. Instead of just seeing all this pretty green space, I'd like to see where exactly the buildings are going to go.
Bigger maps. Bigger maps.
Bigger maps, so we can
that
see
we
it.
can overlay on
Yeah.
real existing maps.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you,
Okay.
that makes sense.
Yes,
Scale,
yes.
scale, this is what I want.
We're gonna need, let me, I don't wanna speak for everybody. I need to see maps when I do this stuff. That's why I brought that one out, because I cannot do this just in my head. I need to see it to understand it.
Can't imagine it.
And so big to-scale maps, if possible, over the existing map of the property. If we could put those side by side, I think that would be useful for us. I'm also thinking maybe we need to have this downstairs perhaps,
Yes.
because we need to be able to point at the thing on the table and not be up here, not even able to see each other all the time.
meet downstairs in the morning?
I mean,
Coffee and
Yes,
donuts. That'd be great.
I much prefer meeting up here for the most part, but this is a thing we need to touch and feel and point to.
It's really a workshop.
Yes. Right, so let's plan on that.
Yeah. Okay, well,
There's a great deal that is inconvenient about all of this, and I know that we are asking a tremendous amount of staff, as well as ourselves, as well as the community. But stick with us. We're going to get to a really good place. We're going to be happy when we get this done, no matter what. So I don't see any other lights, and we're past hour 10, and we have another weighty topic ahead of us. So all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously, Madam Clerk. Move us forward. Commissioner Engel, yes. Yep. No backsies.
Instead of having the meeting downstairs, what would the possibility be of just having a meeting all day?
Because it's almost impossible to, so staff has traditionally said, no, don't do that.
They have said no?
Okay, we can't broadcast it, right?
Well, I mean, that's the problem. We can't, the broadcast might be an issue, but.
I love getting around and doing it in other places. I would love to do that, but I don't want to speak out of turn.
I don't know.
Mr. Attorney, what do you think?
You don't have to broadcast it. It's up to you. It's a public place, you notice it's a public meeting, it's within the city limits, it's accessible. It's up to you.
Good parking.
Put this thing in.
Go swim.
I'm all about 9 o'clock over there.
Yeah, no, I think I'd rather meet downstairs where we've got a table and you can push things around and see. I don't know.
Let's have it here.
We've got the conference table downstairs.
Before, yeah, at some point, we're gonna need to have the meeting there.
Yeah, just not.
But yeah, I mean, with all the other stuff we're trying to squeeze in, that's more pressure on staff to do it somewhere else. Let's keep it in the building. All right. Thank you all for your attention on this. I will tell you that we have had commissions up here in the last 10 years that I watched from out there and from up here that really been at each other's throats over what we have been able to work together collegially here. I'm not happy where we ended up, but we moved forward, by golly. So there you go. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to a resolution for the evening 2025-569, setting the proposed maximum not to exceed millage rate to fiscal year 2026, the rollback rate, and the date, time, and place for the first public hearing to consider the millage rates and budget for fiscal year 2026. With recommendation, the City Commission set the maximum not to exceed millage rate at 6.8912 mils for fiscal year 2026. Adopt the proposed resolution, set the first public hearing to consider the proposed millage rates and budgets for fiscal year 2026 for Wednesday, September 10th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. in the City Hall Commission Auditorium at 200 East University Avenue, Florida, Gainesville, Florida 32601, and approve the second public hearing date of Wednesday, September 10th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. In the City Commission Auditorium at 200 East University Avenue, Gainesville, Florida 32601. Were the dates supposed to be the same? No. Okay.
10th is
Okay, the second date will be amended to Wednesday, September 24th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me say before I invite Ms. Ramos up, and the manager, that certainly we're going to talk about whatever we're going to talk about, but the item before us is the maximum millage rate, not every item on the budget. This is the maximum that we'll be able to do. It does not mean we have to charge that much. It means that is the maximum we can do. Put out on the trim notice so people are aware that is the maximum it can be. I would prefer we not do the nuts and bolts of the whole budget, but as I say, we're going to do what we're going to do. I'm just telling you what I think would be most productive tonight, noting again that we are past hour 10. All right, with that said.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Cynthia Ramos is here to walk us through the item, but I want to just reiterate the nuts and bolts of the budget is what the July 31st meeting is scheduled for. And as you stated, this is a maximum millage rate is required to be set, based on the trim bill. That's the truth in millage bill. At the meeting on the 31st and even at the first budget hearing on September 10th, you can lower it. But what we established tonight is the maximum. And with that, Ms. Ramos.
Okay, Ms. Ramos.
Cynthia Ramos, Executive Chief of
Before you get
Staff.
started, do you have something you want to add to this before we go? Yeah. Commissioner Engel.
Just a quick, sorry, I'm the new guy here. I just want
Yeah,
to make sure I
sure.
understood the process we were going through. So tonight we will set the maximum millage. That's going to go out on the trim notice is what the millage may be set at. Then we will, down the road, have a first reading and second reading on what that millage actually is going to be set in September.
Yes, correct.
Okay, cool. Thanks for the, yeah, I was going to say thanks for the aside. I'm just want to make sure I understood the process.
There you go. Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Ramos.
Cynthia Ramos, Executive Chief of Staff. The last time we saw you was on June 12th, and we gave you an update on where the property tax values were with the June 1st estimate. Since then, we've gotten some updates on the revenue side and the expenditure side, and I'll talk about those really quickly first before I go into detail about the maximum millage. So our July 1st property tax values came in. They came in about, they came in 9.3% higher than prior year based on the final taxable value for tax year 2024. And that change has generated an additional 1.7 million in property tax revenue based on the current millage rate of 6.4297 mils. We also had some state revenue sharing data come in over the past couple of days. The half-cent sales tax projection came in, and that resulted in a reduction in our revenues of $362,455. Our state revenue sharing came in, they're $268,525 higher than fiscal year '25. Our indirect cost allocation study was completed, and that would have generated, that study as it stands generates an extra $391,214. We have shared those allocations with the Gainesville Regional Utility, and they have indicated that they will be paying a budgeted amount that they developed, and that has resulted in a $1.3 million loss in indirect cost allocation revenue to the general fund. And then there were other miscellaneous small adjustments that we updated. The net impact was an additional $1.3 million to the general fund. And we also received the General Employee Pension Plan actuarial report. We had included an estimate of 8% for the assumed rate of return. It actually came in at 6.27%. So there was a reduction in expenditures of $510,000. Our gap on June 12th was $9.8 million. And with these revenue and expenditure adjustments, our new gap as of today is $8.7 million. And so with that said, today we are proposing a maximum millage rate that includes an increase of 0.612 mils, 0.615 mils, to 0.4516 mils, to 6.8912. It's a 7.2% increase compared to the current millage rate. The rollback rate for this tax year is 5.9944 mils, and our proposed millage rate is 14.96% higher than that. And like Ms. Curry mentioned, we will be coming back to you on July 31st with a more detailed updated expenditures and revenues by department detail, and then balancing options for the City Commission to consider.
Very good, okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, I've had meetings with most of you to go through pretty much what Cynthia has presented today. And she mentioned that between the meeting that we had where we shared a gap of $9.8 million, it's gone down approximately $1 million. And we are continuing to work, particularly with our charters, to address the $1.3 million reduction that GRU has been created by their reduction in what they're going to pay for indirect cost. That has been reduced over the last 3 years to the tune of a little over $3.8 million. And so I figured that it was time for us to start addressing the reduction in those services. And they include services provided by HR, by payroll, the auditor's office, the clerk's office,
Equity and inclusion.
And equity and inclusion, thank you. So we are working on that. We are still putting the fleet replacement fund into consideration to address the gap as well. And of course, the fund balance, the excess fund balance is still available. So there is clearly a path to balance the budget, but the millage rate is always important. And as Cynthia has mentioned, the maximum millage rate that is being recommended is, Cynthia placed that number into the record.
It's 6.892, 6.8912.
Okay. Which does represent about a 7% increase over the current year.
7.2% over the current year.
Now, we do understand that the truth in millage bill requires us to also have a rollback rate, and you may want to go through that, Cynthia.
Yes, so the rollback rate for this tax year is 5.9944 mils. The proposed millage rate is 14.96% higher than that rollback rate, and the rollback rate would generate the same amount of property tax revenue as last fiscal year.
Mr. Mayor, with that, unless there are questions, we would like to make the recommendation for the maximum millage not to exceed at this point to be as recommended.
Okay, all right, thank you, Madam Manager. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One quick question, because I heard it and I got confused. About the pension, you said the return projected at 8, but it came in at 6.2. For some reason, I thought that would be less money, and I heard more.
Yes, because our expenditure level will go down. So our assumed rate of return, we budgeted 8%, but it came in lower at 6.27%. So that means that the amount that we have to pay into the pension plan is lower. And so that
Not that you're gonna let him, but Steve, would you please come to the podium?
Yeah, sorry, because that confused me, because usually I think when you get a lower return, you're gonna have to make up for it with more money in. And that's why I got confused momentarily.
So it is the projected increase in the contribution rate that we put in, that Susan and them put into the budget development, was based on what we saw in the consolidated fund. So we upped it thinking that the rate would go up to 8%. It didn't. It only went to 6.27 or something like that. So it actually is a reduction of what was in the projection, okay? And it's really due to better returns and actual gains in other areas within the assumptions, okay?
Okay.
So, yeah, all right.
Not that I do not trust you, Ms. Ramos, but I really trust him when he tells me something. Thank you. I just,
Different levels of trust.
it's just, or rather, I don't know,
Wow.
I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. No, if he tried to, if Mr. If he tried to tell me about the of art, I wouldn't trust him at all. You're right. Just stop. I'm so sorry, Ms. Ramos. Thank you. Again, on ARP, I wouldn't listen to literally anybody in the city but Ms. Ramos. She's my ARPA.
It's all good.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, they passed hour 10. It gets weird.
The manager let me walk into that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Ramos. And so then I think all I have to add, just the last piece is so that we still have some bit of a gap that we are working through, that we have a bit of a plan. I remember I met with the manager. The charters have a little bit to look at. There is a little bit of a kind of last minute surprise from GRU Authority, and that's what we're going to have to scramble to fill. But this is still the recommendation that we can still get there and set this max. So, all right, I fully understand it. Ms. Ramos, thank you so much for lasting all day and coming and giving us great information. And as always, I really like the general fund one sheet to really understand where we were actual versus adopted, amended, and even though the 2026 for expenditures and revenues, it is more than last year, but knowing that last year's was quite tight compared to the year before, I think I understand where we're at. We do have some expenses that go up that we got to pay for. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. This is this is always the toughest vote of an elected official, I think, within a community. One of the things that when I always got I always like pointing out to people, because it cuts a grits type, I think, for our city, that we've always had below average taxes, historically significantly below average taxes for the top 20 cities in the state of Florida. And this vote puts us from just below that average to slightly, like just above Orlando, slightly below Miami. So not in the top, but, within above that amount. I will say that I don't like taking this vote. I do feel like it is mostly out of our hands. We have been cut. We had an equation that was set, that was mutually agreed upon by Gainesville Regional Utilities and the city of Gainesville to pay a payment in lieu of taxes. They would be the number one taxpayer within the municipality of the city of Gainesville, far and away largest taxpayer, and instead every time they keep cutting and cutting, kind of seeing the general fund transfer more as a slush fund to pay for, this, that, or the other thing, as opposed to the steady income that a property tax would be. And so, as far as I'm concerned, that this property tax increase is a temporary property tax increase, that as soon as we have as soon as we get that back to the equation being honored, the equation that was accepted by the Auditor General, the equation that was praised by the bond ratings agencies, the one that brought us down to our historic debt reduction plan, that resulted in a bond rating increase by bond rating agency. That's where this tax increase is. That's what this tax increase is doing, and I'll be very excited to vote to bring it right back down as soon as that is honored again. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there's a few facts when we take it in consideration doing budgeting, and it's how you keep our house in order. It's the same analogy. That means we cut positions, and in the last 30 months, I can't remember if it's 132.5, but it's somewhere that we have decreased line positions. I think it's 132.5, but I may be off by 2 or 3 there. So we did that. That's very critical, and we have to do it. It's the right thing to do. Where our biggest increase in funds, when people say, well, why is your budget going up? when you're decreasing things. The reason our budget has increased in the general revenue is because we've come to agreement with the vast majority of our bargaining unit employees for the right reason. They get raises. I'm looking at raises that the city manager and HR have provided. They get raises that are in accordance and typically lower than the rate of inflation, but they all get raises. So we gave raises to over 959 of our employees. We have essentially 1,435. Is that right? 1,435 employees, and 200 are vacant. So the vast majority of all our increase is directly to staff, to people doing the work, and that's really important. That's where our general revenue increases occurred. So we've done the right thing there, and the largest increase has typically been in police, so public safety, because they were well below market average. And then we did some things with our fire. So public safety has been prioritized also. This is really my way to say that you looked at our budget goes up generally, but it's gone up generally because we paid the staff what they needed to be paid, and it was the vast majority of our employees. And we cut in many other areas. We collapsed a division of Parks and Rec a couple of years ago, and we're using wild spaces and public places money for a lot of our big projects in that area, and we're using the street stations and strong foundations in the other area, which is roads and repaving and stuff. So I really feel like setting the maximum millage is good, Madam Manager. I personally, I don't like the rate. I think it's too much, and I think we need to decrease it some. But today is just setting our max. We can't go above that. And I hope that we'll lower it even further when we come back for ratification votes. This 1.3 million reduction that you've related, and I think we'll get more specifics here in the next week, related to utility. I think that those positions will need to be decreased proportionately in the areas under the charters. Why? Because if it's 1.3 million, whatever it is, we have to cut back in those positions. That's proper budgeting. So if it's 100,000 in Charter 1, then that charter is going to have to reduce 100,000. This is my thought. I don't know, did you have a thought about that, Madam Manager?
I think some reductions are in order, but it can't be one-to-one, unfortunately. But we are working it out as best we can. We may get to the full 1.3 million, but we may not. And I'll use HR as an example. We know that HR is in the process of transitioning away from, GRU is in the process of transitioning the HR services to them, so they will no longer require it. But it cannot just be automatically a reduction at October 1. They are looking to transition by the end of the calendar year. But the cut is basically the cut that I don't think it is a one-to-one cut. For example, I believe $900 and some odd thousand is what GRU, the FCAP said the GRU should pay, a little over $900,000, and GRU has decided to pay a little more than $400,000. I think I'm right there. And I don't think that we can do a one-to-one. In the case of the clerk's office, I don't know that it is a one-to-one. But we do have to make cuts in the areas across the charters where GRU has reduced those costs. I can't say that it'll be proportional though.
Yeah, I understand it may not be exact, but the fact that we have 1.3 million less means we need to cut 1.3 million. And that would also be proper. We can't raise a millage and then not cut what we've been cut. I think that would not be appropriate, and we do want to minimize impacts to our taxpayers. And then one of the last levers, we're running out of levers, but one of the last levers is we do have excess fund balance. This is not for recurring cost, but it is for unusual or extraordinary circumstance. And excess fund balance is above and beyond what our own policy says. This is not money that we're sitting and we spend it and people say we have just wiped out a fund. No, we have a substantial excess fund balance that is sufficient beyond all state requirements. And that's the excess fund, the above and beyond is 8 million plus at the moment, right? I don't know, it's 8 point something. I would be in favor of, as a third lever, us use perhaps as much as 4 million, the excess part, not the fund balance, the excess over policy, to help us with these levers of reducing the 1.3 million, potentially dealing with some extension of fleet, and reducing the maximum millage. That was just saying, I know you just want thoughts tonight, that's my thought, as in we do need to use that excess fund balance to help insulate on the short run, not as recurring. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. And as we go around, I want to encourage everybody to not get deep into the nuts and bolts here, because before you know it, we'll be tinkering with every lever there is, and that's not what's on the table in front of us tonight. Commissioner Engel.
I am looking forward to getting into the nuts and bolts, but for tonight, I'd like to make a motion to accept staff recommendation for 225-569.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Anything else, Commissioner Engel? Okay. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, with the manager working with the charter officers, I don't think we made reductions in staff, I don't believe. GRU reduced what they were contracting for, and I wanted to be sure that that is reflected with the charter officers as well.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Madam Clerk.
I'd just like to reaffirm that it can't be like a one-to-one, mainly because, especially my staff, we have a state mandate to do work that includes GRU, whether they pay us for that work or not. And I have reduced my staff by a quarter.
Yes, you have.
And to do the work, regardless of what GRU puts on the table, we are still state mandated to do that work. So I'm just putting that out there for you all to understand.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And again, let's be careful about getting too deep into the nuts and bolts tonight, because that's what July 31st is for, and we'll end up doing 2, 3, 4, 5 times.
We're all keyed up now.
Yes, I understand. Yeah, I get you. All right, Commissioner Engel, and then we'll go to the public. Commissioner Engel.
I'm keyed up too, and I'm gonna take my shot. So I'd like to point out, when we talk about that $1.3 million that GRU has decided not to pay us, it's not that we're asking for $1.3 million less work. We're still having to do the same amount of work. They're just not paying for it. So, and it's not even like we can just refuse to do it because they're not paying for it, because they just take it out of the general fund transfer. They got us over a barrel. So in many ways, I don't think we're going to be able to reduce the staff anywhere near one-to-one on that, because in a lot of ways, we've still got the same amount of work that they're demanding from us that they're just not paying for.
Right. So let's hear from the public, and I have a couple of comments before we roll out.
No.
All right. So let me say this. When we talk about that 1.3 cut, let's be super clear, because this hasn't come up yet, that is not a cut in the services that are expected to be done, although it is also that. It is a cut in what they're going to pay us for what's already been done. That this is paid in arrears, because the way this works is you do the work, and then you finish that fiscal year, and then you audit that work to make sure that it is actually the right number, and then you present the bill. That is the way this has been agreed to be done. And then your partner says, that's great, I see these hours, but we're not going to pay you for all that. That's what we're actually looking at. That is the reality of it. It is not, we don't want to pay you for this going forward. They also don't want to do that. But it is very specifically not paying for work that's already been done. Staff, correct me if I'm wrong here, but that's my understanding. Additionally, the way this has been working is that they have been taking the 8.5 that is the transfer, subtracting other amounts from it, like the amount that they're suing us for. They initiate a lawsuit and then take their legal fees out of the transfer, right out of it. So that comes off the top. And also, let's not forget that the taxpayers of Gainesville are paying for streetlights in unincorporated Alachua County, because GRU will take that off the 8.3 as well. These things are all real and all exist, whether anybody likes it or not. And so when someone earlier referred to the GRU authority using the transfer as a slush fund, That's what's happening. That is where it's going. And that is uncomfortable, and nobody likes to say that out loud.
That's true.
But there it is. I mean, it is all accurate, and that is the reason that I'm asking you to go to the polls in November. All right, I see no further lights. This needs to be a roll call. Is that accurate?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Please go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner
Hold
Test,
on. We asked public comment. There wasn't any. No,
sorry,
Another comment?
no, we're good.
ready to go? Commissioner Chestnut? Aye. Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. Commissioner Book? Aye. Commissioner Willets? Aye. Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel? Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously. Thank you all very, very much. Madam Clerk, what do we got?
Have our commission comment.
All right, Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you will, I would like to go down and share something and speak from the lectern.
While you're down there, would you bring back that map for me, please? Thank you. Would you bring the map back for me, please? Yeah.
Well, we're going to get some maps as well.
Thank you, sir. Much appreciated.
I'll get to this in a moment. First, I do want to just mention about bus routes 5 and 8. These are ones that one is a north-south, one is an east-west. And RTS has some ability with the state to look for new funds, for new routes that are innovative, and the state is somewhat interested in new routes. And at some point, we had been talking about a north-south connector and an east-west connector. So oddly enough, we could get more money from the state for a brand new route, but it's harder to get that money to maintain 5 and 8. I just want to kick that in people's minds that when reduction of service on 5 and 8, those are basically the routes that we wanted to extend and make maybe an express route, potentially. I say we, it's an idea and staff. But I want to show you about the potential parkland I've been talking about in Southwest Gainesville now for 3 years. I say potential, it's so hard to find land down there. This may not be the right spot, but I want y'all to envision some of what I'm talking about. See, this is Southwest 40th. This is the corner of Southwest 27th and 40th, where we just built a trail here. We just built a trail here. Down here, we're going to extend 47th eventually. It's going to curve around. We've bought some land there. We're looking at some sort of a trail next to it. This is UF Health's property. This is the old nationwide UF Health property. GRU has an easement here. We have already we're going to be building a trail along this easement under these power lines very shortly. This piece of property here is a piece of property that is only valued about, $175,000 according to the property appraiser. This corner here is very wet. It is a retention pond. It's a very large retention pond for the surrounding apartments. GRU owns a property here that has some sort of large electrical equipment. I won't pretend to know exactly what it is. This is a piece of property that hasn't been developed, probably because a portion of it is wet and it has no road access. Long term, I hear that Public Works might like this corridor for a road to connect the 40th here to the 47th there. If that got built, that would suddenly become a more valuable piece of property. This is a piece of property that I think we should look at. If it's not the best for a park because it's not quite big, and we also have in this neighborhood, there's a single, about half lot width where we own access to this piece of property. It's looks like a street stub. Right now, there's some community neighborhood park on it, garden on it, where people do some vegetables and some other things. But if this is not a good place for a park, then I just think we should go entertain the idea of using tree mitigation money and just go ahead and snap it up right now. We got a lot of money, and we're talking about in other corners of the city. And I know that staff we have very limited staff to do it, and they look hard about what's up for sale, what's potentially available, what's right then and there. I think we haven't thought creatively enough in Southwest Gainesville, just creatively. If it's that, we're never going to build a playground and some basketball courts for the people that live south of Archer. If we're just never going to be able to do that, then let's buy some trees here and there. This isn't a perfect solution, But I want people to imagine maybe a park that opens into a neighborhood, that opens into apartment neighborhoods, that is on a trail that we spend good money to build, that might have nature trail around a large retention pond that's pretty well treed over, that might have room for even a basketball court or some playground equipment, that maybe has a small stub of a street or a parking lot facility, so that you can access it from one side and maybe eventually from another side. And that's truly a neighborhood park. And I know it's not 10, 20, 30 acres. Park staff, they can dream. We just talked about the big dreams, right? They can dream big and they can help us envision a park site that achieves almost everything for everyone. I'm talking about achieving on our map just the ability for people to not have to go many, many miles to get to a playground equipment or a publicly owned basketball court. I want to share with you ParkServe website. I encourage everyone to check this out. This is not perfect data. It comes from public data. It is not perfect, so I do not want to enter this in the record. But when we look at the city of Gainesville, the very high need for parks is right down here. Is a 2012 master park plan that put an X somewhere down here. Could have just said, well, we know that's where we probably need a park. That was a real rough estimate. And so that's what I looked at when I ran. That's what I keep on talking about. I'm not making it up. It's where we need a park. If any of you have driven down here, you will know the well over 10, probably 20,000 people that live just in the area that's in the darkest gray there. At least 10,000. And I could probably find out exactly how many people live there, but it's a lot. And so the way you put people close to parks is not that you move the people, you put the parks where the people are. The same way transportation should be where the people are, though you can do, transit oriented. So I just want to leave y'all with that. Well, yeah, I think I'm going to leave y'all with that. The stuff in green, the stuff in light green is what they estimate as a 15-minute walk to park areas. Again, this is not perfect data. But if you put something in the middle of that, a huge chunk of the city, thousands of people. Oh, and just to be clear, you can play with this app, draw where you want to park, and hit recalculate, and it'll say an extra 4,000 people now live within a 15-minute walk of a park. Consultants can do this for tens of thousands of dollars. You can also do this for free if you want to go play around or look at an existing park, right? What if it got taken out of service or whatever? There are other areas that need some effort. Up in Northwest Gainesville, and we've talked about this, Commissioner Book, that there's some need up there, but we also know that's where some of our more high-income earners are, where they can kind of find the need, they can find the resources they need, they can get their kids to other places. So I appreciate that. But I want y'all to look at the big gaping hole that is in our community. And that is a hole that children have to leave to find playground equipment. That is a hole that young people who live in those apartment complexes with their parents have to figure out how to go play basketball with their friends because they're not allowed to play on, some other court in a different, apartment complex because they don't live there. They don't always get to play because they might need an adult chaperone because you're now on someone else's property. That's a hole in our community that we can fill. And if not with a park, then with some bought trees so that forever we will hold down the heat also. If you remember the heat map of our city, it was a little more up here. Butler Plaza, we understand why that is because, Butler Plaza or Butler Plaza. But anyways, I want to leave that with you so that you have a real good visualization of what I talk about. I think in these maps all the time, and I realized I need to make sure I'm getting y'all thinking in these same maps. So look at ParkServe. It's a blast. It is so fun. Again, it's not perfect data, so I'm not going to take this to the bank, but thank y'all.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Engel.
It's getting late. Just want to put some good news out. Our workers union, CWA, has voted their contract in. I know it took a long time because the state has done everything they can to get rid of public unions, but I think it speaks well of the city that we've worked really hard to make sure our workers still have representation, and that contract passed, as I understand it, with about 95% of the vote. So, again, I'm just glad to see that that our workers out there, union's been recognized, contract's been approved, and everybody's getting the raise. That's all I got.
That is good news. Thank you. So yeah, I normally like to, when we consider a bargaining unit contract, to not have that on the consent agenda, but to actually be able to celebrate it. There's a lot on today's agenda, but we should note that we did approve those contracts earlier today, and that's a big deal. And I appreciate everybody being along for that. I'm thrilled that they got such a high percentage of the vote out for that. It's great. Commissioner Book.
I didn't want to top there, and I just, so Commissioner Engel, just so happens that the HR data shows that the non-supervisory was 352 employees who agreed that we have come to term, and the supervisory was another 33. So almost 400 city employees, and this is 6 of our bargaining units over the last 2.5 years. No impasse, all raises, getting wages that are closer to marketing rate, and that is what we should be paying our money for, is our people. So thanks for pointing that out.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. So lastly, I don't see any of the lights. Let me urge anybody who can to come out to the Eastside Health and Economic Development Initiative on Hawthorne Road, next to the Hawthorne Road Health Clinic. 9 a.m. We'll be cutting the ribbon on some of the boring infrastructure that we've been investing in. I want to make this real clear. When people say we're not doing anything in East Gainesville, it's because it's hard to see what infrastructure does for you. But we have invested millions and millions of dollars in setting the plate for what's coming next. And tomorrow, we're going to talk a lot about that out at the Eastside Health and Economic Development Initiative. I'm excited. This is something the manager and her team really built out for us, and it is now real. It has come out of the ground, and it is something I am super excited to show to the community and really showcase tomorrow. If you can be there, please do be there. If you're watching at home, you're not busy at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, come on out and celebrate with us. If I don't see anything else, I will call us adjourned. Thank you.